La 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 la. Pon el mimo son 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 son. Pon el mimo son son son. Shit. Whoa. $77. Right, straight in the deep end. Straight in the deep end. Straight in the deep end, eh? Pon el mimo son 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 son. Pon el mimo son son son. Hello there, good morning, good afternoon. We're playing some tournaments, off-peak session. Let's get after it. Hello there, good morning, good afternoon. We're playing some tournaments, off-peak session. Let's get after it. Hello there, good morning, good afternoon. Hello there, good morning. Let's get after it. Hello there, good morning, good afternoon. Hello there. Off-peak session. Pon el mimo son son son. Wait, okay, yeah, fuck that other device. You know what? Fuck the other device. Fuck it. Well, get my Twitch chat up here, man. Fuck this piece of shit, man. Sorry. I feel bad calling my laptop a piece of shit after using it for so many years. Which is probably wise, because it'll probably, it'll probably be king of the world soon. So, poker. We're playing poker. Surprise, surprise. Oh, man. Sven. You can't waste 2 time banks for the most trivial fucking... Okay. Let's hope, God forbid, no fucking technical difficulties as well, please. Because I am pumped. We're all good. The connection seems good. Probably is some legit 5-betting going on here. Who covers who? He covers me. I feel like just every hand, a lot of that stuff. Let's go. Shame on me, but let's go. Hey! The Finnish have developed. No, I like that. He can just, like, in theory, in like 8 max, 6 max tables, ranges get kind of tight. But here, 3-handed, I'm sure he's just going to justify, like, King Queen off, maybe even King Jack off, because he's going to say it's Sven 3-bets a lot, this guy's a spewy guy, let's that was probably it. And I like it, I like where his head's at. Mighty fine flop. This is 66 hyper, boys. 66 hyper. The connection looks okay there. Well, it looks good. Like getting 5 bars. Right, it's just straight in. Hopefully he puts us on a flush draw. It doesn't really matter what the fuck he puts us on. Sometimes he's going to have something to call. Like ace-queen with a club. That would be nice. Ace-queen with a club. Ace-8 with no club. Good stuff. So. we do a great job of repping 9s or jacks or quad 7s or maybe queen 10 that just check down, because queen 10's a bit of an unrealistic one though, because it's such a natural kind of bet. But it does make sense to just check queen 10, because you don't really on jack 7-7 we're not folding out better. Oh well, we're folding out king high, king 5s obviously. Yeah, so we wouldn't have queen 10 because we just want to bet flop to fold out like king 5s. Bongel Mimo, son. I gotta focus for a sec here. There's a lot of tournaments we gotta jump in. Right? A lot of tourneys, a lot of stuff happening. I gotta get the calculator out as well. This is a 76 buy-in, by the way. 76 bucks. And then we're in a 54. Sat to the left of Donkmeister. We got an 88 here as well. Good tournament, 88 Bounty Hunter. And a double in the 66. These are such a print fest, man. 730 bucks for first. Hardcore print fest. 7 seconds on the 30 special. You see what I mean? You see what I mean? And we're all in here as clean as a whistle. King! Fuck. Don't want to play day one of that mystery bounty because I don't know what's kind of state I'll be in on Sunday, because I'll be playing live poker. I'm going over to Thailand to play a WPT, the first ever legalized poker event in Thailand. I'm going to be there. It's going to be sick. Well, it could be an absolute disaster, but like, I'm excited for sure. This is a great spot for Pedro to play a check raise. Like, let's say I've got a hand like ace 10. Let's say I've got a hand like queen 7 suited. Even if I got a hand like pocket 5s, I probably want to start bluffing. But we are going to go really big, actually. Because he'll have stuff like 10-9 and 8-7 himself. He'll have those kind of meaty, high-equity hands. He does play the check raise. Very well played. Very well played. Sometimes, I'll tell you a little secret. Sometimes when I'm expecting something so much, his flop lead is kind of strong as well. He's betting half pot in a spot where I'm just like going to have so many continues. Yeah, I like it, man. Nice hand. He deserves it. Tap the table. Tap the table to Pedro. But here's another thing, man. Like, I'm quite polarized there, right? So he doesn't need to necessarily bluff a hand like a 9. But he might. He might think I've got some king 10, king jack like I did. But he could just put me on ace 10 and just call his pair of 9s or whatever. This is great so far. Just got to fade. Just had to fade the 10 and the spade. Bongel Mimo, son. I didn't eat in 36 hours, lads. 36 hours. I think I just preserved my stack here. I used to be very, very aggressive. I would just look at this in the sense that, okay, 1 big to win 4.3 bigs. Which is tempting when you put it like that, but honestly, I got it from Finton's stream, Easy with Aces, when he was on an FT, and he had a spot to it was final 2 tables, I think, but he was just talking about how he just wants the chips for the next time he wants to try and jam pre-flop, you know, like. I think I already don't have much fold equity pre-flop, so, but like, let's say you've got 6 bigs, or you've got 5 bigs. That's just enough to kind of get a jam through during the orbit, but then you defend. So it's like, it's this concept of like, that extra big blind gets actually really important. Damn, boys. Damn. Bury me, baby. Bury me, baby. Better with insomnia. Hello there. I was getting a bit lonely until you popped in. How we doing, pal? I'm just going to fold, man. I'm going to be the, look, I'm going to be let's be real here. It's off peak. Any player who can kind of, in my mind, any player that can kind of put it up to me, they were playing last night and they're asleep or doing some yoga right now. So We're going to get some nice off-peak games. Although, like, James G and the dude to his left, very good players. So they're kind of the exception. Like, they're right around my level, I'd say. But other than that, the games are going to be really fucking good. But anyway, well, I wasn't even paying attention there. I was too busy going on an ego trip. Ace, king, and queens. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be some shit like that. Or just one of them will have kings plus, like, often. $30 special. I think we just kind of stick this one in, man. You know what the Estonians are like, man. You know what the Estonians are like. But it's 7.5 bigs. It's 6.5 to win 10. It's a pretty good deal, lads. It's a good jam by him. It's a good jam by him. It makes me feel better about calling queen 10 because it means he's also going to take his queen 6 suited. Or he's going to take his 8-7 suited and stuff like that. Yeah, unlucky. Yo, it's Metric Gamer. See if we show this down successfully. Chop it up. I came 60th in a tourney where 3,000 people entered. I've only been playing poker for 2 weeks, never played before that. You're at the beginning of a of an amazing journey. It depends, though. It depends what reasons you're into poker for. But, that's good going. It's good. It's a healthy sign, but it's not much more than a healthy sign because there's a lot of swings in poker short term. You can't really be... I'm not saying you're short-sighted, but in poker... Go on, give us a little 9 or 5, please. I would like to stay alive. In poker, there's a lot of swings, you know, like... And you just have to... You just have to make sure you're generating an edge on your opponents. I'd be so sick if this guy jammed. This is just me. We both know each other as nothing. Beachy Poker, what's up, mate? But he doesn't want to risk it. Doesn't want to risk it, but that's nice. Matrix. It's nice, Matrix. Yo, Dawson in the house. Welcome back. Welcome back into the gaff. What were you out doing? Were you getting a bit of shopping? Getting a bit of shopping, were you? Long el Nemo, son. Let me get the fucking calculator out. Yo, Walex29. The boys are rolling in now. Good to see you all. Good to see you all. Good to see you all. Had a mad old weekend of going out Friday, going out Saturday, being too hungover to play Sunday. To keep it real with you. Interesting here now. Where's my fucking... It's just hard. It's hard to find the bluffs, man. I don't think he's got a king for that size, but he could just absolutely have an ace or a queen. A queen would be a sick value bet. I don't think he even would do that. That's why I kind of want to call, because for his value, he doesn't make much sense. It's kind of like an ace or nothing, and he's min betting. But yeah, I think that's fine either way. I think that's really close. You know, he needs to kind of limp in 6-5. But it is a good limp. Like, 6-5 is just absolutely nothing. No connection with the board. So you need to limp that in, yeah. Check the high card board. Which is totally reasonable, because that whole thing of like, oh, it came king, queen, 10. So that's a good board for my... Look, that's true. There is substance to that. But it doesn't matter if it's a good board for your range. If your opponent's just there with like jack 3 offsuit, which is going to be a slam dunk continue... Like, so on king, queen, 10, sure, it's a shit board for me after I check back pre, and it's a much better board for the small blind who still has all his traps and big hands. But I'm just still going to have a lot of natural continues, which means when he has the 6-5, going for the limp stab, it's not really going to do much for him. You know, I'm not going to fold any of the pairs, of course, king or queen or 10x. I'm not going to fold an ace, which is a gut shot to the nuts. I'm not going to fold a jack. So it makes a lot of sense for that pot there where he just min bets the river after checking flop and turn. It's a really good delayed bluff, but people just don't seem to make it enough. It's weird. Bit of an airball here. Obviously, you working with that 10 of clubs. Too weak to call the 10 of clubs, so we're putting it into a raise. You could just fold, but this could also be a lot of nonsense. And we turn equity on a jack, a 10, a 9, a club. I think now, though, once he raises and then calls a raise himself, his range doesn't have any of the bullshit anymore. So all the bullshit bluffy hands are gone out the window now. which makes for a good little white flag give up, you know? The small size. You just got an 8, have you? Fucking weird. I guess he's just floating something similar to my hand. I don't know. Maybe a little Jack 9 offsuit that raised turn with the perfect suits. Right, my OCD's going off now. Where's me calculator here? Come on. Let's get on top of things now so I can play some music. Getting in the Zodiac Dragon High Roller. $25 bigs just. It's alright though. It's a non-PKO. We can do our thing. Yeah, they got to get in these as well. Let's just get on top of 76 plus the 60 hyper plus a 54 plus the 32 hyper special. That's just kicking off right now as we speak. Plus the 88. And then the 127 Zodiac High Roller. Might have accidentally added $4. Who cares? I think it's 123 buck or something like that. It always changes because the currency changes. The exchange changes. Bong el mimo son son son. So we're not going to play those bounty tournaments that are in late reg. Get into 50 stack nice and early. There's a great 55 2.5k on WPT, the Daily Crown. Just a bunch of, it's just like a zoo really. You get on the FT of that, you've got the 7 or 800 up top, just easy pickings. People dusting it off and so on. I need to know more about, I need to, gonna end up big size and everything. This is why studying's a little bit important. It's good to, I know a lot of boards, I just don't know Jack 6 3 two-tone, like what are our, but you can't go too wrong with a B50 or whatever. But, you know, here's the thing that's low-hanging fruit from the solver. I know everyone's all anti-solver and everyone's lazy and they just want to drink a beer and play poker, but like, solver is really fucking convenient, man. It will show you. You get one flop like King 5-3 two-tone, and you'll see the solver likes a lot of a certain kind of neater, smaller size because we do a good job of generating folds. There's only one flush draw on board. There's a backdoor flush draw, and against a big blind who's not really going to be defending like 8-5 off and 8-3 off, a small c-bet's going to do the job. But then you're going to get other boards like a Jack 8-5 rainbow or two-tone where the solver just loves to bet 3/4 pot, like hijack big blind 50 effective. Isn't that knowledge just such power? It doesn't mean you need to bomb every Jack 8-5, but you know the computer really fucks with that size. So it's just, you know, it's just fucking makes it all easier. It just makes it all easier, doesn't it? But yeah, anyway. We're getting, it's kind of a perfect spot in terms of the cards and positions and stack sizes, but if we're talking about playing the man, he's got 75k cashes. Honestly, he could be a dude who finds it a little bit. Like, he's only just sat down. He has already 3-bet pre, but that could just be a 3-bet jam. Like, you have to be careful with that 3-bet stat. Someone gets dealt ace king, someone raises and they go all in. Now it's a 3-bet stat on their head. Pig Warrior. I'm going to go for it, man. I think Pig Warrior's got a little something to him potentially. Like, take a king jack. Oh, okay, I was wrong. That's what I get for 4-bet. Oh, okay. He definitely is a recreational. Hold? I wasn't expecting. This is the type of hand he should 3-bet fold. And it's actually a really good 3-bet fold. Come on, don't do it. Come on, stop that. Don't be doing that to me. Doesn't look good, boys. Okay. Yeah, it's a really good 3-bet fold. It's him just bumping it to 5 bigs. You take it down sometimes, you play a pot in position sometimes, but when I jam, just let it go. That's a really good play. That's like, he's nearly there. He's got some ideas, but he's just calling it off when he shouldn't be. Anyway, Bounty Hunter 108. This is a nice little 3-handed battle, to be fair. It's a $76 buy-in. 2 competent guys. We're short-handed. There's bounties involved. Can probably keep it here. Let's go, by the way. 50 bigs in the Dragon High Roller now, first hand. Let's go. Don't fuck about with me here. Don't fuck about with me here. Don't fuck about with me here. Let's get helmet mode on with this fucking gimmicky shit everywhere. I'm gonna go for a little stab here. He can give us a lot of credit. It is similar to that spot that I was talking about, where he's still just gonna have so many natural continues. But we've a really shitty hand with a little weak gut shot. It's a sensible one to go for a little stab and try and take it down against some junky non-diamond hand. We're pretty low down. Like, it's hard to have worse than 8 high there. It's getting tricky to have worse than 8 high. Yeah, okay, 55. Added that one. This was 3-handed with Donkmeister. I am just going to play a raise for protection and, you know, a little bit of value or whatever. Mainly protection. You want to play a lot of your range as a check raise, because you could check raise a hand like 5-3 of clubs, or a hand like 5s or 6s or 7s, and then bluffs like a queen jack suited, and then your trip kings. All of that is just kind of happy to raise. All of those different categories of hands are just, they benefit from a raise. So a really good strategy is just to play a super high frequency raise with everything. How are they going to know what the fuck you're doing when you just got your king X, you got your bluffs, you got your kind of thin protection-y hands? Oh, it's a fucking interesting spot now. Trying to figure out if this size is weak or not. In a way, it's weak. In a way, it's a little bit weak. Like, he covers me, and he's not. It doesn't seem like he's that. But the thing is, our overall equity, if he does have a bluff, it'll be like a queen jack or, you know, an ace jack of hearts. And like, even if we can just get counterfeit on the 10 as well, our equity kind of shrivels up there quite a lot. Our equity shrivels up. He 3.5x is the small blind here. We call, and then he goes 2 bigs on the flop. We call again. I mean, we don't need to be too concerned. We're 50 effective here. We'll have a bunch of ace-x, and he does shut down because he's probably aware we have a bunch of ace-x. We check. I'm checking. I don't love checking in general, but we're never going to check an ace. If we bet this, we're just going to have a pretty weak checking hand. I'm going to check this river now. It's quite a bad river. Well, we just don't. It's so hard to get paid by worse now. Like, what's he going to put us on to get us paid? Miss diamonds or a hand like 5-3? I mean, he should barrel a lot. He could have a random queen. He's not going to have king queen or queen jack, I don't think. I think those just barrel. I don't think he's going to have queen x of diamonds. And he's just got like a worse 10 or a worse 7. I'm going to go for value here, actually. I'm just going to go for value here. I think absolutely I'm the type of guy to turn a 4 into a bluff. Turning a 4 into a bluff's a bit much, but go 3/4 pot here. Hopefully not just get snapped off by queen 8 of hearts. But that's it. But also a queen could just block for value. But to circle back, he's not going to pay us with worse because what? We've got a few, and you can't just say miss diamonds as well. You can't just say miss diamonds. Which miss diamonds? I see that a lot in like recreational conversations, like casual players. There'll be an Instagram reel. We're going to play a raise here. Our hand isn't great, but it doesn't play great as a limp. Our hand is going to be shit anyway. So we're playing it more aggressively, but also we don't mind raise folding. And we covered a guy for a bounty. Yeah, we don't want to have like queen 8. Well, we could call it. We could do this with queen 8 suited and then call off, but 5-4 is a good one to put into a raise fold, I think, in my opinion there, rather than just limp in and play passive with an offsuit 5 high. I just rather generate some folds, build a pot for the bounty, play it strong. I think limping in when you cover the guy is always a bit weak anyway. God, it's a fun game when you just open the 10-9 suited and go for the small multi-way check raise here, just blocking all the strong hands. Come on! Come on! It's a fun fucking game when you're, you know. It's a fun fucking game, man. Why is this covering this? Come on, OBS. Or not OBS, but Bong el mimo, son. Oh god, I gotta get some water into me. 108 Bounty Hunter as well, right? Is that... Yeah, Jesus Christ, OBS. I'm just gonna overlimp this, man. I think I'm kind of a little bit... Not done, but... You know, can just overlimp sometimes, right, Apple Mose? You don't need to always bloat the pot up with an ace-4 against Wales, right? The thing is, there's also like 4 players behind. And here's the other thing. I'm not just saying this because we flopped the nut suit, but we have the nut suit multi-way. So what scenario do we create? Like and honestly, I mean this. If I had Queen 10 of clubs, I'm probably just going to lean towards raise a little bit more, because I think that just gets dominated a little bit more multi-way. Not just with the flushes, but like let's say small blind completes the king 3 of clubs. I want small blind to be out of there with king 3 of clubs. I don't want him getting in there and cooling the fuck out of me. Against this action, I think we just jam. We can make this guy fold some stuff that could end up showing down and stacking us. The guy's nearly got our full stack. Let's just do this. We could end up taking it down pre. Like this guy could end up folding, or we just oh damn, it's a big one, boys. Aces, he limp. Oh, you got me clubs. Oh, there's 2 outs. There's 2 outs for the straight flush. Oh, we're so lucky. Oh, we're so lucky. We're so lucky. We're so lucky. We got a break as well. Great stuff. Great stuff. Great stuff. Woo! Fucking nice, man. Holy shit. How many clubs are in that deck? How many fucking clubs? This is a shit spot because he knows we have a lot of continues. So he just... This is the thing, man. Like, you want to find bluffs, you find bluffs in these spots. It's so fucking hard, honestly, because... Well, think of all the continue... I've got hearts. I've got spades. I've got 4x. I've got 3x. I'm talking about the turn. I've got 6x. I've got jack x. I've got my 7x. I've got my 5x for an open ender. My 2x is a gutter. I've so much hands, and he's just betting big out of position into that range of everything. What do you think it is, man? What do you think? And it honestly took me about 7 years to kind of understand that concept of like, they're putting in money in a spot where it's like, you don't have any fucking folds. What do you think's going on there? It's a really powerful one, honestly. But obviously experience is what gets you kind of accurate in... I wouldn't mind check calling this, but we're going to just end up with some awkward spots on turns out of position, you know, like... Honestly, the passive action can be very overrated. The bots show us more passive action. Well, the bots are still super aggressive out of position, but the times they aren't. It's quite a complicated strategy on later streets, like check raising some turns now. Or, a play that I don't like is check calling the draw on the turn out of position when you don't have a direct... You don't have the odds. But the solver still calls, even when you don't have the perfect odds sometimes, because the solver plays leads on rivers. I think I've got too much, there's too much of an edge going on for me to be like, check calling out of position against 60% pot when I have a few outs, and then I got to lead a bunch of rivers into some fucking dumbass who's just not going to believe me anyway. It's like, anywho, let's use this break well. Apple Mose, hope you're doing good, mate. Give that man a shout out. Always good vibes on his stream. I mean, you know, we can't always have good vibes. Obviously, we lose our minds sometimes. I've never seen you lose your mind, but, you know, I'm sure you get tilted sometimes. You're not a robot. Apple Mose 84. How's Ajax doing in the transfers? I saw you let go of Henderson. He's off to Brentford. I doubt you care too much. Although, I don't know. Maybe he's good dude to have around. Bong el mimo son. Bong el mimo son. Wait, what did I reg there? Have you ever misclick reg something, lads? Have you ever done that? I've done it a few times. Not that many times. Probably done it like 3 or 4 times in my career of 9 years, 10 years. One of them was a 7. You know the 77 Super Stack Turbo? I accidentally registered the 777 one. But and the boys were on call in Discord, and I just jumped into the call, and I was like, whoa, lads, sorry, let me say something here. Can someone take some action on my 777? And I think Ostling and top Norwegian reg, took half of it like a good lad, and I ended up bricking. I got some sort of deep run, double or two, but ended up like soft bubbling. But yeah, I did another one recently as well. That it wasn't as big of a deal, but like, because sometimes if you're regging a lot of tournaments at once. Oh no, I did it with the 1K on ACR. I accidentally, a couple of weekends ago, I accidentally regged the 1K in ACR and just kept my action, honestly, and did not cash. But shit happens, man. Shit happens. But I was just like, fuck it, man. I was just like, fuck it. Let me just keep all of this. I think I might have sent a message to one of the boys on WhatsApp, but he just didn't see it. He was sleeping or something. So I was like, YOLO, let's go. 50 bigs in the 55 Daily Crown. Man, it's a great time to get on and play some tournaments, honestly. It's a great time to get on and play some fucking 20s, bruv. Yeah, the intern sick, is that, or intern sick. Is that club's hand that you're OMGing about? That was sick, man. 110 bigs we have, by the way. 110 fucking bigs, lads. Lovely stuff. We just jumped in with 25 bigs like 10 minutes ago. It's a 110 bucker on WPT. Hopefully it doesn't get cancelled because, man. Well, you know what? I don't want to glorify it too much. Because sometimes I do get a little whiff of of some sort of computery vibes. I don't know, anyway. Like, it don't get me wrong, it's still going to be the best $100 tournament out of the sites I got at my disposal here. But sometimes I get heads up with some very, very reggy player. And honestly, I talked to my friend about it, and he reckons it's more chance of some of this dirty little RTA'er than a bot. Because, you know, like, I'm always keeping an eye out for good poker. And then you're playing some random fucking $80 hyper, and you get heads up with this guy who's just playing 3 Michelin star poker, like, hand after hand. You're like, something's not right here for sure. Security is really good. It's probably a fucking dude who's got... Anyway, I should stop moaning about it and get these guys' names and report them. I'll do have the guy's name, though. But I also don't want to, like, start, you know, accusing some good reg of cheating just because he's playing good. But that's all I have to base on it, just because he was playing really well. But I know heads up strategy as well, man. Not to, you know, I've never dealt heads up in my whole career. I love it. I study heads up probably too much. Probably study heads up too much, because on the GTO Lab podcast, my favorite GTO Lab podcast, and probably one of my favorite poker podcasts of all time, was the Juan Pardo one. And they did a little game with Juan Pardo, saying, like, they asked him they brought up a bunch of topics in poker and says, oh, is this thing overrated or underrated? And one of the things they put to him was, studying heads up, overrated or underrated? And my king, Malacca style, Juan Pardo said studying heads up was overrated. He said it was overrated. We're absolutely going to bluff this off. Actually not going to put the bounty on the line, though. But yeah, so I just love playing heads up. So all the time when I'm playing heads up, like, you know, it's people don't really play good, and I can see, like, you don't, I say this a lot, but a good example is, we flatted ace king suited here by the way. Oof. In the fucking, in the Zodiac high roller that we've all the chips in. Damn. He's got a big hand. He could have flopped a big hand. Like, when someone just bets that big, he's probably got ace 10 or something, honestly. Pocket 10's ace 10. Oh, wow. He played it kind of fucking cool, man. He would have got me to fold like queen jack of diamonds. Oh, look at us go, man. Look at us go. Look at us go. We're raise calling 30 big blinds here with a king 10 offsuit. He's got half a starting stack. Red card? No. Jeez, 144 bigs. Chip leading the Zodiac Dragon high roller now. Yeah, I didn't really finish on a point too well, but you get what I was saying, you know, like I play a bunch of heads up. Oh yeah, Like, people open jam 18 bigs and 20 bigs heads. Good players, like good regs. I'll get heads up with them in some fucking tournament, and they're there open jamming like 18 bigs, and I'm like, yeah, I'm being a little bit of a. But you know, people just play bad heads up. So when I see someone play not just good, but basically flawless heads up strategy, I'm gonna get suspicious. That's a good testament to like how games are still soft. Like people really overestimate how tough poker can be, man. All the best regs can't even play heads up, and that's where the most money is. I mean, all the best regs is a bit of an exaggeration. Like there is obviously some guys that, but honestly, I feel like the guys that are good at heads up, they're just good because they're kind of they just got some moves, and they're kind of good red line, and they're good at playing wide ranges. I honestly don't think it's from people studying. Because the first thing you're gonna fucking see when you're studying heads up is like, we're not open jamming 20 bigs, you know, like, because when you're studying heads up for tournaments, you definitely want to look at 10 bigs, 15 bigs, 20 bigs, and I do get the vibe that no one ever does. But again, that's probably me in the wrong. It's probably me focusing too much on it, but then I win like 60% of my heads up, so I'm, whatever. Speaking of heads up, 500 bigs deep in the 110. Now, it's okay, because the fish will roll in. Sorry, boys, let me catch up in a sec here. And a good high suit here, we're playing super deep, so I want to be drawing to more nutty hands. No 4-bet. Cool. I think like out of position, 7-6-4. If I've got pocket queens or something here, or even aces, man, I just want to chill out a little bit. I'm not gonna raise. It is cool here. If he does some sort of weak sizing, then in reality I could start value raising aces or kings now. That pot control the flop. He just bombs 46 bigs. I'm gonna raise, boys. Hopefully he doesn't jam. But anyway, we're risking 130 to win 115. You know, it's not too bad. And then we got our equity on top of that. Note the suited 6x interaction too. There's no such thing as king 6 of clubs. There's no such thing as 5-6 of clubs. Lots of moving parts to the game. It's so fucking infinite and amazing, man. Vlad, just final tabled my first main event in Australia. Love the streams. Yo, Vlad, love to hear that, man. I've got a bit of a live poker bug myself. I mean, I love both. Online, live, it's fun as fuck. But yeah, live poker's awesome, man. And good to see you're getting your feet wet. You're getting stuck in, getting some experience. Yeah, man, it's great. As I say, there's so many moving parts to like online poker. It's the same with, well, poker in general, but live poker, there's all these extra elements too. It's very sick. Good luck in the 76 bounty, lads. We're just going to jam this in. We're going to take it down pre a lot because he'll open like kind of wide into me when he covers me, and he covers a small blind too. He will call off a little bit wider because of the bounty, but he's going to open way wider because of the bounty. King, give him a king. Good game, fellas. Good luck, fellas. Enjoy, laddies. Sorry here now. Me heads up opponent saying, come on, bruh. We will have a value bet against a check here. Good luck. Keep it nice and neat, honestly. Neat and tidy. Try again. Ooh. In the 55. Sorry, by the way, the heads up is 110 classic. I know you can't see the title, so I gotta kind of keep reminding you what the fucking tournament is. It's not much use if you don't know what the fucking tournament is. I'm gonna just we're heads up here, heads up single raise pot where I open early position. I'm gonna just pop a raise here and then jam turn. Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. Sorry, all the clock's going 90 here. There's a lot of bad turns. That's one I'm still just gonna pump in, to be honest with you. To be honest with you all, I wish I made the flop a little bit bigger, So then this would be more kind of 3/4 pot rather than full pot. But still, get a load of protection. And he could still call worse there. I know it seems... Oh, so I'm not slow rolling you, brother. I'm not slow rolling you. I'm not slow rolling you, brother. Check back flop here. We just chop it up. State of the game. State of the game. Folding will go well for you boys. Trust me on that. I nearly just... I turned the nuts in position, and I nearly just raised in position against his 3/4 pot, honestly, because it's like, that's how much they just have it. But then I was like, look, man, he's Belarusian. He might have the pocket sixes with a heart. So let's just call. Turns out he hit the nuts. Supplies. Fours is another cool one. It's another cool one because it is a kind of nutty kind of hand, right? It is a kind of nutty one. Like you hit a set of fours, you're golden. So gonna have less of the 9-6 suited, more of the suited kings and pocket pairs and stuff that aren't gonna get themselves into bother fucking 300 bigs deep. Dun, 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 dun. Here's another dude who's taking a seat. I think we c-bet this one though, no? Because it just... Our hand does benefit from a nice little check call, pot control, but when we check the 8-5 deuce, it's a little bit like telling. Oh, that's a fun one, isn't it? That's a fun one. That's a fun one. So if we even had like ace, king, ace, queen, which we have a lot of, by the way, we could even go bigger here because he's going to have ace x of spades. If we don't have the ace of spades, he'll have ace 4, he'll have ace 3, he'll have ace x of diamonds. So what I'm saying is, like, we could go huge with ace king, bigger than this, but get the job done. It is a great spot. Like, if you can identify that, okay, you've got a good ace x. You might be a little scared because it's just one pair, but then you start to think about it. All the one pair ace x your opponent can have. There was a nice one in the main event, that Schulze guy who played really fucking well. Schulze just took his ace king and just bet jammed it for chunks when it was just one pair. Schulman was in the booth and he made a good point that, like, could have just not went for it all because of the stage. Let's just limp call this hand. We'll extract DV from his, like, offsuit 9-5 or whatever that's fucking around. Well, offsuit 9-5 isn't fucking around. It's a part of a very sophisticated strategy. We have a fucking shit. We're gonna raise this now. It can't be all one-dimensional. Oh, check, call, check. Fucking raise. He'll have pocket 8s. He'll have queen 7 suited. He'll have pocket queens. He'll have ace 3 offsuit. You need to broaden your horizons a little bit. We check call 2 streets against some fucking Slovakian. Not a good time. Not a good time. I'm calling, boys. We're trapping kings against the cutoff here. It's absolutely the play. It's absolutely the play. Anyway, music. Missa Teed says, good luck, man. Thank you very much, Missa. My biggest cash was 254k. I only had 30% though. I only had 30%. But people say, oh, that sucks and whatever. But no, I wouldn't. If the guy didn't, legendary Wattenlos bought 69%. It was perfect, like, because some recreational Chinese or Japanese dude, it'd be nice to see him just send in like King Jack offsuit now. Some Chinese dude bought 1% and made a decent chunk off because it was a 1,500 buy-in, 250k cash. We'll just jam now. But yeah, Wattenlos bought 69%. But if Wattenlos didn't buy 69%, I would have unredged. I wouldn't have played it. I needed to sell half to play. And, you know, if Whatnot didn't buy any, I wouldn't have played it, so. He does have the Queen Jack of Diamonds. And he gets there. Deuce of Diamonds, Deuce of Diamonds, Deuce of Diamonds! God, we had him fucked. He was loving his hand, but then he sees the king blockers and the diamond blockers. God, we smoke people. We smoke people. Haven't played live yet. I'm in Brisbane. Would not like to play one day. Oh, the two boys are in Australia. Live poker's so fucking fun, man. It's so fucking fun. It's quite immersive and intense at times, but that's what makes it fucking so fun too. You know, your heart rate will go up. And you will have moments of nerves, and you will have this and that. My hand, I think, is just a call in theory, but, you know. Bongel Mimo, son. Let's go for it all here. He can raise call worse, for sure. Can raise call worse for the bounty. It's half a stack. Why is it relevant that it's half a stack or 1/3 of a stack? Because a bounty is about 1/4 of a stack. So the less of a starting stack I have, the bigger the bounty becomes relevant. You know what I'm trying to say. The bigger the relevance of the bounty is. Ding ding! Swing. Bongel Mimo, son. Right, let me play an actual song because I'm fucking keep singing that. Pros say don't study heads up to take all the money. Yeah. I won't ramble about it more, but I mean, I think most good regs will say, look, man, don't waste too much time at heads up. But I disagree. That's where I'm at. I love it. But that's because it's more of an enjoyment thing for me. Like, honestly, the times I've studied heads up, it's been out of pure interest. It hasn't been like, oh, I should study. It's just been out of like, oh, I wonder what we do here when we've 14 bigs, and just go down the rabbit holes, man. When you're naturally, it's always easier when you're naturally interested in something, man. That's why sometimes I get praise for whatever I've fucking done in poker and hard work and all this. It's just, I've just loved it from day one, so it's been quite easy, you know. So I already feel lucky for many reasons, but that's another element of luck there, that I was just, my brain and everything just kind of likes it, and, you know. Dun. Imagine paying taxes. Says, in case you don't know, Pardo's screen name on ACR is OMG Hilarious. That's fucking Pardo. Wow, I appreciate that. I did not know that. I definitely know the name. I've played with it a lot. Oh my god, Missa, what a great fucking question you've just asked. Am I in the 25? I don't know if you're even asking me, but the 25 day 2? Yes, I am in that, and I was going to fly tomorrow. I mean, I could still fly and play it because it's going to be like 1 a.m. local time for me. I better not forget about that. Thank you, Missa. I better not forget about that. So that's going to be tomorrow night. That's going to be in 30 hours-ish. Yeah, thanks again, Missa. It's good to keep that in my mind. There's many occasions where I've seen you dominate heads up. It absolutely breaks... thanks, Sess. I mean... Yeah, I there's nothing that really gets me going more and more kind of pumped up and like... You know, like then heads up, you know, there isn't really. It's just, you know. Just one-on-one combat, no hiding, no. If you want to knit it up, you're going to get absolutely smoked. If you want to try and run me over, well, I'm going to pick up on that quite quickly too, and it's like, it's just ultimate, man. Oh, heads up poker is the ultimate form. Broken Bone says, I love battling heads up and feeling your opponent basically give up. Yeah, you know what I like? I like when my opponent starts to play faster, and I'm like, oh, I've got you now. This guy's playing faster. He's losing his marbles a little bit. They're just losing composure a little bit. Because part of them just wants the match to be over because you're dominating them so much. And then the other part is just, you know, when you're tilting a little bit, you start to play a bit quicker. Just gonna let it go, man. It's a really effective bet by him, to be fair. When the in-position guys just clearly got ace-high. I've clearly got nothing, like kind of worse than ace-high often. Or at best ace-high. Wow. Yeah, man. Yeah, there was a big... had some nasty losses, of course. You know, it happens. Dun, dun, dun. Man, there was a site called pocket5s.com that became pokerstake.com. And they used to have all the rankings and all the players' caches and how many firsts they got, how many seconds they got, how many thirds they got. It's in the command recent, but I swear it's just gone now. They got rid of it all. Fucking bastards, man. Like, they just focused on the revenue of the site, which, fair enough, a business is a business, but they just got rid of all the stats of all the online pros. Like, how much of a middle finger is that to everyone? God, we got it in so bad in the 108. The hand wasn't there to be seen, though. Hope it'd be sick if the link actually did pop up now. Nah. Page not found. Yeah, they just deleted all the stuff, man. Anyway, we'll find it on SharkScope. The thing is, GG isn't on SharkScope anymore, so that's a big... But then there's other ways to get... Well, I'll figure it out one day, man. Obviously, I want to have stats to look back on, you know, my poker career. That was a huge motivator early on. Early on, when I was getting into poker and pocket5s.com was tracking all the caches, and I was seeing my, like, lifetime caches get bigger and bigger. That was such a sick motivator. And they had rankings, and I was trying to break into the top 10 Irish rankings. And I did. And I did it at like an $18 ABI just from playing super high volume. I mean, the leaderboards wasn't that huge of a deal. It was just like basically a volume. Well, not just volume and deep runs would make for the leaderboards. But yeah, that motivation's class, man. I honestly think I think we could fold turn, honestly.
Gone through changes, live a little life, then it's back to the basics. Like a demon in the basement, but it's only me, drum machine, I'm arranging. Like a genie in amazement, staring in the mirror, disappearing while I'm blazing. See me now up in the station, no billboard, the road, but I was waiting. Gone through changes, never stressing where the day went. Twilight got me flying off adjacent to the crescent moon, I'm over the cloud sailing. Wrapping up flavors like a deli selling, I'll be selling back phrases. What? I finna sank in my basement, smoked out. I'm here on 169 from the underground. Hair banging on my door, trying to come around. Try and listen to the front while I run them out.
I think this is a nice size, kind of keeps them... well, I want it to be 3 point something psychologically, you know?
Walking away, money to make, come catching the case. Psychedelic fun banging out of the grave. 169, steady calling my name. Firing my soul while I harbor the flame. While I roll on the train. Look. Smoke that, you know, I saw in the game.
We raised versus limp, and we bet small on the flop on Value Bet River. Good luck in the 55 Daily Crown. Wow. How does he just limp call that pre, by the way? Speaking of limp call and pre, yo, Missa, I took Sunday off. I had a pretty hectic weekend and ended up having to take Sunday off. Did a lot of sleeping, actually. I was trying to get up for Sunday, but just went back to sleep and then went back to sleep again and went back to sleep again and just went on a big sleep marathon. You know them ones. Oh yeah, yesterday was Sunday. It's tonight. Fucking hell, obviously, thank you. I mean, it's a bit late though. It's fine. I gotta listen to that other jam again, man, sorry. So the 88 special we're out, but 50 big, so we'll get back in. Hey, don't be a little fucking cunt, alright? Jesus Christ, nothing more frustrating, is it? Oh, yeah. Going through changes. So that's tonight. Yeah, I'm all over the fucking place, man. So that's tonight, the day 2. Cheers. Appreciate it, lads. Appreciate it, Missa. And appreciate it, Joincy. Really appreciate it. Wow. Sick one. Down. 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 Nice, too tight. $40 bigs now in the 88, that's alright. We trickled on down to 4th place in the Zodiac Dragon.
Gone through changes, live a little life, then it's back to the basics. Like a demon in the basement, why it's only me, drum machine I'm arranging. Like a genie in amazement, staring in the mirror, disappearing when I'm blazing. See me now up in the station, no billboard, the road while I was waiting. Gone through changes, never stressing where the day went. Twilight got me flying off adjacent to the crescent moon, I'm over the cloud sailing.
Yo, Shawnee Pud, how we doing, Shawnee? Thank you, man.
Sank in my basement, smoked out. I'm here on 169 from the underground. Hair banging on my door, trying to come around. Try and listen to the front while I run them out. Sank in my wardrobe, stage banging. Front out, beat playing every day, damn it. Hair banging on my door, trying to gate crash. Look, walking away. Money to make, can't be catching the case. Psychedelic fun banging out of the grave. 169 steady calling my name. Fighting my soul while I harbor the flame. While I roll on the train. Look. Smoke that.
You know, I'm not shy about this. Absolutely. Wide as can be, covering button, small blind dead money. Please. And honestly, like, yeah, I won't get into it. But he could call off like a 9-8 suited, or hopefully not like an ace-6 or something we're behind, but. Dun. Yeah. Dun. I was gonna say, like, I mean, if you had a hand like deuces, threes, fours, I think you would have called pretty quickly anyway. Normally would fold the queen jack off that you got a little glimpse of. But this guy is this guy, you know. Here's a fun one. He checks back the flop. We bet the turn and then check the river to trap king x and ace x. He just had ace king that was trapping us all the way. When we check and then don't snap call, he's like obviously loving life. He was probably shocked to lose. Didn't mean to slow roll. I just wanted to explain it for a second. Definitely straddling close to the spewy line here, but he's sized up, which makes our flat a little bit worse. And yeah, nice. Sometimes the random size up can be a little bit weak, you know. But mainly in spots where, like, I think it's a really easy spot to be unbalanced. You know when the big blind, you're opening into the big blind, could be any position. Mainly like button or cut off or hijack, because in the small blind you're just going to jam when they're really shallow. But like mid position, late position, you open into the big blind, and because the big blind's got like 6 or 8 bigs or something really shallow, in the modern meta, you solver likes to kind of size up sometimes to like a little 2.6x, because the big blind is such a profitable defend against the min raise when they're shallow, because they just realize all their equity. They just flop a piece, get it in, you run 5 cards. The big blind does quite well in that spot, even though they're out of position. So you negate the profitability of their defend by sizing up. However, people just tend to do it when they want to fold equity. When they have the king 9 off, or the king 10 off, or the queen jack off, or the ace 8 off, or the ace 6 suited. You know, I'm sure some of you know that kind of meta I'm talking about. Have you ever seen someone do it with like kings or aces or queens or jacks? No, because when you got a big pair, you really want the big blind to defend against the min raise, because then they're going to have 8-6 off and all these hands that you just crush with your big pairs. So I just got limp raised and it's gross. But sorry for not showing it. The hand I folded is ridiculous, but can't be showing that. Can you explain your table colors? I have a command for it. Hopefully it's not too old, the command. Sadly on WPT, for the moment, you can't change table colors. And I can't wait until we get that sorted. But red is all the tournaments up to $75. And then purple is $80 to $220. And if I play some 250s or 320s or 525s, they'll actually be blue. They'll be this color, the high stakes. And then if I play like a 1K GG Masters, it'll be this. But more importantly than all of that is near the money is green. And in the money is black. In the money, in the black. And green is just to be like, hey, money is on the horizon, you know? Be careful. There's a min cash coming. Yo, Sharky. Yes, Sven, good luck, brother. Thank you, Sharky. Open ripping 20 bigs with Jack 9 suited. And I'll tell you what, this play is fine. I'll tell you what's not fine. And this is how I made the mistake. Knowing that, like, a hand like this is a jam for 20 on the button, I thought that then in the small blind, folds to me in the small blind, I'm also just going to rip 20 bigs. Not the case. Not the case at all. Run into 2 hands there. The king jack off. It's a good call, by the way, when he covers both of us. Absolutely, the king jack should be calling. In the 50 stack, we raise call 9 bigs with ace 9 here. Buy-ins cashes, man. Are they just ridiculous? Yeah, for fuck's sakes, man. Stay to that. Stay to that. What was that, though? That was plus like a lot. How much did we make? 14k cashes, 6. I think it was only 8k in the end, actually. 9k score. So that was my last session on Thursday. Today it's 8:53. Sorry, lads. I'm fucking live an hour and I've got random numbers in front of you. Nice little cold 4-bet here. Very nice. I like the sizing. I'm generally on the smaller side of things. But we're quite deep here, especially in position. But we're quite deep here, so I do. This is the size people go 50 effective, by the way. This is 60 effective. They'll just be like, oh. Have a bit of neat. Like, you know why? Because they're not thinking about having bluffs as cold 4-bets, so they'll just put in 30 fucking big blinds, which is like 80, you know, big chunk of their stack. And then their opponents are like, well, this is clearly never a bluff. I fucking fold jacks or queens. Little 40 ball's a nice size here. We're gonna have like ace queens, king queens. We're gonna have kings and aces, of course. We're gonna have pocket queens, and I don't mind going this size with pocket queens, to be honest. We're really deep. You know, he'll peel tens and jacks one for the most part. This does put jacks and tens in a little bit of an annoying spot. If we go 1/4, he's not going anywhere with jacks and tens. Мы бы двигались, значит они мусорили. Пашок набирает Карине. Вы подбираете, где мы сорили. Все свои головы вы просолили. Я буду вежливее, если налили. Нет никаких или, осталась лишь музыка. По разговору пойму, кто же тут заказ. За счет стихов отрастил себе пузика. Все, во что верил, никак не иллюзия. На Пхукете искал шлюху в клубе Илюжин. Не с Муром, оно моя сила Илюшина. Я вкусно кушал, но кушал и сечку. Помню, как дерьмо мы сливали в речку. Я человечный, не красный, не черный. Суки на круг очень грязный уборный. Normally tree bet, man. I think we can just... I don't know. You could look both ways. I was going to say because the tournament's so soft. Ooh. We were specifically talking about Jack 8-5 Rainbow earlier. I'm going to bomb the set, lads. We don't... he's not going... We have all the fives, so it's not like we're worried about... Oh, we don't want him to fold 5x, obviously. But like... if we have a set of 8s, we definitely don't want him to fold 5x, but that's why we might size down a set of 8s. But for me, unblocking the 8 and the jack, you know what I'm saying? Anyway. The nuts. Can't get caught in a trap, get peas in. Can't get caught in a trap, get peas in. Can't get caught in a trap, get trap, get. Can't get caught in a trap, get trap, get. Can't get caught in a trap, get peas in. It's gonna be a big ol' long session, lads, and I don't mind going live for all of it. Can't get caught in a trap, get trap, get. Can't get caught in a trap, get trap, get. Can't get caught in a trap, get peas in. Wipe the floor with MCs, I'm doing up chores, no need for a broom, and I'm up when it comes to the bars, you know that I'm cream of the crop. My bars are too much, I get the wheel up like a 4-4 truck. Don't get physical, get zold up on the spot like tree bet this one though, and not to give too many clues about why I tree bet or not, but this dude's sizing up a little bit, you know what I'm saying? He's putting some meat on the bone. We're exposed now. We're gonna be queens though, right? Oh, Jack 8 offsuit. Yeah, I told you, man. This is the $110 buy-in, by the way. $110 buy-in, like, oh. Such a zoo, man. Such an absolute zoo. I have been playing around with like what size I want. I even changed the bet sliders a little bit because I think 3.7 is nice. 2.7 into 5.6, maybe 3.8 is better. I like giving them slightly worse than 2-1 rather than just. This squeeze can definitely lead to some annoying situations, but I'm just squeezing it, baby. Gonna fold. Gonna check fold the ace king spades. Just gotta do it sometimes. Took me about 4 years into my career to realize you can just check fold, you know, big hands, you know. Galatizing. Yeah, we're just gonna get this in. He's jamming 7, we've got 6. But more just against the 7 big blind jam, we should be doing quite well. Still feel good about this one. Yeah, we win. Even the backdoor clubs there. I think it's the 9. I think it's just the 9. God, if we peeled that one, that would have got our hopes up. I don't think we've won a pot since the ace-4 club, so that's alright. Just for context. Could get fancy. I don't want to get fancy against a guy like that though. Hey Siri, set timer 30 minutes. Thank you, Siri. Like a genie in amazement, staring in the mirror, disappearing when I'm blazing. See me up in the station, no billboard, the road while I was waiting. Gone through changes. Yeah, this is one where like, let's go. It's nice. Like we do have all the king queens and jack tens and pocket tens now. Go on. I wouldn't really sleep well at night if I didn't take this. Even though like he might be competent. He's probably a grown man who understands stuff. Like it's just such a waste when they just fucking check call the hand that beats nothing, and you're like, why do I bother? Gonna follow through, lads. The patented 74 ball. It's kind of cool. Like where do our bluffs come from? Pocket sevens with a heart. That's where they come from. You know where else our bluffs come from? Maybe pocket sixes with a heart or pocket fives with a heart. That's it. But again, you don't need to have bluffs against everyone. But still, it's not. Even if I never see this guy again, I'm still finding a bluff in a spot where it's really hard to see bluffs. So then he's gonna fold if he's thinking about things properly. Like, what's he putting me on here? Thank you. We got lucky. We got there is what I mean. We didn't get lucky in reality, but to him, let's pretend we got lucky. Nice. Right, we're doing all right. We're doing good. I like it. I like how we're playing. I did feel, I don't want to say it yet, it'll kind of be jinxing things. Not that I really believe in jinxing stuff. I did feel like today we were going to like do well. And I don't get that feeling often, but a big part of that is like, I'm going to check my queen 8. A big part of me feeling confident today was understanding that all the regs won't be playing. They were playing last night, except for a few of the morning guys. I really think he's going to start betting the times he has it. I was just about to check back again, but like, how would he not just bet? I'm going to call, boys. I'm going to call. Oh, wow. Okay. All right. No, he played it well. He's got to protect that hand, but God, we nearly. Nice. It's like the one fucking category of hand that actually will check jam that wins. Because the reason he doesn't just start betting that one is because he doesn't want to bet and then call and have all the shitty rivers. Heads up single raise pot. We B60 in position here on the flop. We start going big straight away. And yeah, lovely poker. Lully poker. Well, I hate this, but we flat jacks. It's gonna get interesting. We flat jacks against the 3-bet. He's got 36 bigs at the start of the hand. It's close. I feel much better about flatting against like 42 bigs. If the guy has... We're going to rep ace-x of hearts kind of well here, man. I kind of like it. Maybe even a hand like king jack of hearts or something too. We would have slow played aces. Hopefully he doesn't have the slow played aces. Good stuff. But yeah, 30 bigs, I'm just happily 4-bet jamming. 40 bigs, 45 bigs, I'm kind of happier to just flat. He had 36 bigs. We had the chip lead for a split second there again. Yo, Spieler number 1 says, hello Sven, how's your life? Pretty decent, all things considered. I play my favorite game in the world for a living, so it's never gonna get too miserable. I mean, I probably prefer football technically, but like, football's hard, man. It's, you know, I don't really have the body or knees for football anymore. I do love FIFA as well, like virtual football on the PlayStation or whatever, but not as much as poker. It's too limited, and so yeah, poker's right up there, first or second. So yeah, life's good, man. How about you, Spieler number 1? I had a fucked up weekend though. Like I had a bit of partying, and then had a lot of hangover, big long fast, fucking hibernation of sleep. It was kind of like a big reset. But yeah. Right, Zodiac Dragon again. Wow, there's only 7 minutes left in the 110 Daily Crown, by the way. Time flies. Here's Pig Warrior. This is the guy who 3-bet called A6 suited earlier. Yeah, a little bit torn between just 3-bet calling against the guy, but I honestly, I don't mind flatting and then calling off like, calling off a big jam behind. Although I don't know if they'll jam that wide, because I do kind of like the idea of a raise, lads, but do kind of like the idea of a raise. Because it does, like 2 years ago, it went against everything I believed in. The idea of just like raising a value hand in position when your like opponent could be bluffing. I'm gonna jam now though, which is just something I don't. Yeah, it's like there's two sides of the coin there, like, or there are two similar concepts there that are quite relevant to each other. The idea of raising the flop and the idea of jamming the turn in position. I wouldn't have really done either of those things. But, oh, shit. But, like, I played a huge hand against Random Chew, aka the mitigator on ACR, where I raise up the small blind as the chip leader on a big FT with huge ICM. He's one of the medium stack or second stack. I open the small blind, it comes ace 7-6 rainbow. I c-bet small and Random Chew raises the flop, and I'm like, how can he ever have a good hand here? And he ended up just having ace 9, and he turned 2 pair, I turned second pair. I had 10-9, by the way. I just had a gut shot to the nuts on the flop. Huge one here. But anyway, he King! He open jams aces, you fucking... God, who in their right mind, honestly. 25 bigs, early position, pocket aces. Like, is he out of his fucking... Nah. I wouldn't open rip aces just for the joke, just for the bit. 5 minutes left in late red, just to 110. What was I saying though? Who knows? Yeah, kind of similar to how the guy played the kings against us on the club boards. You don't really want to bet he calls club. We want to just kind of check jam our equity now, and you know. Yeah, the Random Chew hand. So like I on a big FT, he flats 10-8 offsuit, lads. $110 buy-in. The other guy 4-bet jammed Jack 8 offsuit earlier. Different players. The other guy was Chinese named. Like, how you can see why. What did I say at the start of this tournament? I hope it doesn't get cancelled. Yeah, no, insane games, man. I just gotta fucking try and play as much of them as possible. Anyway, so I ended up train wrecking the hand. I had third pair on the river, and I called down in this like 50-60 big blind pot in huge ICM, no bounties. And I was so tilted. I didn't even know the mitigator was random chew. I just had him as friend of stream tag. So I actually didn't know it was like a really top reg. And I went off. Because in the moment, I was livid that I thought he had played the hand so shit. I really disagreed with it. But yeah, there's a lot of like, you know, there's a lot of back and forth with, especially one of my buddies who knows Random Chew was kind of having a go at me as well. Like, you know, me and my buddy nearly fell out because he was trying to defend Random Chew. It's all a bit. But anyway, the dust settled. I started looking into the hand. I didn't look up any ICM stuff, but I looked up chip EV stuff on DTO. 20 big blind versus blind I looked at. 30 big blind versus blind I looked at. And it just opened my eyes. And the lesson was, it's a complicated lesson, but it's not all black and white. You just kind of push thin edges. It's a game of equities. It's not a black and white game of best hand, worst hand. It's a game of equities moving around and dancing around each other, and like, and to put it more simply, I thought that Random Chew should have 0 raises in that spot. And just to say that spot again, it was A7-6 rainbow. He was in the big blind. I was the small blind in the chip leader, raising and betting. So I would think naturally that like you just let the chip leader bluff. But I bet a quarter on the flop. And I'm going to continue a bunch of hands. Like I continued 10-9. I'm going to continue pocket kings. I'm going to continue pocket jacks. So he's, to put it simply, he's building the pot with an equity advantage. He's probably got like 70% against my range. I was just looking at a 2 black and white, and I saw a sim where it's 20 big blinds, you're the big blind, the small blind 3x's, 20 effective, you just call pocket aces, 20 effective, you just call. It comes A7-6, because I was looking at the A7-6 board. You do a little bit of raising, in theory you can do a little bit of raising with top set, with aces on A7-6. So that was the kind of nail in the coffin of my old black and white, dated ways of looking at the game. And it had a massive impact. You know what happened then? An absolutely massive heater was like just around the corner. Because my game evolved. I leveled up with that. And honestly, like, not that all the times I learn huge lessons are kind of attached to some pain. But a lot of the time it is pain that really kind of does it. And that hand was a painful one. Especially with like nearly falling out with everyone after too. I'm going to take this against a guy called Bruno. I don't like having a 9 though. The 55 bucker getting lucky here. I mean, look, it's a good jam in Scott Merritt's. I know it seems a little bit outside the box for someone who's more new to the game. Yo, Bruty! How we doing, brother? Thank you very much. You on the grind yourself? This is the 110, lads. 30 seconds of late reg left. Yeah. I would want to try and get some reels recorded from this deep run. So play some non-copyright music. It's great, like all the music I love, I can never listen to it because it's all copyrighted, of course, except for this fucking techno duo called Karen. That they just, their live sets is just all like, they're not like DJs that play pre-recorded songs. They have big pieces of equipment, analog equipment with knobs and stuff, and they're just playing like live music with little drum machines, and so it's not copyrighted. It's perfect. And they're like my favorite fucking techno duo too. So it's so perfect. So you're definitely going to hear a lot of Karen in my reels. But my editor loves it because the music's so repetitive, he can chop up the videos and it's just, you don't notice. Seth says I'm out anyway, got some stuff to do, be back later, see you on the FT. It's going to be a long one, Seth, man. The boys filled me in that my day 2. Yes, I've got other people filling me in on my own day 2. Because I did kind of forget. But in 7 hours, I have a day 2. So it's going to be a long one. I'll see you in a bit, mate. I'll see you in a bit. But yeah, 44. Oh, it's the final table. Perfect. The final table. $110 Daily Crown Classic. We're playing for $830 here. Funny enough, we're in for $850 on the day, as you can see, bottom of screen. So, on a long set, we're only warming up. So, kind of being close to break even right at the start. How many are paid? 2. Just 2 of us paid. Oh, that's why there's so much for first. Jesus. Okay, lads. This can be kind of polar. So. Oh no, that was a bad timeout in the big blind there. Oh no. Oh no, that was a bad timeout in the big blind. Well, just because we flopped it. Oh shit. Just because we absolutely flopped it. This guy should trap aces. He won't though. I don't think he will. Go on, let's leave some room for some shenanigans. We're obviously 3-bet folding pre, you know, like we're not a fucking crazy bastard. But yeah, just targeting some like you think of the hands that might go for a little steal there, needing chips. Something like ace-8 off or something. They're the hands that they don't even want to peel the extra 1.3 bigs. I mean, it is 2 places paid 8 left, so we are quite far away. There was a lot of max late regs in this one, probably because it overlaid. No, it didn't overlay. Probably looked like it was about to overlay. That's why everyone jumped in. Jumping all over the world. Dun, dun, dun. Go on then, this is a bit heavy, but why not? Right, I mean, man, I've been slacking a little bit, not looking in the lobbies, to be real. Fucking hell. Loads of tourneys that I'm not in. Zodiac main's kicking off soon, man. We got it all going down. We're chip leading the Zodiac Dragon High Roller. It's all going down. Hey Siri, set timer 28 minutes.
28 minutes, starting now.
Hey Siri, set timer 37 minutes. Whoa. See, like, people ask a lot about max late regs. The main kind of reason I'm doing max late regs is so I don't have too many tables, right? I get to jump in last second in a couple of 30 and 40 bucker non-PKO tournaments. So now for the next half hour, I'm going to have more table space. That's basically the main reason of max late regs. Although some tournaments are just kind of built so that a max late reg is really fucking good. Let me up this. You know, that's something I've been doing a bit because I've been trying to play a little less tables generally. Just changing the lobby, you know, hiding a lot of the lower stakes stuff in the lobby, making them in buy in 30. Although I don't want to miss a GG Masters 25 bucker. So I always end up with too many tables. I'm not the best skipper. We did not pre-reg the 1087 max. My bad for that. But, you know, it might be for the greater good. The greater good. Zodiac main. It's such a great tournament, but getting in from the start, is it necessary? Damn, I think... Wait. Why doesn't it have the... Oh, I see. They've changed the kind of top thing there. Daily guarantee. No, I want, like... They don't let you filter out the special ones now. You know when in the top of the GG lobby you could just kind of do the It would just it would filter out all the little tiny tournaments, you know. But they've changed that. It's fucking whatever. Whatever. Probably because they want people to see all the fucking tournaments. Hide satellites though, please. And thank you. Getting the Zodiac main from the start. I mean, let's chill on it. Let's chill on it. Let's chill on it. An 88 deep stack turbo in from the start. That's another one. We'll be quite meticulous and calculated with our buy-ins. So we could keep the standard of poker nice and high. Not be rushed. We just timed out of a fucking snap defend in the big blind and would have flopped top pair in the flush draw. So kind of got to punish ourselves for that and focus extra hard. I'll sell 25% of the 215s, and the 250 monster stack will be coming up in actually in just an hour and a half, along with the Zodiac Goat High Roller. Thanks, Coconut. I'm actually going to update the title now as well. Thanks to you. Zodiac Goat High Roller, 250 Monster Stack, 215 Bounty Hunter. These are all getting regged and selling 25% of each. Maybe I'll do some packing, and I like to multitask. Like maybe on breaks I start packing my bags for Thailand, because I'm heading over to WPT, and my session is going to be a lot longer than anticipated, because again I forgot about my day 2 later. So we're going to be powering through all that. I did wake up 4 p.m. local time, which is normally I have issues with peak time when I wake up at like noon and then I have to play until the next fucking noon. But honestly, 4 p.m. to like 10 a.m. easy work for me, which sounds kind of sick, but in terms of just not getting too tired. Although I did have a bit of a weird like weekend where I just was in hibernation, but you think when you get a bunch of sleep you don't need to sleep again, but sometimes you've slept, you've fucking hibernated all weekend, and then you want to sleep again. I don't know. That shit happens to me. 108. We are in quite a low stakes tournament. It's a $15 rapid knockout hyper. 30k guaranteed. It's being awkward. Where the fuck's the table, man? This would be a little awkward, man. Cause like the dynamic is so that I should be attacking this. Okay, he just calls. Good. I think we have the best hand a lot, to be honest. We kind of went small as well with the 3-bet. So Yeah. I mean, we got 7 tables, very low. But one of them's an FT that we're in a really good position. We don't really want to make any errors in the FT because that's, you know, that's what's going to cost us. Let's try and lock up. We'll lock up the 800 bucks. 832 would be a great score early doors. I think I'm gonna. They're gonna size up here. Around about 60, B60. The thing is though, like I do have it's to make that play work, I also gotta do something else. I don't wanna say it though, man. I don't wanna give away everything. We're open jamming the button here into 16 big blind stacks. Uh, 6.4 into 8.8. Let's go with this. 2 paid, 7 left. We're in a position where we just want to accumulate chips, and I think this is going to be profitable. 6.4. Calling 6.4 off. Put a red one. Come on, let's not fuck about here. Oh, okay. All right. No worries. No worries. Daily Crow, I said, without putting the N on the end. The Daily Crow. Daily Crown. Okay, gotcha. Got it. It will be time soon. Well, not just on the FT, but in the Zodiac Dragon High Roller as well. It will be time to start putting some pressure on soon. They're quite similar in terms of how long it's going to take until we start applying some pressure. It's an important pot, that fucking King Jack, King 10. Okay, you don't moan about pots. Like, what's... No shit. You're gonna play a pots that you want to win. And you're gonna lose them. So you're gonna be like... You're gonna keep, like, going back to that hand you lost saying, oh, I would have liked to have won that pot instead of losing that pot a moment ago. It's just such nonsense, man. And it is stuff that I say all the time, but... It's just so quickly just feels stupid to be talking about. Which is a great place to be in. Keep him honest in this fashion. Another player out on the 110 FT. 6 left now. We're in second. This guy doesn't seem like he's going to bluff it off with his 12 VPIP. Ah, he's just sat down. Go on, let's try and win. And actually, I'll just believe the guy if he bets. Because look what he checks. Okay. Thought he was just going to check some hand that can never win like everyone likes to do. Open rip 13 effective, 12 effective. Nice. 7 minutes of late reg left over here. Let's do the same again because we don't allow them to play defensive. We don't allow them to just flat the button or flat the big blind. They gotta call it all or nothing. You know, they can't just peel and fucking min raise. Which they will do a lot with hands like Ace Jack and King Queen suited. You know, we allow the button to just flat King Queen suited instead of getting it in. I'm not saying he will do that necessarily, but a good player will. Because King Queen will play as a trap as well. It plays very well against my weaker hands. Ah! That flop was so juicy. Juicy, juicy. 2 bullets gone in the 88. That's okay. Shit happens. I'm not gonna do this. 5 left now. Let's keep it on this FT. They're dropping like flies. They're dropping like flies. Okay, Ace Jack in the 55 Daily Classic. 5 minutes of late reg left. Oh, big blind is gonna... Okay, pair me up, dealer. Pair me up. 7 scoop. Fuck it anyway. Damn. This FT's getting a bit freaky now. Okay, but we have to pay attention. The other stacks collide. Okay, a collision. The Ace Deuce loving life. Calling off the Ace Deuce there isn't really it, by the way, because the min cash is like $500, 468. Anyway, whatever. God, this is gonna get weird. But we're good in these spots. We're good in these spots. We grew up on sit and goes. We're good in these spots. Ah, Bunbo, lads. It's gonna seem reckless, but when it's about overtaking the shorties in a spot where he's gonna fold everything, we're taking that opportunity. You're too imbalanced, mate. When you come, you know, man, Yuri Zilievsky. You know Yuri Zilievsky, the nerd guy. Funny enough, it was also four-handed. I'm not just doing this. I'm not just copying Yuri for no reason. But I did see Yuri play a pot against Cale Burns. Cale Burns is like... He's NZ or Australia. Sorry to get it mixed up, but... Oh, this is sick. But... Anyway, Cale Burns raises into the nerd guy, Zilievsky's big blind. In a spot where Cale Burns just isn't really... We're gonna jam here, man. I think the small blind's in a real fucker of a spot, unless he's gonna be an idiot about... Do it for all of it. 9. Fuck it anyway, man. Anyway, 4-13, whatever. You can't win them all. Anyway, Yuri Zilievsky. Cale Burns opens, and it's... Long story short, Yuri Zilievsky's got 9-7 offsuit. And it's not necessary. It's not about... Obviously, he rips 9-7 offsuit in Cale Burns' face. He's obviously not playing the hand. It's not necessarily playing the man either. It is a little bit of playing the man, but it's just playing logic. It's that in that spot, Cale Burns is just... He's overdoing it. How would Yuri Zilievsky know he's overdoing it? Because of how easy it is to overdo it based on... So Cale Burns just raised it up. Like, they were both shallow, big ICM. If Cale Burns is only raising up aces and kings, and he's never going to play ace-king like that, and he's never going to even play nines like that, it's really easy for Cale Burns to overdo it with all of the fucking nonsense. With all of the... Cale Burns could have... I forget what Cale Burns had, but he could have king 7 off. He could have king 10. He could have queen 5 suited. He could have 8-6 suited. He could have 9-8 off. Cale Burns can have all of that shit. We should have flattered our aces, by the way. Absolutely should have flattered our aces. Although when we 3-bet, he shouldn't believe us, because if we had aces, we'd just always flat. But anyway, yeah, so Yuri Zilievsky being... He took his time. You probably had some kind of old school guys watching saying, oh, look at this Brazilian guy tanking. He was playing quick the whole tournament. But obviously this hand, he's figuring out that he can just rip in 9-7 offsuit. And he does rip in 9-7 offsuit. And that was just such an inspiring hand, because it showed me that, like, it's mats as well. It's mats as well. Like, Kale Burns to the shallow stack. He's pumped. He's spewed in like 2-3 big blinds. Again, in a spot where he's just not inducing ace-king. He's not inducing nines. And, like, Zilievsky can put a bunch of ICM pressure on Kale. You know? You get what I'm saying. So, yeah, that was just really inspiring. And now I do see loads of spots like that. But obviously it wasn't just me seeing that and then doing it everywhere. You know, you can think about these things and look into these things. Damn, that one sucks, doesn't it? The 110. Big old 468 min cash. Cover half our buy-ins so far. The King 6, like, obviously we're going to be a bit results biased, but I think the King 6 suited is more questionable than the Queen 4 off. The Queen 4, when he raises to 2, when he covers us, right? He's 2 of 4, we're 3 of 4. He's just jamming so many hands. Just like Kale Burns in that Zilievsky spot should be jamming a lot of hands, or folding, maybe limping. But in this spot there, when the guy covers us, he's going to be jamming so much. So when he does this 2.7x, that I know will have Jack Deuce off, Jack 6 off, King 5 off, you know, all of the even weaker than that. He's even going to take 8-5 off, because I will fold the spot a lot if I am some, you know, if I'm some kind of normal player or weaker player, you know. If he limps, I check back. If he limps, I check back. Because, and this is a really simple way to put it, but I think it kind of gets the point across to an extent. He's going to have, he's either going to have 2 overcards for the most part, or he's going to have the undercards. And the check back really crushes the undercards. He's going to limp in like, I don't know what like 8-6 offsuit, 8-5 offsuit that didn't want to jam. The only issue is he could be trapping pocket 9s, and then we don't get the max from pocket 9s because we check back. But there's not many other hands, because if he has a hand like King 7, he's all in preflop. If he has a hand like, you know, he's either got about 15 to 20% equity, or we're flipping against some of his traps, or we're behind some of his traps. And I did that at Zach Play, FT Bubble. I think it was the 1K Masters. And it was one of the Greenwood brothers. One of the Greenwood brothers limped in FT Bubble in the small blind. I was in the big blind with like 8 bigs. And I was just thinking about the spot, and I'm like, Do I really want to just jam here? Like, when the hands he's going to snap fold I crush anyway. He actually ended up having 10s as well, and he hit a flush. We got it in on the flop, and we both had 10s. Which kind of shows to my point. It is a spot where they're polar. He could have had jacks, queens, kings, aces just as easy. And he's not really going to have much. He could have 9s. I remember talking about it with friends, and they were like, well, you're going to miss a lot of value from 8s and 9s. It's worth it for me. I missed the value from 8s and 9s. I'll get all the value from 8-5 offsuit. I save my stack when he's got kings. It's quite nice. Vanioni says GG. Yeah, GG, bro. I like how I played it, man. The King 6 is interesting. I talked a lot about the Queen 4 there, but the King 6 is interesting. We had 13 bigs on the button. Big blind at 8. Other guy had like 8 or 7, right? Chip leaders in the small blind. It's not like we're direct bubble, though. I think the King 6 is fine. It's fine. What's the starting stack in this one? 25k, yeah. But that big blind should be calling super wide, and he's playing really wide. But people are so bad at even the really wide guys and even really loose guys somehow play bounty tournaments really bad. And I used to think a lot that bounty tournaments kind of make it they make the fucking really wide guys less bad because you're supposed to play wider in bounty tournaments, so it makes them like less of a losing player when they're in a bounty tournament. That's not the case, by the way. They're still just terrible at bounty tournaments. They're still just like too many passive actions. They'll play loose and passive. They'll see flops. They won't jam enough. They won't call off jams enough. Covered by both of these guys. It's a minor thing. It's a minor thing. That we're covered by both of them, it doesn't matter too much. It means they're going to continue a little bit more, potentially. Which obviously isn't what we want, but we have a bunch of equity anyway. Wow, the nuts. Whoa, I thought, because I was looking through my OBS, I thought it was a 9. I thought we flopped the nuts. You know what we're going to target here? Pocket 10s, pocket 9s, 8 7s, or not 8 7s, but 9 8s, like the 7x, 8x with a gutter. I know we block a lot of them. We block the 10 8, 10 7. He's still going to have 9 7, 9 8, and some 10 8, 10 7. Now, when we block these hands, sure. But, okay, now if he does happen to have these hands, we've way more equity. So it's, you know, it's the same thing sometimes when you block flush draws. It's like, you block the continues, but like, it's also nice to just kind of, if they do have a flush draw, you block their outs, right? There's also some substance to that. You can't deny. The 55 daily crown, there's 21 left, 860 up top, and there's 9 of us getting some return. It didn't really seem like he was very priced in with that hand, to be honest. I mean, whatever. I'm taking this, man. I'm moving back and forth with it, but I'm gonna take it. I feel like there's other ways for this guy to play aces and kings, but it's probably just, I don't think he's gonna open rip these hands. Yeah, of course, we're so close to the money. Hold, please, man. Come on, we lost one of these earlier. Shit, man. It's shit. It's probably just we're gonna run into it a lot, aren't we? I just felt like he was going to be more weighted towards the light stuff. But say a hand like 10-9 suited that would normally jam 8 bigs He just might fold that now because the big blind might change things as well. But when the big blind's just got an extra big behind, he only really needs to min raise a lot of stuff because it's, you know, that's, the big blind's in anyway, you know? I mean, the big blind folded this time. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Anyway, we had a price. We had a bit of a price on it. He'll send in queen 10s suited, jack 10s suited. It's only 3 combos each of those. And then he's got all the ace queen offs, ace king offs. Yeah, I should have just fucking let it go, man. Nice. I honestly think we skipped the big blind in this one. Man, I think we skipped the big blind twice, if that's possible, because there a few hands ago, like last orbit, I was like, I swear I've skipped the big blind. I swear we skipped it again. Oh, look at us backing into the straight. In the 55. I'd love to have the money on WPT as well. I mean, we've got a solid 3k on there, but I want to fire super hard on the site. Okay. Ay, ay, ay. Sven spews. Or I might do a rebrand. Sven spews. Should be tanking a little bit into the Zodiac High Roller now as well, since we're covered by a few on our table. Like this one is a 3-bet fold, actually. Japanese having each other's back. Shabushio! Let's pretend we had something. Well, well, well. If it isn't kings. $30 special. This is the first hand we could play. We just max late wedged. You can see by our 0 VPIP there. Hello. The more the merrier, lads. Get on in here. And get on in here with an ace-x too. Ace-x, ace-x, ace-x. At least you got 2 outs and not 1. No clubs, please. Don't do that to me. Ah, yeah. Still alive. We're still alive. Oh, look at it. Looks like we're going to get a quintuple over here. Said that very early, though. Very nice. I mean, we go from 0.7 to 4.4. Yeah, quintuples 5, right? 5x? Interesting one. I will just kind of probe here. Our hand benefits from a bit of protection. It benefits from a little bit of value. But also it's our kind of board in the big blind. We can just leverage the board in our favor. And that we don't need to like bomb to do that. We can just like go for a little stab and we'll generate a decent amount of folds. And 215 bounty kicking off now. Fun times. Zodiac main event, we jumped in now as well. 130 bigs. Awkward one in the Zodiac Dragon. I should be tanking more, man. Yeah, we flat 25 effective here. I think it's good to not jam the 25 bigs here, honestly. I think it's good. Ooh, let's go. We've only gone and got ourselves the pocket jacks here against Hawk Tua. There's 9 paid, 15 left. Been running into it a lot, haven't we? 10, 10, 10, 10. Jackass. Just a jackass, man. This guy checks it down, to my surprise, to my surprise, for a sight for sore eyes. King Queen checks it down? Hey, look at this. Someone check this guy's passport. The fuck was that? Oh, I know what it was. No. I don't mean to insult. You know what it was? I think he got spooked out because I flat with the big blind being so shallow. So he just thinks that he just went for the hero give up because he thinks I'm trapping him so much. I was gonna call off it all, so he was kind of right about that. I didn't want to jam myself, but I wanted to let the big blind jam. As we get a really nice first in spot here now. We raised turn in position after checking back. I'm liking where this is going. I think we can check now though. Some 6x gets there. Sometimes we were already losing, but not often. Okay. It's gone check in the flop. You know why I raised turn? Because he's gone half pot, dude. If you genuinely, if you want to get some traction in your career, you need to size up when it's time to size up and when you've got the nuts. It worked out for you. You got me to do the raising for you. But 99 out of 100 players are just going to call my hand there. Because what that guy is doing, he's telling me I've got the best hand. And I know, that's what he's doing with the size. Because he should never pick that size with a hand that's better than my hand. Because it's King 6-4 deuce. I've got 5-4. I've got 6-3. I've got 5 deuce. I've got worse King X. I've got Ace 5. These are all hands that are just calling, man. They're just calling you. So like size up a little bit and you'll just see your results get a lot better. Anyway, let's say it with love. 40 bigs. Anyone? Any flatters here? Any flatters here? What a fucking comeback, by the way. We've 21 bigs after having 0.7. Just flat the ace 5. Plus 26. Including the 250 and the 280 that's coming up soon, we're up to just under 2k in buy-ins. Ooh. I do like going really small here just to put some hands in a bit of a spot and deny the tiniest bit of equity. We have such a good price to deny equity, like when we bet so small. Getting a bit crazy. There we go. There we go. What did we have to sacrifice in the process, though? Because I switch to the table, I get OBS ready, and it does the wrong table for me. It picks up on the wrong table. Even though I've chosen the Zodiac main, it just glitches and chooses another table. And because of all of that, we fucking timed out a hand on a big... That's fucking so annoying. So annoying, man. So annoying. So annoying. What a fucking... Just let... While I'm being salty for 30 seconds, what a shit run out as well. Jesus Christ. How about a 3, a 4, a 6, a 7, a 10... well, there was a 10. A club, a 9, a king. Give me some... You know, club comes on the river. Vroom. Easy game. They won't fold. Easy fucking game. But no. Anyway, that's salt over. We have our 30 seconds every now and then to blow off steam. Oh, another hand isn't ready. It's the 215. We lead into 2 players here on the flop. We were in the big blind. We lead into... Oh, what did the guy... So we lead small, the guy calls, and then we overbet turn. What was it? What was the fucking other hand earlier? Ace deuce suited? I'm trying to find the showdown. Oh, the guy came in for a cold 4 with ace queen off that hand. 13 bigs? I wanted to make it 13 bigs. We're just lagging a bit here. But yeah, got the job done. See, you know, what was I saying earlier? Just about sizings and leaning on the smaller size. There I wanted to go even bigger. It was still done. You know what size other people are going there? Not to always be shitting on people, but like... Just for the sake of a strategy discussion, people are going 3x. What did we go there in early? 2.2x? Snap fold. Going 3x. Like, you have to think of what you're targeting. What difference is it going to make when you're like sizing up and making your bluffs just not be allowed to make any money? But you don't have any cold 4-bet bluffs. That's why everyone's going so big. Because you're not cold 4-betting your king, queen, king, jack suiteds. And when you are cold 4-betting your king, jack suits, you do want to make it as good of a price as possible to make the fucking play profitable, because you're coming in for a cold... Anyway. We're just going to show down here. This guy got away with one. We timed out of a king blind versus blind because we were fiddling around with OBS trying to show you a hand. Wonder is someone going to attack us here a little bit? Generally, no. We're 4 off the money here. Good play. Gonna tank once. While I'm at it, while I'm tanking, it'll freak him out a little bit. He's probably there. He's probably sitting on like queen jack suited or something, or not, or it's just like ace queen off. Or I would think it's a good play with queen jack suited. So now are we covering everyone, or what's going on? No, we're not. This guy's got 40 big store left. Oh yeah, the king's hand, but sorry, I didn't show you the rest. Nothing happened in the king's hand. Didn't miss anything. There wasn't much of a collision. So we absolutely fucking... Ah no, look, whatever, man. Let's move on. Let's move on. It's not ideal. It's not ideal, but... So when is the 108? The 108 day 2's next week? Or it's the 108's hardly later as well, is it? Is it? No. The 108's this. Let me fucking check, man. Yeah. Oh Lord, have mercy. Limping in. Alright, let's play some streets, man. Let's play some streets, man. Fucking weird ass shit. On the bubble. I mean, I do like the idea of like he's gonna jam less because the big blind's just kind of already priced in. Very big into two players here. I would have... Whatever. Can see a lot of checkbacks here. No, unless he just has it, I guess. Unless he just has the queens plus. So maybe leading is the one, because he'll have like king queens and maybe... See, I just expect him to open rip ace queen ace king though. This is just... It's just it too much. Like, he's betting on such a wet texture into us. It could be like king 10 off with a club, though. Could be like king 10 off with a club. I didn't want to go stone min raise, stone click to 3.6. At least make it look like we're trying to generate a fold or two. Doo-doo. He gets to C now. I think if I start saying running hot, it'll look weak, but... Just jam! Karagunis. Okay. Don't think he's got many flush draws, unless it's like some sort of ace-8 of clubs stat. Ace-8, or like ace-7 of clubs, something like that makes sense, honestly. And I kind of respect it, because again, him jamming these hands doesn't have much merit when the big blind's just kind of in anyway. So he can achieve a very similar thing with a min raise, or just the limp that he went for. He's achieving a very similar thing with just a limp. King Jack offsuit, dead as a doorknob, sayonara! Nice. Very nice indeed. Go on, I'm not folding this hand. He does seem nitty. Good jam though, good jam. This is exactly what he should be doing. A lot of the times I'm giving people credit for a play. They are losing the hand, or they have gotten it in behind, but that's just such a... You need to get it in behind all the time. It's just a part of the game. Your opponent gets dealt something fucking better. It's like... The worst players generally are so afraid of, like... getting sucked out on, like overly afraid of getting sucked out on, overly afraid of this and that thing. I'm just gonna flat this man because he might 4-bet jam a hand like Jack 10 suited or Queen Jack suited. And like, sure we're targeting like offsuit hands. Oh, we're bet jamming here in the. This is a. Where's the table, brother? Triple this off. You didn't get to barely see it, but you can tell what happened. He rivered 2 pair. Well played, us. Not being sarcastic. Like you know when you run into these river. All right, I check. I mean, it's not the best. It is just a board we can just fucking stab a lot. You know, and we will fold out a bunch of like, I don't know. We'll fold out a hand like King 9 of clubs. We'll fold out a hand like Ace 8 of clubs or... Check again, obviously, now. The 108 6-max just sending in 10s for 37. We're gonna sweat the river together. Interesting if he... Well, it's not very interesting if he goes for the bet. This guy calls off 7s. I mean, I'll send in Ace 4 suited and stuff, so yeah. Why not, man? We're checking all the way. Not gonna go for a little block with an ace now. He can still have better Jack X or Pocket Kings as well. And also a hand that wasn't gonna fold on the flop, so quite nice. He's a backdoor steel wheel there. It's probably a hand that raises, you know, and I did not want to get raised because he's got the King Jack plus to just value fuck us, you know? King Jack, Ace Jack, Queens, Kings, Aces. Crushing our tournament with all of those hands that he won't only have, but he will be weighted towards. You know, he's gonna, when people raise it up pre, or automatically they don't have 10-9 offsuit anymore. They're more weighted towards aces than fucking 10-9 or some shit. They don't even have 10-9. But even like Jack 10 offsuit, he might be folding Jack 10 offsuit in the money. He's more weighted towards the nutted stuff. Slightly. Don't get me wrong, but slightly weighted towards. It all matters. The better you are at kind of evaluating everything and all the moving parts, it's essentially the better you are at the game. And there's a lot of slight things. There's a lot of slight little things I feel like people disregard. But then again, there's things I disregard. Like I'll be honest with you, lads. You know what I'm trying to work on? Timing tells. Timing is everywhere. And honestly, about 2 or 3 years ago, a very nice guy who's known me a long time. He told me he's getting some real criminal timing tells off me, like. And I didn't. I believed him at the time, but in terms of like how big of a deal it was, I was like, look, because I also just dish out a bunch of reverse timings. But now as time has went on a little bit more, there's just a lot of spots where you, with a certain timing, with a certain speed, you just discount a certain part of your range. And again, with reverse timings, I do snap in spots where I assume they're going to discount parts of my range. But then I'm also leaving breadcrumbs because I'm snapping with the specific part of the range they think won't snap. And I'm doing all this weird stuff. I think I'd be better off just... You know, because it's always fucking miserable as well playing against people who are just... really calculated. But I don't know, when I'm playing some of my best poker, I am speeding around the place, dancing around the Austrians like a ballerina. But like, yeah, it's just something to work on, man. It's just something to work on. I think overall having balanced timing would be better than all my, well, who knows. Yeah, I don't know. I think back in the day the reverse timing stuff was cool. But everyone's just kind of grown up a bit and they just kind of play solid. They're not, people aren't getting leveled as like back in the day, you know? Facts. People just aren't getting leveled like they used to. So you're trying to do all these levely timings and stuff. People don't care. You're just going to end up giving them fucking information for no reason. God almighty, it's so well, howdy doody, clubby. 3-bet pot with the A7 of clubs. Always lovely flopping a flush draw, isn't it? I might check back the turn, you know. Might check back the turn. Here we have the nuts. I'm gonna raise him, man. I'm gonna raise him. Just they don't bluff twice, you know, so let's seek value instead of, oh, we'll let him bluff the river. Nah. I'm gonna call. Don't see much 10x, honestly. Ah, nice, very nice. And no board pair. Well, he doesn't have. We shouldn't be afraid of the board pair. Going for it. Let's just go for it all to raise suspicion rather than doing something weird. Do. Yeah, like 15, 16 bigs. That's kind of nice, you know, like. On one hand, I do hate when people play face up, and like sometimes I might see someone do this like real face up sizing. Like if you got a bluff, you're gonna go for it all in a lot of these spots. But at the same time, man, like I do respect people just understanding how much value they're gonna get and going and getting that fucking value, rather than me who's trying to be all consistent and, you know, real hard to play against and all sexy poker, and then I'm just betting 3/4 pot when they're only going to call half pot. So then I'm getting nothing. Like my friend Mr. Bradley, a guy who I've always respected his game massively. I did the first time I was on the Chip Race, an Irish podcast. One of the best podcasts, poker podcasts in the game, and it won the best a few years running. But I was on that podcast and they asked me about up and coming poker players. I said Leon Sturm, what a great fucking shout, way before he was playing like the absolute nosebleeds. And I said Mr. Bradley, so that goes to show how much I respect Mr. Bradley. He played his hand against me the other day. Hang on a second. Yeah, we're just check calling a big bet on the turn here. It's not ideal. And you're just value betting, my friend. It is the type of spot where you're just like, oh, we should go all in now, but yeah, we're gonna go all in now. Actually, yeah. I mean, he's gonna just snap call some medium flush, but we do bin 2 pairs and stuff, so. We binned the fuck out of 2 pairs. Just blocked the world, man. I nearly shied away from that just because his range is quite strong, but his range can have a bunch of 2 pairs, which are also just going to seek value for a big size. Mr. Bradley plays this hand against big pot in the Zodiac Dragon, lads. Ace 4 off is such a punt, but I knew the games were going to be amazing. That's okay. That's okay, lads. There's 5.6k up top in this one. God, and they just wait until they're in the money, man. Like, man, they're trying to get into, they all relax and all. I hate that. And I see people do it like 4-handed in big tournaments as well. And I've done it at the start of my career. You know when you're just like, you need to be careful getting satisfied from your result in a tournament while you're still in the tournament. Honestly, such fucking good advice, man. And I was at EPT Cyprus with the boys. And Leo Worthington Lease, crusher of the game, he ended up shipping the Battle of Malta. But first of all, they made a deal short-handed, right? And they play for another 80k. Go on, let's go, man. Let's go. Surely the guy knows how to squeeze the big blind once in a while. Oh! So annoying! Aces! Fuck off! Queen! Queen of diamonds! What a oh! Well done, Sven, well done. Getting a bit carried away because, and I used to say this all the time as well, you know what the worst thing that can happen to you when you 4-bet jam? You get it true. The worst thing that can happen when you 4-bet jam light is you get it true. You get the fucking 4-bet through, and then you think, oh, people are 3-bet bluffing now. Oh, what time is it? Oh, it's time that people are 3-bet bluffing now. And then you run into aces 3 hands in a row. And you just wish that you got snapped by ace king the first time you sent it, so that you would have learned. Anyway, that's pissed me off a little bit. Anyway, whatever, man. I'm being a bit results biased. Fucking just show me ace king or kings. Fucking aces. And you know what the worst thing is as well? He's probably so fucking nitty. He's probably not even squeezing 10s. That's why he showed up with aces. It's no coincidence he showed up with aces and not fucking, pocket 10s. And pocket 10s, if the big blind squeezes 10s there, I'll still call them a nit. Because, oh, look at you. You just squeezed 10s. Great. Typical. Wow, this guy's snap calling. We turned a double gutter now. God, I think jamming could just fucking work here, boys. Godspeed. We cover him for the bounty. What bluffs can jam for this? But he just has a hand that doesn't care if... Oh, he's just a fish. What do you beat? What the fuck do you beat, brother? What do you beat on the turn? What do you beat? All my flush draws? There isn't any flush draws, you big fucking restart. You fucking mentally ill fucking fat bastard. Take it easy, man. Take it easy. You probably got a fucking, probably there with a family to feed. Nah, he's this young dude, is he? Alright, well played, well played, you little fucking... all the words I can't even say. R word, H word, F word, old school F words. They were the words that came to mind, and I can't say any of them. That's brutal, isn't it? Yo, Tony, how we doing, pal? We're having a bit of a meltdown for no reason. It's going good, though. We're 5.6k up top here. 31 left. Tony, I'm off to Thailand tomorrow, although nothing booked yet. Because I'm, But it's all good. The WPT doesn't start till the 25th. I'm grabbing a drink out of the fridge. It's a fucking nice drink, too. It's a fucking nice drink. Yeah, we 4-bet jammed into ace queen into the aces. Fucking Chinese nit. The guy with 10-9. Oh no, here's actually okay. And this is honestly, I'll tell you what he could be thinking. Just to give him the benefit of the doubt, which I'm not giving him, by the way. Especially with the speed he called. He's just some little fucking cokehead kid with a rich dad. And honestly, man, I've said a lot of random shit, like calling him a fat bastard and whatever, but like, that last little dig is probably quite close to home, to be honest. For him, like close to the truth for him. But yeah, in his defense, which again is just, but he could think that I've got the pair plus open-ender hand, which by the way would still have 33% equity. Like I've found like the only type of kind of double gutted low equity thing I could even have there on a fucking rainbow 8-6-5 queen. Like it's. But anyway, look, man. Look, there's X amount of chips in the pot, and it wasn't an overbet on the turn. But when you include his bounty being another 2.5k chips in the pot, it's not really an overbet. So that's. I think it's quite nice. But he just snapped us off because he's, got fucking some issues. Hopefully not, man. Like, hopefully not. But, gotta make assumptions. Don't have to make assumptions, but... Just getting a wee set to play before I've got 2 minutes left. All right, let me fucking run here. Let's dance. Put on your red shoes and dance. Units. Always just have it. Oh, and now YouTube's being really fucking slow. Well, isn't that just ideal? Isn't that just fucking ideal? I don't want you sitting here in silence, man. It's too boring. Nice one, YouTube. I hate that. Like, internet's so fast, but for whatever reason, YouTube... And I'll do an internet speed test. It'll be like 100 upload speed, 100 download speed. It's probably CPU related, though. That's why... I don't know. Anyway... Whoopsie daisy. MTTs. Penthouse Prince in the house. How we doing, brother? What are these guys doing? But here's the thing, man. When I was in the shower pre-session, I give myself a little pep talk a lot, like fold when they bet the river. Like is mainly what I'll repeat to myself for 20 minutes straight. But no, I gave myself some good advice. I said the games are going to be really soft today. There's bound to be some bullshit, and you know we've seen a lot of bullshit, especially on WPT. But we held a lot of the crazy hands where people were just trying to give me their money. So sometimes it's off peak. Everyone played yesterday. You know what I'm saying? God, everything's so slow. I guess you got that day 2 later, Mr. Prince, right? That's your plan. Fuck's sakes, man. There's been a mosquito here that's been surviving and thriving. Oh no, it's not a mosquito. Okay. Oh my God. If that doesn't play the fucking song, man. Oh my God. Oh, we got Prop on the grind. Prop always keeps us on our toes. You know what's... Oh, tell you what, some bad fucking news for me. About 2 years ago, I started suffering from this thing called vertigo, where you kind of lie or rest your head a certain way, and you just your head starts spinning. Based on nothing, it's like something goes wrong in your inner ear or something, one ear, and it's just horrible. It can make you nauseous too. And just yesterday, when I'm rolling around in bed and trying to get some sleep, it came back, and I was like, hopefully it goes away again. It's nothing serious anyway. The first time it came around, I thought it was something serious, fucking scary, but nah, it's fine. We limp here so we can open the action up, reopen the action. Like, cause he had 2 big blinds. If we min raise, small blind can flat, and then, come on, 37.50, let's hold. Red is good, but there's still a lot of cards. Let's go. Smoke. Jeez, don't put it, don't put it. Here, wait. Alright, I got you, Tony. No, I don't want to do that. But I will just delete that off there in case there's any weirdos that are going to prank you or something. But I took a picture of it before I deleted it. Here we go in the 88. Oh, that's not the running hot flop, is it? I knew it was going to be a Black River. I fucking knew it. Black River. Have a great session if you're out there, young Prapatron. Ah, that's why Prap's getting on the grind. He's pre-regging the 250 Monster and the Zodiac Goat. Good old Prap. Some 300 effective with young Prap. I don't want to fold. Whoa. I don't want to fold, dude. Oh, we've timed out? Yeah, nice. You see how quick I need to upgrade my shit, man. It's too much. I hated that spot, by the way. You know how I look at that spot? He's got an overpair so often that we're trying to kind of figure out, do we have the right price to set mine? 6 bigs behind. We flop a set 1 and 8, so we're not even going to 8x our fucking 1 big blind investment. And you can say, well, it's not all about just flopping a set. No. Well, what I can say against that is, if you're going to use that logic in that, oh, we don't always have to just flop a set, well, then we're going to lose a bunch of chips all the time, all the other times too, where we think we've the best hand on 8-5 deuce, or it comes 10-10-8, or, you know, like. Anyway. In the dirt. God, but I wish we just folded the ace queen. It's one of those where I was really like, nice. We were really like hovering over the fold. But then I was like, you know, it's out of respect for the Chinese guys. I do think the Chinese just seem to get the game in terms of casual players. Like, I think the best recreationals in the world are Chinese, man. Like, and I don't really know, but if I was to guess, if you were to like if we were to like both pick 2 fucking stables of recreationals, you got to pick a country, I got to pick a country. I think I'd pick China, man. I'm not sure what it is. It could be just, I don't know, man. But I think I've played a lot of live poker with Chinese, and I'm like, so are you play full time? Like, no. And they're not lying to me. Like, I've met a lot of dudes that they're not telling me they're not a pro to be like, because they know I'm a pro. But they're just, you know, the amount of fucking like. But it's a certain demographic of like rich Chinese dudes that are into poker, businessmen. They kind of got some tricks, but like value raising the river, man. The Austrians can't even value raise the river. And then I get some Chinese recreational, and he like, I bet some size on the river, and then he raises me, and I'm like, this doesn't make sense. And he's got like top pair 10 kicker that just pips me, and I'm like, what the fuck? Don't auto check. I did a really nasty misclick from auto checking, because they lead and you fucking you snap call because you're trying to auto check. Vertigo is the worst. Yeah, it's fucking horrible, man. It's horrible. Can really like, you could be comfy in bed, feeling great, and then it's kind of like, what would it be? If I kind of look at 10, if I'm lying down and I look like 10 o'clock. Kind of upwards. Horrible. It's like head spinning, nausea. You gotta be really aggressive in bounty tournaments, man. With 14 bigs and 10 bigs, the Queen 7 suit could no, it does. I'll tell you why it probably does. Queen 7 opens in the hijack. If we all had 50 bigs and there was no bounties involved, we're still going to okay, we got a spot here. We're still going to open Queen 7 suited in the hijack. So yes, we're 1 position earlier, but we cover half the table, so God, it looks quite genuine when we use the 2 time banks. Fuck. It's a weird one, man. Could be just a fold, you know. He's opening into a lot of shorties. He's still gonna open like ace 10 offs and stuff that he'll fold. King jack offs, king queen offs. It is a bit of a landminey table though to be. And having a 10 blocking his Probably the bottom of his offsuit range is 10x. King 10. Maybe not though. Maybe it's more Jack X, which makes the suited 10 work quite well in that case. We don't want to block his worst hands, right? What's going to be more likely when we block his worst hands? Where? Oh, there it is. Nice to get it through. A little bit of a scary one because, in theory, that could be like Queen Jack suited plus, but we covered the guy, man. It's whatever. That's one where you're just going to be results biased, aren't you? And that's why you got to study and look at these things. Because we're emotional beings, we're very biased beings. And like the emotion works hand in hand with the bias. That's what drives the bias. These subtle little emotions. Alzezo sends us packing. Little prick. I know he is a little prick. I know. Look, I didn't respect his call at all. But look, he's having a good time. You know, he's spending daddy's money well. He's got some. You know, he's having a good time. He's probably playing on an iPad. You know, probably got some women around. God, this small blind flat is a little bit suspicious when he covers me. It's not that suspicious. Now he bets though. All right. That sucks. I'd love to have nothing, because I'd love to have King Jack. I think I could do a lot of bluffing in position. What the fucking thing? There's new heights. We're trying to reach new heights here. We're trying to always push. I mean, we're gonna end up getting a lot of nice runouts. But what I'm doing there, I'm folding my gut shot to the nuts because he has it, right? So it's just a gut shot. It's not like another spot where it's a gut shot to the nuts and we've got position and maybe we've got the best hand and we can bluff him later and da-da-da. No, he's got an ace. It's a dry side pot. He's got it. So it's just, yeah, we can rep some clubs. We can rep some clubs on 3 club board. Obviously on a 4 flush, we're going to get there with the 10 high flush. That mightn't even be live though. A lot of cool stuff happening. So 250 monster stack. Fuck it anyway. 4 tables the wrong size. We're 4 betting to 28 bigs here. We're check raising this one. Let me fix the size of that table. It's fucking hard sometimes, man. And there's another fun one in the Zodiac Ghost. Are you telling? Oh my fucking god. Never mind. Too many hands and the table isn't ready. How fucking annoying. Okay, perfection. So, this one. Check raise flop. Flat to small blind 22 effective. Check raise flop. Block turn. We're getting value. This guy jams in position. What the fuck is going on with the world?
Smoke.
But look at this little number. Yeah, well, it's going to get interesting. I'm calling. I'm actually going to call this, man. This sucks so hard. Just destined for the cooler, were we? Just destined for it. Wow. Wow, what a big one in the Zodiac Dragon, man. This guy getting in queens when my range is just aces, by the way. Nice fucking job, man. Green! Good play, brother, good play. Too much 10s and jacks with a spade, honestly. He could even block a hand like pocket queens. No flush, just set of queens. Block for value. we can check back aces with a spade on the turn. We'll check back ace king with the ace of spades. We'll check back ace queen with the ace of spades. We have a bunch of nuts that will take this line for sure. I guess he just had the nuts. But how does that work? Well, he's not gonna bluff a spade. He's just not gonna bluff full stop though. Wow, we had 1,000 big blind flip. Yeah, this is why I stopped looking at my big blind per 100 in tournaments. I'm not saying it's good to not check your big blind per 100, but you know, I'd be losing these flips earlier in the tournament, and then my thing would be saying I'm like fucking $1 gajillion below EV, and it was all just stupid, man. It was on hand to know as well, which is like the best tracker, but yeah, I did not like the outputs. It was just putting me in a bad state of mind because the numbers didn't even make sense, but it was saying I was running very, very bad. It was probably because I was losing some big flips early on in tournaments. God almighty, that was an absolutely horrific 20 minutes or something there, but you know what? We're just going to use it as a test. Honestly as well, we timed out. We fucked up by walking in Smirnov when we should have just jammed on him when he had like one big blind. We had a shit hand, but really nice to get the 8-7 suited through there, of course. Damn! Fucking getting the ace is true for nothing. Ah, yeah. This guy did just not believe me. He just thought I was making a back raise into 111 bigs with like something queens is going to do well against. Whatever, man. No, people struggle with 500 bigs. I'm not too surprised to see him like struggle. Salty, someone's salty because they lost 1,000 big blind flip. Although there is some substance to what I'm saying. Like he's getting in queens for 500 bigs. I don't love. You might say, oh, is that not hypocritical? You're getting in ace king, just a drawing hand. I'd much rather ace king in that spot, man. Blocking aces and kings. You know. Although, like, what's he gonna do? Just cold call? Just call my. To be fair, like, what's he gonna do with queens once I make it 111 bigs? He's just gonna call. I don't mind that because if I'm super polar. I've got ace. I know I had ace king this time, but I'll be losing my mind, like with some crazy bluff. Then you want to call queens, or do you? Do you want to let me get there? It's like another 300 big blinds you can win by just like letting me bluff off ace jack, or like letting me hit a jack on a ace jack on a jack high board or something like that. You know. Checking king 7-6 rainbow. It's a little bit. We just went straight to last in every tournament, which is very rare. I don't even want to be listening to this playlist right now. We're just so fucking swamped. No more. The reason I didn't bet the flop here, and there is elements to checking that I don't like, because it's king 7-6 and we limped into low jack against two kind of wide ranges. I don't want to get raised. We can't really continue against a raise on the flop, so it's shit. We block bluffs. We're so behind the value, and he might just like check raise a hand like 8-9. You're really gonna check a better fucking hand than me on the turn? It's a king. We win or well, no, he's gonna bet 9-8 as well and stuff like this. Oh, we overdo it, don't we? That's not the right mindset though. Like, you see the way I'm just. It's basically an emotional check there. It's like I want to go for tin value. I start remembering all the times I value fuck myself. And I'm like, we value cut ourselves too much. Let's just check back. And our instincts were right. Me checking back was just based on like, yeah, of course we run into bigger clubs here. Dead against the ace. We can win a side pot with a queen or a 6. Queen of 6 of spades? Thought it was 6 of spades. Yeah, exactly, Tony. Sorry, I missed some chat here. Verian says, Vertigo sucks. Yeah, okay. There's some good online videos about how to turn your head to get those ear crystals or whatever back into proper orientation. Those exercises work. I tried an exercise before, and the exercise I saw was like, lie flat, hold 15 seconds. You lie on your side 15 seconds. You lie on the other side 15 seconds. But it was really, really horrible because when I was lying on one side, so I'm there trying to do it, but by the time I'm sitting up, it's just worse and I'm all fucking nauseous. So I definitely struggled with the exercise. I'll have another look though, man. Google and YouTube, they're always your friend, man. You gotta utilize the internet. People complain a lot about the internet, rightfully so, but, well, I'm a big fan of the internet, of course. I grew up with I was irritated a lot by, like, how the fuck do I make an international call? I remember, like, being abroad and I'd have to fucking call the airline to check in an extra bag or something, or to get some really important info about my fucking flight. I get €20 credit, you know, old school. You top up your phone, you put in €20. I get onto the fucking, before I can even get my problem resolved, my credit runs out. There goes €20. I was like, how do we navigate through planet Earth? I don't get it. So, but then the internet got more fucking popular and fucking everything's easy as fuck with the internet. You can call people in a split second across the world, man. That's just too amazing to kind of criticize. Anyway, yeah, I'll have a little look, man. I'll have a little look. I haven't, probably because I'm not lying down. I'm not getting any of it sat in my seat. What am I doing in Thailand? Is that directed at me, Tony, or one of the boys there? I'm going to play the WPT, man, and I just go somewhere until I want to. That's the beauty of my, you know, my career and everything. I love Cambodia so much. I'll probably miss Cambodia, but Thailand is so good too. So who knows? It'll be 1 or 2 months probably. Cash for 37.50 there. I think that's our first cash of the day. And by the way, our buy-ins cashes 2192 at those high stakes and other stuff.
I'ma put you to sleep, punk.
Yeah, wasn't loving the Queen's play, but hey. Oh, there was another. It was actually another 37.50 as well that we cashed for. So plus, we'll round it out. Plus 37. Right, we're gonna let this guy bluff it off. I normally don't like letting people bluff it off because they don't fucking bluff it off, and then the whole yeah, he just says jacks with a heart. Like, it's just, that's all we're gonna really see. So that's what I mean. I don't. What happens there? We try and let him bluff it off. He's not bluffing. He never is bluffing. We're letting him check back. We're letting him do all this stuff just because we're trying to let him bluff. Like, you're just gonna cost yourself trying to let people bluff. Loose passive. Probably quite a loose passive guy, but we did flatten jacks there. He played them quite nice. He played them quite nice, to be fair. So yeah, we're technically down 2k, but we got a bunch of tables, a bunch more stuff coming up. Honestly, like, I don't mind betting this board, but the guy just saw us check the nuts. It's a slight little thing. We'll 2.5 him. A little more. Nice. You know, I'm Mr. Nuts. I'm Mr. Slow Played the Nuts there. It's recreational, casual players will kind of, you know, like I said earlier about, we make our decisions. A lot of us all of us to an extent make our decisions based on biases and emotions. The more casual a player is, the more you can leverage stuff like that. That's why logic and studying, man, it's so this. And I thought it died out. I thought the anti-stigma stuff died out. Like, I thought the anti-studying stuff, I thought it all kind of was in the past. You know what brought it up again? And don't get me wrong, I love watching. I've never played the WSOP main. It's beautiful. The footage is amazing. I can't wait to play it. I'm not saying it's like the best tournament. It's so cool and all the different types of players. However, it is around the main event where you get people waffling and firing shots at, Kasuf was firing shots at the GTO nerds. It's like, what GTO nerds? There is no GTO nerds anymore. Those GTO nerds are young stallions that absolutely smoke you on the tables and have good social lives off the tables and look after themselves physically. There is no, and they joke and laugh on the table. They talk strategy, they smile. There is no hoodies, headphones anymore. Actually, the most sunglasses... Well, you're not allowed headphones on the feature table, to be fair, so... But, it's a lot of the more casual players putting all the sunglasses all covering themselves. Fair enough. It's a big deal for a lot of casual players. There is no... Who? Kuhn's hoodies and glasses? Who's hoodies and glasses? Who's hoodies and glasses? Who's the pros out there now? Haxton's a bit hoodies and glasses. But you know what? I played with Haxton in the 25k when I sat it into that PSPC. He was chatty. He was chatting away, laughing, giggling. The topic of conversation was that they were doing a thing where a random table could win a full table of massages. But then Haxton was bringing up, saying, actually, I hope it's not our table because I played on a table earlier. It's our terrible Haxton accent, but he was saying how it slowed the game down so much. Anyway, it doesn't sound like it's a very funny conversation, but he was chatty. He was chatting about stuff, chatting about different things. It's all a bit of a myth. In 2012, back in the kind of 2012, 2015 era, there was a little bit of random, there was hoodies and glasses. Another 60 on the caches there. But there was also a lot of tanking before they fold. Let me tell you something else about hoodies and glasses now. Again, hoodies and glasses smoke the casual players. They are huge edge. Huge edge. Because online keeps going forward and all these live guys keep falling behind. The gap does get bigger. So the Leon Sturms or the hoodies and glasses, the young online kids, they want to play as much fucking hands as possible. They're not going to tank with 9-5 off for no reason. Maybe on a pay jump they'll do a little bit of that because they're pros. But for no reason they won't. They want the opposite. And someone like Kasuf, fuck Kasuf anyway. Do it for me, please. Do it for me, please. 5.6k, 17 left, thank you. That's us, right? There we go. Kasuf having the audacity to be firing shots at fucking hoodies and glasses when he's the only... Hoodies and glasses snap fold 9-5 off because they want more hands, more edge. It's the one issue for the online guys. Two main issues with live poker. How slow it is and the volume. The low volume, and they're both similar things. Low volume of hands, low volume of tournaments. They're the only two issues for us online guys. So there is no tanking and hoodies and glasses anymore. It's all, just get that nonsense out of your fucking heads. It's, as you can see, the online guys bring the standards. They bring the fucking vibes, man. It's all a bunch of nonsense. It's all a bunch of nonsense, man. If you can hear the audio of the tables, it's not the 45-year-old guy who's... The 45-year-old guy is the quiet one. The pros are the chatty ones. They're chatting about life, they're chatting about Vegas, chatting a little bit of strategy here and there. Generally not chatting about strategy too much because... Don't know. But I watched a 300k Triton. You hear the table audio on a 300k Triton. They're talking strategy. They're taking the piss out of each other. They're cracking jokes at each other. Such a myth. Even someone like the Greenwood brothers, obviously two different fucking dudes, but they're chatty and witty. Someone like fucking Chidwick, you'd associate Chidwick as one of the most hoodies and glasses guys. He's got some great one-liners. Same with Peters. They're all witty people. They're super focused because a couple of those examples are top 5 kind of all time kind of vibes. So yeah, they might be a little bit more calculated and focused in certain points when they're not in a hand. So like, stop giving people shit for like being the best in the world when they're playing quicker than everyone else and they're more chatty than the recreational guys, which I have no issue with that. I'm not firing shots at the Recs. They're playing big buy-ins. They're a little bit less relaxed than the pros. So that's what makes them a little bit less chatty. Sure, you get some outlier Recs that are really chatty. And then people are like, yeah, we need more of these guys. But actually, most of the Recs, they're quite kind of reserved, and they're a little, you know, nervous or whatever. They're not that chatty, so it's like, dude, have I been to? I haven't even booked anywhere yet, Tony. But I've sent a mate a message pre-session, asked him where he's staying, asked him. I'm probably going to get somewhere close to where the WPT is. I don't even know where that is. I mean, I have the message on my phone, but shit. Boys, I forgot to sell any action for these tournaments, but I guess... Oh, I did for the monster stack. I didn't sell for the Zodiac Goat though, where we lost the huge flip, so very small. This would be to get to 10% of a starting stack, and I'd take it, man. I'd take it. The 108 bounties kicked off, and first hand we're defending a real one. Cooking up though with the Uzi. Cold? I know it's. If we re-enter, we get 25k. Now we've got 2.5k, but $282. I wouldn't mind trying to spin it and saving nearly $300. We defend here, big blind under the gun. Nice fucking hand history here, man. We lead the flop on 665. Get with ace 3, get raised and call. He probably thinks I'm fucking wailing around. But yeah, leading happens. The ace 3 is one like I don't need a lead ace 10, but ace 3 benefits from folding out a jack 10, right? Anyway, I should just keep my mouth shut and let these guys be all smoke. Look at this fucking dumbass fucking streamer. You fucking shit, man. He's making just because I look at some funky stuff. Anyway, maybe I did dust it. I've saved the hand history. Just in case I've dusted it off, which is always a possibility when you're trying to apply new concepts. We've checked back to flop here and just drilled it, and we're going to start raising now based on his size. Vogelsang, okay, good one. Vogelsang is hoodies and glasses. Yeah, good. That's a great shout. Vogelsang is very hoodies and glasses. He can tend to tank a little bit too. So yeah, that's a great example. But kind of my argument is, for all the Vogelsangs, there's so many more casual recreational guys that are also taking their time, being completely quiet, and no one's saying anything to them. Whatever. But Vogelsang just plays such an amazing level. Like, of course I'm gonna like that, but even for the more casual players, it kind of his sick standard of poker and deliberation. It should make up for it, man. It really should, but I guess it just doesn't. Vogelsang is like, I saw him on this like completely non-poker related TV show with like politics on the panel and stuff. It was really weird. I forget how I came across it, but it's cool to see him on such a sophisticated show when in fact he's there as this savage fucking poker player. I love when poker's like, when people can see how legit it is, like, because it's very misunderstood around the world. You know, we always talk about this. It's just a little rough around the edges, but life is rough around the edges. So like, they work together. They work together. You know, you're trying to play it safe. Trying to all play it safe. What's the point of all trying to play it safe? Do what you want to do, man. Like so, but that's, and I don't mean to be all society, dude. But it's so like, everything's so covered in layers and layers of stuff that I'm not going to say is good or bad. Obviously, a lot of it is kind of nonsense, but there is so many layers that have just been built up the last kind of in recent history. Like, who says that you have to live wherever the who says anything? There's no real, there's laws about, you know, being a decent fucking person, but outside laws, you know, like, other than laws, you can do what you want. So all this extra kind of stuff that society kind of encourages. I mean, look, people get used to a kind of system and they're kind of afraid of anything else, so all the kids are getting raised up to go into school, to get an education, and then work after school. That's the format. Find someone, marry them, like, that's the format, sure. And that's a decent kind of strategy. Like, it's kind of a bare minimum, it's a solid strategy. It's basically, you know. And you might think, oh, life, Sven, life isn't about strategy. I'm talking about an approach to life. Strategy, approach to life, philosophy on life, whichever way you want to put it, honestly. Gonna size up a little bit here. Hopefully he doesn't fucking jam on us. Very nice, though. We're 10 of 15 in the Dragon High Roller, 5.6k up top. Be nice to string together some fat wins right before the WPT Bangkok. You know what the beautiful thing is, lads? I've got a bunch of WPT dollars, man, that I haven't used in ages. Imagine they couldn't expire something like that. That would be filth. But yeah, I've got a bunch of WPT dollars to just use for buy-ins. Like, what a dream, man. Sorry to brag, but like, what a dream. Because that's the other thing with live poker. Just the finances. Having money, getting cash, running out of cash, getting more cash, swapping with people, meeting people, just exchanging cash. It's all a bit fucking, you know. No, I didn't mean to pin that fucking message. Good luck here. The spin continues, lads. This is our trying to save $300 expedition. Because we will absolutely get back in if we bust, so let's try and avoid that. But like, yeah, someone like Chris Brewer as well. Dan Smith. Yeah, they're a little bit on the kind of, I don't want to even give them a backhanded compliment. They're still kind of chatty on the table, you know. One of my favorite players, Roble, might have just said him already, but Andrew fucking Roble, man. Johnny. Johnny. Yeah, it's a bounty tournament. Let's try to get some bounties on the go. It's not ideal. Fuck's sakes, man. I hate these ones, man. I'm gonna have to call, I think. We don't have to do anything. It's deep as fuck. The guy could really care about the money. He's not playing many hands. I don't see enough ace-10, so I am going to fold. If you don't see enough ace-10 and you got ace-jack... And look, to state the obvious here, there's a difference between ace-10 suited and ace-10 offsuit. There's a big difference. Ace-10 offsuit, there's 3 times as much offsuit as suited. You got the 4 suited combos. Ace-10 of... And we block ace-10 of spades, but that's... Well, that actually does add something because he doesn't have ace-10 off. We're pretty confident he doesn't have ace-10 off. That's a big issue. Okay, he might have ace-10 suited. Well, now he's only got 3 ace-10 suiteds because we had the ace of spades. And, yeah. And then you could say, oh, well, he'll have king-jack suited, king-queen suited. He could also just min-raise these hands. He's probably got a bunch of ace-king, ace-queen. He's probably... here's more to it as well. What was I going to say there? Yeah, when people should min-raise the big premium hands. But what casual and nitty players tend to do, like we saw the guy open rip aces for 25 bigs earlier. But he'll just, and I'm not sugarcoating the scenario, I'm saying that I really believe this guy will open jam pocket 10s and pocket jacks, hands like that are just a min-raise. You want to get value from the big blind defending some hands, play in position against the big blind. You print money. But more casual and more nitty players, they will just open jam these hands. You know, they can do what they want, but that affects my decision. So now they've got more stronger hands in their open jam than theory would suggest. We defend here. This guy just jams the flop. Really bad play, just jamming king 9-9. Like, horrible stuff. I mean, the stack to pot ratio is kind of small, but you can just min bet. You can just min bet and define my range. Like, how about that? Go on, hit an ace so you come back and play more. I called a bit quick there. Anyway, it's fine. We want to rep like king jack suiteds, king queen suiteds, jack 10 suiteds that are getting a bit. No, Tony, it's not. Yeah, it's fucking. I thought it was in December as well, but just got announced way earlier and for an earlier date. So yeah. I'm going to be spending time with an Irish mate. He's Northern Irish. He's a good lad. He's also a good man for a pint and a few games of pool. You play pool, Tony? I mean, I'm not that good. I'm not a shark. My friends would probably whoop me a lot. We've got quite an easy line from here, by the way. That's why I mightn't look very focused. Just going to check again if he checks back to turn, which he did. So let's check. The ace kings, the ace kings, the ace queens. He does have some give ups, like king 6 of diamonds and stuff that was getting frisky. He might try and bluff me off a chop instead of checking back the ace high. Or he might try and get me to fold something like 7s or pocket 10s. Trapping kings with a heart, ace 6 of diamonds. I said king 6 of diamonds, he had the ace 6 of diamonds. 180. That's called getting rolled up and smoked. A nice flip to win here in the Zodiac main. We had a great start check jamming our ace of spades 9, which was one pair. We turned into a bluff on the river, blocking the nuts. Had a big stack. Then we 4-bet jam ace queen offsuit into a fucking Chinese nit who had aces. Tilted it off for about 10 minutes. Not literally, but like emotionally yapping. I believe you, but I also don't want to fold this, so go on, man. Let's see, Christian. The queen X check back in turn. Oh, the 9-4 that river 2 pair. Why would queen X check back turn? No, it had some reasons to check back turn, to be fair. Zodiac main, Zodiac goat high roller here. That we're gonna send it in most likely. Yo, Tempos, thank you, brother. Just rambling, man. Very, you know, I like poker, man. I like poker. I like life. Yeah, I don't want to get too deep, man, but like, I've always done a great job of enjoying my life when, on paper, it might not look so good. Like, you know, you have me, whatever about, I won't get too detailed. Don't mind, but I will just stay kind of focused on the poker. But you look at my family situation and the kind of wealth, and then you look at maybe some of my peers or friends around me. On paper, they should have a kind of higher quality of life and happier life. But I can't speak on behalf of them, but, you know, I was always a bit more kind of high on life, and so, you know, it's, you know, and my mother has to take a lot of credit for that as well. Had a lot of freedom. I was an only child, even though, like, yeah, you know what, that's a bit of waffle, because even though I was an only child with unemployed single mother, I probably got treated a little bit better than some other kid who's got a bunch of siblings. They might have more wealth in the household, but because they got a bunch of siblings, they don't see fuck all. So that's actually it's a bit of a myth, man. Like, you know what happens when you're an only child. You get looked after. You get you get a bit spoilt. Although, you know, you're getting spoilt when you're already in poverty is a different kind of spoilt, but it's still being spoilt nonetheless. You know, I was an overweight kid as well, which is more to the point. But anyway, like, I've always just done my thing, man. I've always just done my thing, and I've been very, very happy with that. And it's spilled over into my adulthood. Like, people would say, oh, you can't just always do your thing, Sven. You gotta do all this other stuff, and you gotta do all the school and all the other stuff that society tells you to do. Otherwise, you're gonna run into some problems when you're older. I also never thought I'd get issues when I was older. I just had enough belief that I'd fucking found DJing very young. I would have been a DJ if I wasn't a poker player. Poker came along at 18. I always knew I'd be good at something, man. Believe in myself. But yeah, become an adult. Now it just kept going, and I've ended up with a fucking... I'm in my 20s now, getting towards the end of my 20s. Quality of life has been high. Why is that? I got to play poker for a living, I committed to it, and I kind of got on top of the psychological stuff kind of early, although it's always a work in progress. I've been out in Cambodia for 5 years. Just an amazing place, man. You know, just picking and choosing. Like, it's just the same way when you open your closet after you wake up, you choose what you're going to wear. When you go to the restaurant, you choose off a menu. These layers that society puts up, it's like how much do you disagree with arranged marriage, for example? Arranged fucking location is like, obviously arranged marriage is pretty fucked up, don't get me wrong, but you know what I'm saying? Like, arranged location, like, it's the same thing. 97% of the world all just stays where they kind of grew up and are very limited and aren't very adventurous. I'm gonna call, boys. Okay. Do it for me, please. Double gutted. Double gutted. Do it for me, please. We're gonna win 5.6k right here. Let's see. Okay. Anyway, yeah. I don't want to get too deep, lads, but let me take you back to when I was 8 years old. Proceeds to just fucking say my life story. Let's see how much this is in USD. We'll add it to the caches. We'll move on. 394. 394. I burned a few time banks for that one. Like, it's you call a king for 7 bigs, but and he's no nit. He's absolutely no nit as well to make it a bit more pleasing or a bit more comfortable. No, I'm not. I actually don't like darts too much, to be honest. Like, I like every sport, big sports and games guy, but I'd honestly put darts towards the bottom of the fucking food chain for me. Like, oh man. And I know it's so universally loved, and I've got a lot of Irish friends take it very seriously, but I just miss something. I just don't fully see the beauty of it. Like, I'm missing something. And I tried to ask, I was asking chat there a couple of months ago about it. I think it was Jojo trying to kind of convince me. Or I was asking chat to like convince me about darts. People were saying stuff about, you know, you can come up with like creative checkouts and stuff. Maybe that element I'd get into, but like, what, a bunch of, just like the ace jack, man. We should have just folded. We folded ace jack suited probably correctly in the Zodiac main, but here we are in a spot we just care less about, so we're gonna just play worse because we care less about the spot? That's not okay, man. You don't just YOLO stuff in poker, it's unacceptable. Anyway, we thought we might. You know, it's his first hand. You never know when it could be someone's first hand and they're just goofing around open jamming. But I kind of let those little assumptions have too much weight when in reality it's like 1 in 200 guys that do that crazy shit. Missed some value there in the Zodiac main. Yeah, darts doesn't do it for me, man. Give me pool, give me snooker, give me golf, give me rugby, give me volleyball, give me table tennis. Darts is just like, feels very, very mundane to me. Although, to be fair, like, the show can be good. It can be a good spectacle. It can be a bit of crack, especially if you have a bit of money on it or something. Got aces over here in the 88. But, I'll tell you, like, I saw a darts reel just yesterday. And it was 2 dudes playing a game. But they were quite high standard of dudes. And they had a professional setup. They had a camera and a scoreboard. But they were just playing in like their home or something. And it was such a boring reel, man. It was just, you know, yeah, this guy's on 354, now this guy's on 301, or I don't know, maybe I need to give it a bit more time. But especially when I saw it without all the fans and the singing and dancing and spectacles, well, it was obviously way, way worse. I mean, you should be I'm checking here out of respect to be balanced. You shouldn't do that 4-way. You should not be respecting people and trying to be balanced multi-way. You just shouldn't. We were bluffing it off when we've backed into it. Hopefully now we don't hold the spade and we do hold the clubs. Unlucky, mate. You know, I criticize people for fast playing at the wrong times. I wouldn't hate a little fast play here, but no, I respect it too. I respect not fast playing. I'll find bluffs on the river. I'll send it off on the river. You know, if there's anyone to slow play against, it's me. Not just saying that just for to be an all look at me, but it's the truth. It is the truth. We're gonna min raise here. Although, like, Anton's no fool, man. When he bets big, it's not really a spot I'm going to be trying to bluff him. So good fold, Anton. And he's just bet folded the queen there, I think, honestly. Yeah, shit. Good fold, Anton. Well played, Anton. I mean, like, he might have just had some sort of stab. Unlucky there. I mean, I respect that he just called the flop. If Anton bets big and this guy raises, you know, like, my aces aren't loving it now. But when he calls, it's like, okay, I want to raise. Because he's going to have 8x and he's going to have queen x. And he's going to want to call. He's going to want to call a lot of these combos. Bet big on the flop, get called by big blinds. We're 3-way on the flop, as you probably just read there. Gonna go big for value now. Maybe we actually go even bigger for value. He'll have some 9-7, 7-5. He just won't believe us a lot too. I don't... Well, you know, a lot of the times I think that he's not going to believe me here. You can jam as well. Take your 7-5 and go all in. You know, come on, bro. Go all in with 7-5. You'll win. You'll take it down with 7-5. Or just check call 7-5 either, but... We're 3 off the money in a WPT 26 bucker over here. And we are all in for our last 8 bigs. Damn. Yeah, he did not believe me. It's a little bit reckless, but if you consider that this guy is some sort of reg that's going to have the min-raise folds, and the other guy's just a Belgian waffle. Quite cool, right? Quite cool. And then Mats. The guy, if Lucky Kiddo calls off, we're not worried about the Belgian waffle. Lucky Kiddo calls off, we're getting it in 9 bigs or some shit with our King Jack suited. Whoop-de-doo. What do we win there if we take it down? Like, over half that, like loads. Which makes... This is a very... my instincts are saying this is a strong 3-bet. We just cannot get away from it right now, though. You know I don't like saying cannot and can and all this stuff. Right, man. Zodiac Goat High Roller. We've re-entered. I'm just letting go of the King Jack clubs. We check back the flop against this guy. We 3-bet this guy and check back the flop. Hopefully it's not a set of 10s. He just did start bombing the 10. I think it's 10x. Could be ace 10. Could be ace 10. He's the type of guy that might have ace 10 offsuit too. He should be really worried about that card, man. Fuck me, he really should. But ace 4. Ace 4, ace 5. I don't... look. Fake tank too. Okay, nice. It was not a fake tank. And that's why we check back the flop. It's scary, but, you know... it's scary, but if anyone's going to bluff it off, it felt like it was going to be him, so it kind of worked out perfect. Edwin stuff, absolutely. But it's not just about pursuing poker. It's like, you know, whatever the fuck you want to. The thing is, man, like, and again, talking about why things worked out for me, and my mother deserves some credit. My mother was never telling me to not do something. Like, very, very extremely supportive woman. And what do you think is going to happen now when what do you think is going to happen? And also a lot of confidence building. Like, I probably got a lot of confidence from how supportive she was. Or is. She's not fucking, she's still with us. But yeah, man, just that not having, because when you got a bunch of people like trying to fucking that's you need a lot of energy to kind of need energy, motivation, and discipline. The discipline the discipline you got to find yourself or get taught by a family member. Also, I probably lacked a little bit of the discipline side of things, so that's where I am lacking now as an adult. But the motivation and the energy, no one was cramping my energy down. And a little bit of that was being a bit reserved with family members, not saying, hey, I'm going to pursue poker when I'm at the dinner table, like, or I just wouldn't really be at the dinner table. I'd be I was already off in England pursuing poker. But yeah, I did have a lot of my peers trying to shut me down. Not a lot of them, but a few of them telling me I was a little bit delusional. But you're going to get that. I grew up in a small area in Leitrim. All of these guys had a lot of parents, very kind of safe, conservative, sometimes Catholic, often Catholic kind of parents. Yeah, and they taught, and honestly, man, I say this a lot, but so many of the guys with the more conservative parents, they live a good life, man. But they're fucking hard. They're working hard, man. They're working really fucking hard. tune is a bit flat, man. It's like one of those tunes a producer would make but wouldn't really like put out, you know, but whatever, man. When you're monetizing your music, you wouldn't blame a producer to just put out fucking everything. Because it's tough. Fucking tough for the musicians. Especially with Spotify being very tight with the musicians, not paying them well enough. By the way, just to finalize the fucking ranting about stuff, it doesn't have to be a business pursuit or a career pursuit. You just might want to travel the fucking world. Whatever about your beliefs, you're on the planet once. So you're gonna like, if you want to do a fucking lap around the world, you know, go for a lap. Go for a lap. You know, you do that around your hometown. You're in the fucking car with the boys. Do a lap. We're bored. Let's do a lap. You want to see, you want to have a little look around. You know, we're naturally kind of want to have a little look at things. A little change of scenery. You want to do a lap around the world. Figure it out and do it. So a lot of things aren't as big, aren't as tough as you think. Although I am following some guys who are rowing from America to England. And it seems like it's a lot tougher than they've anticipated. There's one guy just kind of making daily uploads. Oh, it seems tough, man. They hit a storm. They're like in these really stormy waters in a little fucking small boat, 4 of them. A lot of they're saying their sleeping bag is wet. They're moving around a lot. They've got the waves crashing against the boat. It's really hard to sleep. So yeah, rowing from America to England is maybe one you could be a little pessimistic about, but anything in between, anything up to that. For me, like, I don't know, man. Some people grow up very far away from any danger. They kind of grow up in a. But I don't know, even those people are very susceptible. My point is, like, don't be too afraid to just... You can't be all super conservative, because shit's gonna happen anyway. Like, shit can get really bad. Like, I had a friend tell me how he feels... And no digs at this guy, I love him to bits. But I had a friend who told me he feels a little bit like... unfulfilled with poker and guilty, and I felt that as a very, very privileged kind of outlook, because life can get bad. You know, like, I'm very privileged myself, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm at the more privileged side of things, being a Westerner and stuff, absolutely. But, like, you could fall into being a drug dealer, you could get addicted to drugs. You know, there's a lot of shitty kind of things that people can fall into. So, like, you know, you want to go off and be a fucking poker pro, or you want to go do something that might be a little bit, like, within reason. You know, within reason. But, like, you got people telling their friends to, like, you got people telling you to not pursue music if you're trying to pursue music. People are like, oh, don't pursue music because what about the downsides? What fucking downsides? Tell you what's a downside is not fucking pursuing your dreams. Getting depressed and blowing your brains out when you're 36. That's a real downside. What's all this like privileged outlook of like, you know, just do your thing. Be happy with it. No, fuck all of these like bullshit privilege standards that society's trying to do your thing. Go find a nice beach and fucking sleep on it for a month. Into Dust on the Grind, another high caliber player who I do enjoy. I've shown the wrong table here. We went for a little bluffski here. Nice check back by him on the turn. Unless I'm losing my mind. Yeah, the online darts without the fans was... Cash for another 44 in that WPT event there. Yeah, your mother sounds great, says Edwin stuff. She is. My mother used to play poker, and I was confused why she would do that. That was way before I got into poker. Rip mother. Rest in peace to her. She sounds like a vibrant woman in her time. Maybe you're a poker prodigy yourself then. Gonna be priced in with a blue king jack here. We're also playing what I think right now is probably the best $33 tournament on the online market. I'm going to be a little biased, it's WPT, but it's a $33 15k non-PKO. That's just a fucking zoo, man. And we are flopping stuff here. I don't like his ace-5 get in. I think it's unnecessary. I think he should value his little stack a bit more. You know, like, you want to live and die by the stack, man. You want to treat it with love and care. You want to try hard. You want to try hard. Yeah, I might skip the rowing challenge, says Sam. Yeah, that's one to skip for sure. Although, look, maybe some rowers would love that, and it would be a real fulfilling thing to do. So it's. I grew up in a place called Carrick-on-Shannon, which translates from Irish to English into town on river, and there was a lot of rowing. There was a lot of competitive rowing where I came from. We're 20 bigs effective here pre. We just run it. Note how I didn't just check it on the turn ace. Like, oh, there's an overcard. Let's start checking everything. Honestly, cringe at that all the time. Queen 6 calls down. Good stuff. And this kind of structure and low variance nature to this tournament, man, combined with all the fish. Honestly, man, just wait to see. Wait to see. Like, I'll show you later when I'm. It's a big field tournament as well. 357 entries right now. Probably just getting it in. It's probably a 3-bet calling hand. Nice hand, sir. Nice hand. I was clapping him. Obviously, I wish I called now. But, you know, a little hint was, you know, he's making it 4.2. He's making it a bit more, like, manageable and profitable for him to kind of 3-bet fold. Competence, though. And jamming a hand like kings, I mean, it's fine when he's 3-bet folding the ace-X. Because we're getting a nice little... We're taking down a nice pot. And denying equity from like an ace-6 suited. Which is great, because ace-6 suited will have like 30%. However, if we're going to kind of fast play the flop, the ace-6 suited is only really going to have like 20% or ace-20. I mean, it'll get it in sometimes. But he will have king-jack offsuit. He might have king-10 offsuit. He might have some suited jack-10 or something like. These are hands that are kings smokes, obviously. So calling the 3-bet with kings there is probably the one. And you know what 3-bet folding gets you? First place in the GG Masters Asia for 3.2k. That's what EPL GTO won. And you know what? He might be there thinking. He might, you know, he seems like a competent guy, but he might be more of a beginner kind of thing. So he might be annoyed at himself. He might be like, fuck, why am I spewing it off? I hope he wouldn't be like that, because he just ran into kings. And again, I said it earlier, people are so afraid of losing pots and getting sucked out on, and they just think they can never lose and they need to always win. You'd be surprised with how nitty you get in spots like this, but It was so quick. The ace, king, ace, queens could be a quick little 3-bet. I was about to just fold, man, against this guy. It's also, like, uncapped ranges. Like, sometimes the hijack will have it. That adds a little bit. Obviously, we're more concerned about this range. It absolutely snaps us off, of course, and it's queens. You see that? You see that level? Like, that's the level right there. That's the level right there. And I know I didn't do it, but that... Do you know what I don't like? People tanking just to kind of make themselves look like... You know, people tanking when they're never going to fold? I fold these spots semi-often. Semi-often, I'll just be like... It's hard to see the 10s. Here I can see 10s, but it's 10s, queens, kings, aces. But then you add in the ace, king, ace, queen, and then little things like the big blind and the small blind and the guy's 2 big blinds. The ace, kings, ace, queens. You see that though, you know, this is why we... You know, this is why we always are quite kind of... The game isn't that fucking... It's challenging here and there, but we're nearly just pitching the jacks just straight away. We've really fucking honed our craft, man. But the meta changes, that's the other thing. The meta drifts and changes, but I think people are always going to be risk adverse. People are always going to have bills to pay, and they're not going to want to like put in money with weak hands generally. That's just the level 1 way of looking at it. Nice beat. Trusulable. I like to stream more and more every day. It's not about learning some cool things about poker. It's getting deep too. I'm glad you enjoy, man. It's a very cool thing for me. It adds to all this how blessed like everything is for me. I've got poker, which I love. I run very good, as you can see. I also can just go into my office here, fire up a stream, kick it with you guys, talk about my favorite game. Talk about being fucking blessed, man. I do. If people are catching up, if people are catching... Big Blind could play some aggressive check raising stuff with like random 7x, but he's gonna lead a lot of that. You know, when the Big Blind doesn't lead, that's pretty big fucking tell because of however much everyone's leaving. He could be just a nitty Macedonian chap though. So he's got 7s through 9s quite often here. Maybe turn set of 10s. That just doesn't want me to fold. Anyway, I'm raising now. And here's the thing, man. Like, I've got the 4s that don't feel like they're good anymore. I've got the 7-6 that doesn't feel like it's good anymore. But that's all. They don't know this. They don't know this. He's probably going to think I have a set, which I do. Good on you. You were right. I did, in fact, have a set. Yeah, of course I did. God, give me some credit, bro. You're capping yourself against me. But anyway, this is just some dude I don't play with that much. And look, even no matter how your image is, you get dealt good hands often. This is the thing. It's like you have an image on someone, they're just going to get dealt good hands sometimes. Tough spot. Good to see you, mate. Hey, Sven, good luck today, brother. Thank you, man. Poker's great, man. And the thing about poker is it's just this, it's a lifestyle, and it's an access point to wealth. How do you get the wealth? You play a game well and better than your opponents. What a fun thing to commit to, honestly. That's why it's been quite... But you don't need to play... It doesn't... I'm not saying, hey, you know, play poker till you're 70. Now you can access wealth. Literally, it's a bit of an overused phrase, but the world is your fucking oyster. And you can still do a lot of stuff like 60, 80k, whatever you grind up, or you grind up 20k, you buy a fucking van or something, you grind up 4k. My first ever big score, 22,000 euros. Oh no, it wasn't actually. I actually won a package. I won a EPT Barca package. I didn't cash or anything over there, but it was a 9k package I won right at the start of my career. You got to be careful autopiloting against proper players, but I think it's just a bet fold anyway. Anyway, the money I got from that package, my mother got a van out of it. We had a van, and there was some pretty. That van helped. We slept in that van often, and actually, the 22k score that came after that, a few months after that, I was sleeping for day 2, for day 3. I was sleeping outside in the van because. But anyway, the van was, stepping stones. It's not, poker can lead to other stuff. That was the same van that ended up driving me around to win a bunch of money from poker. But the amount of guys I know, kids, essentially, young men, they have 6-figure bankrolls and beyond. It's been a few millionaires. Obviously, it's hard to stay being a millionaire. But it spills over into 2 hands. Young men, millionaires, right? Amazing stuff. One of my best mates, Leo, bought a house and a Porsche. Poker money. Anyway, I'm sidetracking a little bit here. Let's check again, honestly. He might have some 10x that he tries to seek value from. Alright. Or like a pocket 8s, pocket 9s that he may seek value from. And then like pocket 8s with the diamonds ends up like bet calling or anyway. But yeah, anyway, poker can be a stepping stone for a fucking business, buying some property, buying some crypto. The amount of people just got filthy rich from poker money into crypto. Some of the dudes over in America that are just like infinitely rich, just some early Bitcoin guys that were poker pros. So like when I'm preaching about poker and its brilliance in pursuing it, you don't have to play it forever. It doesn't have to be your main. That just opens up the world, gives you access, stepping stones. Like, what else does that? What else does that while you work your own hours? It's just this little brilliant corner of life that it gets so much hate. It gets so much hate. And look, it gets hate, right? It gets hate for very legitimate reasons. I bumped into a guy the other night. This little dude. I shouldn't have called him a little dude, but this dude who I've had a few drinks with. Nice guy. I found out the other day that he's just like got a crippling kind of blackjack addiction. Like, gambling can be pretty fucked. But what I'll add to that is, we're all big boys. We're all big boys. Life isn't a big fucking Disney movie, fucking orphanage for everyone. It's a high, cutthroat, competitive, dog eat dog. Like, we're all big boys. Poker's for over 18s, but you still get so many people. We're gonna take this ace deuce, shove it in there, man. You still get so many people telling other grown adults that it's like you're trying to turn them off pursuing poker, a game that can be very even at lower stakes. You don't need to be a big high stakes crusher to have a very nice, peaceful freedom. Freedom is the end goal. There's billionaires that don't have freedom. You can get your freedom on a fucking. I don't want to say too much here, but again, we're all big boys, so whatever. But you can go to speaking of Macedonia. Probably the #1 low stakes streamer out there on Twitch right now, a man who I preach about a lot, Strahilius. Strahilius is Macedonia based, cheap ass cost of living. He grinds a fucking $5 or $10 ABI, makes his living, super low variance, doesn't have any downswings. I don't know about his personal life, but it seems like he's got a nice little peaceful personal life. young man. Like the world's his fucking oyster again. And how is did his fucking $8 ABI that he grinds? It's just opened up this. Just it's so great. It's so great. But there is just tell me more things that you can kind of pursue. And you start to... I mean, DJing is kind of cool too. DJing, you don't really need your own boss. You work your own hours. It's a little bit harder to make money though. It's just more... It's saturated and like... Poker's so unique. And you know what? Here's another thing, man. You know, really, what the best thing about it is? What everyone thinks the worst thing about it is actually the best thing about it. The variance, the pain, the bullshit, the 2-outers, the swings. Because it's the only game where you're going to have a bunch of people coming back to play. The standards are infinitely lower than other games or, pursuits. Because you get people getting lucky on you. You get people playing bad. They'll play for... People are terrible at the game. They play for decades. Look at the WSOP main. That next guy, I heard the commentator saying he's been playing for 22 years. This is a great example. Look at this big, huge lead when we cold 4-bet on 10-3 deuce rainbow. Like, this is a $250 buy-in, by the way. And I'm not, anyway. Let's dial back in, though. Let's dial back in. Some great tourneys here. We do have a day 2 later as well, which is just going to make us power through. I should book some flights. I should fuck off to Thailand tomorrow. I could just book it on my phone here. Excuse me. Any breaks about? No. Just would like to really focus on regging tournaments for a moment. A lot coming up. 88 bounty warm-up for one. Whoa. Family jam pot here. Oh. Yeah, we literally have to go here. Cover everyone. Doesn't matter. When you're this multi-way, it's like, whatever. Oh, now it's everyone's got the king. I don't see any 9s. I see 1 9. King 9. Ah, red. Side pots. Ah. Yeah. Yeah. It's a bunch of... This guy had 2 starting stacks with me, but we had like 0 big blinds. The guy beside him had like half the starting stack. And all the bounties are at a quarter starting stack each. Yeah, I think we just go, man. We just go. If we go with that one, we roll with that one. It feels a bit worse when the guy had King 10, but like psychologically, this is results biasness that we all have a little bit. But if we were up against pocket 4s and ace 8 off and ace 6 suited and pocket 6s and we were just there with Queen 10, it would feel and seem like it was a much better call. It's just how our brains work, man. Just about defending 6-4 off here. He goes 2.3, which is tempting me to fold, honestly, but I'd fold if he went 2.5. I would never fold if he went 2.2. Big old bet here. We can just check call our gutter, right? It's not many reverse implieds or anything. Just check call our gutter and have quite a lot of substance to our range. We're going to like slow play big hands like a flop set. We're going to have a bunch of Queen X. We just got caught 3-bet fold in the last hand against Mr. Shilabel, so he might think we're at it, but sometimes he's just going to get dealt the ace 8 of clubs, so that's a snap fold. Okay, good luck, boys. Good luck, boys. We're saying, hey, I've got 6-5, but I've also got pocket 7, slow played 8-7, like the flop slow plays, and 5-6 offsuit, as well as 5-6 suited. 5-6 suited he could take away a little bit of, because we do like to 3-bet something like that, but it's a really nice river to bluff, honestly. One thing I don't like about it on the turn, I mean, like, when are we going to really have the luxury of blocking value? Other than something like Queen 4 of Spades. So we've got straights. I think we're still value jamming a set of 7s and 8s. Nice little cut off versus hijack. 3-bet gets through there. We're out a late reg. Out a late reg where they respect your raises. Very, very accurate player, this guy. But I like how he played the hand, so there's never really any stress in that. Let's go. You know, man, there is variance in bluffs as well. Like, that was a very, very savage river. When you think of how fucking bad of a river that probably was for him, and he just about tank folded. So, you know, you never know. You could look at it both ways. But, yeah, maybe on some different rivers you're just getting called there, so. I wonder what he's... Because it's hard to have bluffs. He probably thinks we're taking the pair plus gutters as well. Well, that's what we did take on the turn, but the other pair plus gutters. Maybe something that rivered a 9, like a 10-9. That follows true. Trying to start my poker journey again after 10 years. Good to hear you preaching about it. There you go, man. Your best friend is... discipline is more important. I keep saying, like, this is more important than everything else. This is... But nothing works. And this is why I say we're all big boys. We're all big boys. We're all adults. And this is why I'm such a stickler for people who are... I honestly sound like such a fucking granddad. I'm in the comment section of Instagram reels, giving out to people for, like, thinking that they can just work their 9-to-5s and play blackjack every week and not have a fucking miserable life when they're just taxing themselves. But anyway, if you want to fucking spend your paycheck on blackjack and, like, commit to black, because people who played blackjack, it's not one session, it's decades of playing blackjack. So you go play your blackjack, you go play a game as an underdog for decades. You go do that. But yeah, there's a lot of independence in poker. This is the thing. You don't have a boss instructing you around or, you know, calling you on your fucking holiday or whatever shit they do. The classic 50 off the money. Very nice. We're taking off here in position. Let's get this bluff through quick before the fucking 6-4 comes up on stream. We hit quad jacks there, by the way, but whatever. Daily quads and all that. Yeah, there's a lot of independence with poker. So you can't be some fucking loser, degenerate guy who's got, like, no discipline, you know? And I don't mean loser to insult someone's character. I mean it in more of a literal sense, rather than, like, just to kind of dig at someone. When you do have that lack of discipline, if you fucking get drunk and go and play blackjack at the end of your night, Like, if you're pursuing poker, it's all strictly not allowed. You're just an absolute fucking... You know, if you're actually trying to commit to poker and be successful at poker, but then every now and then you get a little drunk and you hit the pits, you're just like... It's such a red flag. It's such a red flag, because why are you even satisfied going down to the pits, man? Like, what? You should start wiring your brain to be satisfied with being a provider for at least yourself, you know, and not be some little ratty cunt who's owing people money and lack of discipline, and then, you know, they're struggling to provide for their fucking loved one or whatever the fuck. All this fucking petty shit. I look down on it so much. And sometimes, like, casual blackjack players would be like, wow, fuck this guy. And fair enough, like, I just take gambling very seriously. But anyway, yeah, if you're pursuing poker, it's not having discipline. You're signing up for a very, very... I mean, I don't know how to put it. It goes quite deep. Wow, this is your little flimsy turn size. What the fuck? I am one of the... Maybe he feels like he's got a hand that he can't call. I better not talk myself into it, man. We've check called 2 streets and led the river. That means we've got nothing a lot. We've got 8 high. Or we have a full house. So for him to need to raise, he can just hero call. Like, he doesn't need to raise. He's not going to value jam a worse hand. I've led on the 5. I just don't think he's going to bluff here, though. We're blocking 8-7 and well, it doesn't matter. He can barrel whatever. All right. The stack is quite valuable, man. The last 10 bigs are kind of valuable. We are 20 off the money, but I always talk myself into it just for something I like to call the random factor. Like, he's bet twice, and then it's like when we lead the river, it's like we don't let him bet. The guy's there with 34k cashes. Might have to just keep him honest, man. Keep him honest. Just a 6. Trust your instincts. Another one, man. You know, trust your instincts. Trust your instincts, but, you know, this is what's great. Trust your instincts doesn't mean never study. And wake and bake in the morning and never study. And go out on weekends and never study. And do what you want, never study. No, it means, like, studying just really, really helps your intuition and your feelings. You know, you mix the two of them, man. Cash for 25 in the first bullet of the 108. We're stringing together some cashes. Sometimes we're in for, like, even more in buy-ins than this. Although we're about to reg a bunch of tournaments. Sometimes you just have $100 on the board in terms of cashes, and I'll update them on screen in a sec. I got my calculator here. I'm fiddling around with the numbers. Tempting to skip the $30 special because of our table count. It's a max late reg. It's a bit of a print. Nah, look, man. Let's get after it. OBS slowing me down as usual. Imagine I just switched to the other. I've never tried the other streaming software. Imagine I just switched one day and tried it out. That would be cool. But also it'd be a lot of work. So I'm already into 125, or what's going on? Oh, I see. Alright, we'll skip the 54 deep stack turbo then. Because it's only, it's big blind 600 or some shit, 20k starting stack. It's kind of marginal because in 8 minutes the blinds are up like 2 levels and now you got like 25 bigs with your starting stack and you don't cover enough people and that just hurts. I still think it would be profitable, but it gets too close to like 0% or gets too close down to single digits, I think, when you're jumping in too late. Could be me getting brainwashed a little bit by some nerds, but not actual nerds. No more nerds than I am myself. Yeah, getting in some cream of the crop tourneys. And then after all of that, I'll put the buy-ins caches on screen. I'll update them. Yeah, we're getting into 54 Bounty Hunter 50 stack. It's like the early 54 Bounty main. Quite a nice one. Quite a nice one. I mean, we should probably reg up to 525. When's that? 3 hours time? No, 2 hours time. No, I thought for a sec I would have been missing all my alerts, but I've got the Twitch chat there, so they'd all come up through that. I don't get notified. Whatever. Whatever, mate. Yeah, there's so little room for tilt issues out there. Yeah, it's a great way to put it. For professional poker players, discipline, discipline, discipline. Devin, so true. And I'm just such a great example of that, man. Me pursuing poker, wanting poker, I had so many disciplinary issues. Like, I really was hard on myself. I really tried to stomp them out quick, but they were still there. Mainly like more so just being overconfident and playing very aggressive bankroll management stuff. I wasn't necessarily the guy. I do remember very early on, and I think I was still 18 because I was living in a town called Longford in Ireland. Very poor. I would have been like, it was around the same time I actually won a free roll for $4.70. So this is just not long after I've turned 18. I won a 7,000 player free roll for $4.70. It was like a $20 guarantee. Spun it up to $110, lost it all. So free roll to 110. I've spun up crazy sick things. But anyway, check race pot. 15, 44, 57. 44 and 57. Wait, what? 47. We're usually decent at eyeballing these sizes, but I mean, it's just a tricky spot to be finding bluffs. No auto check. We go auto check and he lead jams. We're gonna snap call. We're gonna check back. We're not gonna get too fancy. Nice hand, nice hand. I like how we played it too because we don't really have queen jack. You know, we don't have the overcard because those overcards don't have backdoor straight draws. Like, we do struggle to find bluffs. So we take our ace 3 there and bluff it off. Because like when it 7-5 deuce turn 9, where's our bluffs? Maybe like a king 8 suited that peels with like something like that. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway. Oh, let me get to the point here. This is the unforgiven. This is the ultimate. And as I said, I was only gone 18 a couple of months. But I went all in with any 2 cards, essentially. Out of some tilt or emotional issues. Yeah, fuck this. I'm all in next hand with any 2. Oh, man. I'm not going to even say how hard on myself it was for that. You know, like, because I already have very, very vivid dreams of being successful at poker. And when I did something like that, my dreams like just are rapidly slipping away. Because who the fuck's going to make it at poker if they're doing that fucking nonsense? That absolute, that's, you should be in a, you know, it's really poor behavior. And I'm sure there's some people out there that mightn't be too far away from that. I mean, it was 10 years, that was a decade ago. That was before I was making money from poker, obviously, right? You get it? That was before I wanted to make money from poker so much. I wanted to be successful at poker, and I felt like I would. I was very confident with it. We're not going to bluff here into the two of them. They can just put us on too many misdraws. But before I started making money, and by the way, when I started making money, what a great, living the dream. Like, already at 19, living the fucking dream. You know what I had to sacrifice? Fuck all. I just had to not open jam any 2 cards out of tilt. And that was something that I think I did have another time, probably a little bit further down the line when and this is the thing, and the second time it happened probably a little bit after, because I was actually living in Birmingham. And I had some, I think it was either internet issues or just laptop issues. And all my tables were freezing. And it was also, it was probably the biggest, it was my first big downswing after I started to be kind of successful, probably. Really miserable time, kind of, because I was making it miserable for myself. Bad bankroll management, playing on a shitty little laptop in my shared accommodation, in my little tiny room, having people coming around to annoy me, having a shitty enough environment. But I remember getting some of the worst variants of my life at the time, just a lot of back-to-back-to-back 2-outers. Could have been a little bit of illusion in my head of how consistent it was, but also I was getting real technical difficulties. And I remember my Poker Stars tables just freezing when I like had some important spots, and it sent me a little bit so that was another big lack of discipline, where I did forget what I did, but I think I just couldn't keep it together after that. I was, you know. And then other more kind of stuff like jumping on a €3, €6 Winamax cash game, or some 500 NL on Poker Stars, not really having a clue about any theory, just thinking my moves and my tricks can get it done. And you know what would happen? I would get it done for a little while, but it's nearly the cringiest thing I look back on. My lack of awareness for how regulars just understand how you play. And that it would be a pattern. I might win a stack, I might win 50 bigs, because I'd be doing my tricks. But no coincidence, after a half an hour, they just stack me because they know exactly what I'm doing now already. And this is the thing, sometimes you get recreational say something like, oh, but if I'm playing all random against the pro or the GTO guy and I'm all there, isn't it unpredictable? Doesn't he really not know what I'm doing? Maybe at first he doesn't know what the fuck you're doing, but all he needs to see is one showdown, and then he's gonna just, one showdown is already rapidly, he's honing in on you. It's like, you remember Crash Bandicoot back in the day, where you get those sick fucking levels where you got the big boulder chasing after you, and you have to run backwards. Normally you're going forwards, but you have to run at the fucking screen. And you got this big boulder, and you fucking hard. That's what it's like. The reg sees your showdown when you're up to shenanigans. It's like that boulder's right there on your fucking tail now. Another showdown. Whoa! Dead. So yeah, it's all nonsense that like you play this crazy strategy, they don't know what you're doing. So many wrecks think like that, and I would have thought like that as well when I was the kind of wannabe pro. Right, lads, super nuts. Look at this. We've checked the turn. We're gonna get fancy with it. We do have a lot of hands that want to check the turn. And this is like the big blinds card, because he's got 8-7 offsuit. He's also got 7-3 suited, and Mia Bella. We got this, boys. Well, like, we probably end up chopping because of the current state of these Russian regulars. We are not racing. It's just a spot where we will have a lot of... not a big fake tank guy, but it is a spot where we're going to have a lot of really fucking awkward decisions. Like, 4 fucking ways against an overbet. Like, there's a lot of miserable... Like a 9-8 or a pocket 8s. You're like... Maybe even a hand like 6-5, 2 pair. Bluffing 7x. Damn, it was a good little shutdown. But he didn't... I mean, I don't know if he thought my tank was genuine or not. He might have thought my tank was genuine, but it was just like a 9-8 or pocket 8s. That was just gonna go with it. Maybe click... Yeah, no, I'm just gonna be fucking results biased. And Captain Hindsight. Zazzy! Sorry I'm late there, mate. 23 months. Zazzy's rolling in with the sub. Thank you very much, Zazzy. And good to see ya. Good to fucking see ya. I probably need to update that results thing, man. I've honestly I'm not a big... I just do my thing, man. I do my thing. Every now and then I'm like, okay, well, how are we on track for the year? I mean, we're in July now. It might be okay. Time to look at it. Did have a big downswing earlier in the year, though. Like, kicked off the year with a big score. We were playing way too big, though. We were playing way too big, honestly. We were having like 10k buy-ins on random Thursdays. Now our roll's a bit bigger than then, so it'd be a bit more reasonable now. But over the Christmas, I did a lot of giving and spending and torching off the tables. Like, got a bit carried away. I got this big live score, a really bad beat, honestly, in the APPT main. I had all of my own action. I'm playing this 1,650 buy-in here in Phnom Penh. I get in kings against queens, 7-handed, for about half the chips in play when I cover the guy. So I hold. I'm 1 of 6 with about half the chips in play. All top 3 positions got 6-figure scores. I would have had 100k boost for all of my own action. That sent me into a little bit of a spiral, to be honest, because on top of that, I mean, I finished 7th. I couldn't spin my couple of big blinds. I finished 7th. I get $22,000 straight into my local bank account. I mean, straight into cash. And then I put it into my bank account. And that was like, that softened the blow. You get handed 20k USD. It makes you feel a bit better. The score, that was right at the end of November. That's 7th place in the live tournament. And that December, I spent more than 20k. I gave my mom 5. And I bought a lot of, I just splurged. I kind of stopped caring about money. It was just a bit of a weird mental reaction to... And it wasn't even at first. I felt like the first, I probably bottled it up a little bit, or this 20, like I keep saying, the 22k really softened the blow. But yeah, it was a lot of boozing and partying and not caring about my money. And that kind of spilt into like December, January. Had a bit of success early January, and then just second half of January, February, March. By the time I got to March, I was playing much lower ABI. And everyone was coming in saying, "Hey, Sven, everything all good?" And I'm like, "Boys, you just wait." Who remembers me saying it? Like, it's always the case. If I'm playing a little bit of a lower ABI, it's not going to be fucking long till I'm back. And as much as I am preaching about discipline and all of this, I'm not contradicting myself, because obviously I'm very confident. I'm a believer in going for it as well. Like, if it's a profitable spot, or you think it's a good spot, like the same way I took all of my own action in the 1650, like the same way at EPT Cyprus, I took 30% of a 10k at EPT Cyprus. The field was amazing. With my bankroll, that was very, very aggressive. Taking a 3k piece, you probably want to have a quarter mil or something to be a bit more. But you know, it was a good spot. So having around 150k or something. But honestly, I had less. But it was such a good tournament, man, and I still to this day feel good about, because we also got it in ahead. We got it in with 75% equity on the turn and lost. So yeah, like I like being aggressive. As much as I'm preaching, you gotta be disciplined. Be fucking disciplined. It makes a lot of sense though. I'm saying strictly don't be a fucking loser that plays a game where you're an underdog. But if you're a favorite, the thing is, man, early you need you're going to have a lot of false confidence, just like I did. Like I just should have slowed it down, man. Today, and look, maybe today I have false confidence, but right now, you know, I'm feeling like, I mean, it makes sense. There was a time where I just felt like at a $20 ABI on stars or whatever, you know, I was feeling very good. And then I had issues kind of trying to force too much of the 88s and the 100s and the 215s. Now I feel really good at the 88s and the 100s and the 215s. But like, honestly, the 525 Bounty main that we play every day, the 1K Masters we play every Sunday, it's all feeling quite good now. I think a lot of that is just kind of comfort and kind of not being all nervous anymore. Because I played the 1K Masters loads of times where I just wasn't fully relaxed and willing to send it. Now I play the 1K Masters, man. I just, you think that's you know, what do I have to fucking lose anyway? I'm going to be aggressive in spots I think's fucking profitable, man. Like, and that's what do you think's going to happen in the end? You know, what do you think's going to happen in the end? You can imagine what's going to happen. You can imagine. Before I had any money, I was like, I've got a pretty strong feeling what's going to happen if I kind of do this and this. Again, it took ages to fucking it took ages for me to really iron out all the shitty habits, but I knew eventually it was going to happen. Same way with my more aggressive kind of habits with like taking all of 1Ks online or whatever that some people might disagree with. I know it's going to come good in the end. As long as I don't... The thing with being too aggressive, what I call being too aggressive, very simple. If you're hindering your opportunities to play your bread and butter games, or like, you know, if you taking shot takes is taking away from like you being able to grind your whatever it is. Let's say you like to play $10 tournaments, but you play a big $100 on the weekend, and now you have to play like $3 tournaments. That's doing stuff like that is slowing you down, man. And I use the snakes and ladders analogy. Like, if you want to be super conservative and super bankroll management, it's like playing a game of snakes and ladders without any snakes and ladders. You just keep rolling that dice, and slowly but surely, you just keep moving up the board. It's like, not a perfect analogy, because that sounds pretty OP. You're going to big size to 5-4-3. We're not going to like bet range on this. And honestly, I don't want to invite him. He is a kind of aggressive guy. But yeah, being aggressive is like you're adding ladders to the board, but you just got to be careful about adding the snakes as well. Is the ladder worth the snake? Is the ladder worth the snake? And like being aggressive, you're kind of placing a ladder and a snake onto the board, but not always of equal sizes. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, depends on the risk reward. It depends on if you lose, what's your financial situation after. If it doesn't make a difference, if you're not going to be in a bad situation, if it's not going to make much of a difference to your finances, but it could show some upside. You're kind of adding a big ladder on the board and just a little snake. So it's a good deal, you know? But sometimes the snake can be bigger than the ladder. And it doesn't make sense. If you've got this clean board, it's not a good deal if someone's like, okay, you're gonna add this snake for this little ladder. Only if you're a degen you're gonna be, all right, let's hope we get the ladder. Hopefully I didn't say that the wrong way around then and just confuse everything. So at the end of the day, you want more snakes. Just fucking confused myself. Yo, Kid 1591, how we doing, brother? My good friend getting back on the Twitch grind, lads. And I mean, you know, one of the proper players. Very proper. Kid 1591. Kid 1591. I'm not sure how much Kid 1591 will be able to commit to consistent streaming, but if he does, man, if he does, he'll be one of the top dogs. A lot of yapping. We fell into a lot of yapping. The standard, just the autopilot. I'm a very good autopiloter, but I do hate autopiloting, of course. Wow, lads. Holy moly. So, get a load of this tournament we're jumping into. 55 Daily Crown Mystery Bounty. 25k guaranteed. That's nice. Anyway, try and dial down the yapping here. Very interesting topics to me though, man. The 200s. Oh, the guarantees are a bit bigger today, are they? 200 special, 15k. 200 special. It's usually like 8k guaranteed or something, I think lately. 7.5k guaranteed, I think. But I guess it's like a big Monday because of the day twos and so I don't know. Maybe it just kept smashing the guarantee and they were like, alright, let's... I have been seeing a lot of guarantee smashing. Okay, I'd love to jump in the big 40 as a max late reg, but just... This is the thing, man, I just love a battle. It's not that I just love a little battle. But like table count and stuff, we'll because that'll get short-handed for a few $100 and we'll have to be playing. I'll probably play it off stream and just go full, if I was off stream I'd probably play it and just go full savage mode. There's also another little thing, like when I play off stream I'm using a lot more hotkeys, but the hotkeys lag everything out too much when I'm streaming, so still, don't get me wrong, I love streaming. Streaming's fucking sick. It is really sick. Like, imagine telling someone from 50 years ago, like, trying to explain this whole concept. So, some guy is playing a game in his home, and he's getting recorded by a camera, and that's getting instantly broadcast to the world. But there's also a little chat box where the viewers can just instantly communicate. Like, crazy. It's crazy, crazy, crazy. It kind of like, it's very groundbreaking because normally you can't, before these little technology elements, you couldn't have that. You couldn't have, if you're going to get like hundreds of people in a room, you're not going to be able to have a seamless conversation. So it's just really like, it's a fucking cool thing, man. Having like a couple of hundred or whatever, I have no idea how many's in here now. Can't even see the stream details, but whatever it is, even 50 or whatever the fuck. Or like you look at someone like big streamer Or Giraffe Ganger, he's there playing cards, got 1,000 people in there, all chatting away. Giraffe's chatting back to a lot of the comments as well. It's like, what a sick thing. What a sick world we live in right now. For good, for better, or for worse. Yeah, this mystery bounty. I have a good feeling about the mystery, eh? Finally, it's happening. Finally. You know when you have a playlist on Spotify, and then under the playlist there's this great little section called Recommended. But I just wish the autoplay, when your playlist is finished, it doesn't just start autoplaying the recommended. There's a nice like list there, a recommended list. But then it goes on autoplay and you hear a banger and it's not in the list. Yeah, you can... It's a slight thing, because you can still see the song that's playing and add it to the playlist. But the ones in the recommended list, you just click add and they're zipped to the playlist. We get 66 bigs in the mystery. Oh shit, 25, yeah, 125, yeah. 55. Um, 10 o'clock, so yeah. We're up to 2878 and 590. Oh, sorry, the caches have been completely neglected. Didn't even add the the Zodiac Dragon. Yeah, it was. We cashed for like 394 in the Zodiac Dragon. And for a moment I thought it was like the GOAT we cashed for that because... But no, 127 buy-in, we cashed for 400. That's actually decent. This is the GOAT. We're in the GOAT now. That wasn't the other one. Wow, stacked. Definitely have to be very careful with what I'm regging. Late reg, probably max late reg to 44, 40 stack. Late reg, even the bounty version. I mean, we'll pre-reg the 150 bounty. That's probably a good one to pre-reg. And it's 26 minutes time. We probably will bust the tournament. Maybe not though. Problem with our table count is like we reg a bunch of tournaments and then we just never lose. So then we end up with a bunch of tables. Just gonna expect to lose but then don't lose. %. On the 150 there, lads. If you want to gamble. Gamble. Whenever someone shouts gamble before they fucking put in all their chips. The stone nuts. We know that from the fucking quad aces versus royal hand. It was the ginger guy in the headphones who had the royal. And it was the Asian guy who had quad aces. What did the Asian guy say before he jammed? Gamble! Quad aces. Gamble! On the river, let's gamble. Quad aces. And that's an old school hand, but... I was watching a hand on Instagram. You can tell I scroll a lot on Instagram. A lot of Instagram reel stories. But it was a hand with this gorgeous poker player, this gorgeous lady. I'd never seen her before. But it was this like American kind of mid-stakes live cash game that I never seen before. But it was quite a recce game. Stakes were like, I don't know, some kind of mid-stakesy. Where the fuck is this table, man? Oh, because we re-entered. Good luck. Big blind clicked it in after we min-raised and got all the callers. Oh, I already added to 200. Wow, the fucking aces. 10 me. 10 me. Jack me. 10 me. 2 10s in there. There's a lot of other dead cards. Damn, the aces got us. Nice overcall, though. Absolutely a nice overcall. Let's bow out. Let's bow out. I don't even want to check when the blinds go up because it's so close that if I see the blinds don't go up for another like 4 minutes, probably would reg, but it's... Is it that marginal though? Okay. We have a lot of... We got 12 tables. If we were to re-enter that, we'd have 13, so... Just be a little more selective. I just said 5 minutes ago, we got to be careful with our buy-ins. I'm starting to see the day 1 flights with the last minute and the last chance now. Can feel the day 2 around the corner. Pocky Jacks. Trying to fade the cards. We're fading cards. We're not going to say what those cards are because who knows how the universe even works. Maybe we're all manifestors. Maybe we all manifest together. So it's like it's not like you can just manifest your own thing for yourself. It's like all the manifestation merges and just spits out random fucking. Okay, now we're getting deep for sure. Let's not go there. Not that I'm really a big fucking believer in all of that. I don't know. But all I do know is that like being positive definitely seems to work in life and being negative definitely seems to not work in life, and that doesn't need to be too hocus pocus like wishy-washy universe spiritual stuff. That can just be a kind of scientific thing of like when you're being positive, your brain's kind of looking out for more. You know, you're just more you have more chance for things to go well when you're being positive. Like I think being negative is a very dangerous thing, man. That's what I'm most scared of. Is like falling into this negative. And I know a lot of people are trapped in this negativity, but you gotta get out of it, man. So yeah, I'm unsure about like the law of attraction and stuff. That could definitely be a thing. And that's just based on like, you know, there's nearly more evidence for law of attraction than there fucking isn't. And we don't have a fucking clue what's going on in this universe. We don't have a clue, man. We can't act like we really have a clue. So you can't say something like, wow, well, what does all that stuff matter? Because, well, you don't know. Alright, we'll close down the lobby. I'm just fucking... That's enough, Sven. Don't want to miss... Oh, well, yeah, we'll reg up to 525. Yeah, Jack's here, but here, real quick, we defend Ace of Hearts 10. We get 9 bigs, he min raises. I don't think he has Queen Jack suited over here. I think he open rips that, so... It's relevant to note that our blockers are irrelevant in this situation. Just gonna jam. We have some fold equity. I was thinking of peeling and then jamming some turns. You know, but like that's just... would we not just jam now instead? Well, we could wait until we have more equity. Oh! God, he's gonna be pissed. Nice. In the money here in the 25 Masters. He's good enough to never raise Queen X. I think raising Queen X would be quite bad on the flop. It could still have like aces in his range just trapping us. But what else is there? Yeah, it's kind of grim, to be honest. It's kind of grim. We block like a King Jack of clubs hand. We block a fucking... Okay. Yeah, we're pretty low down, man. I've got some negative spidey senses that I don't think are based on much. We're pretty low down. What worse hands do we have here, lads? We have... What worse hands do we have? Pocket nines with no diamond. Technically, yeah, that as well. That we want to get in pre. What do we fold out? I mean, non-diamond, Queen X or Ace X. King, Queen, no diamond. Probably King, Queen, no diamond was what he had. A King, Queen suited type hand. Although that could get it in pre. But he could absolutely still have King, Queen suited. It makes a lot of sense. How? Wow. By the way, he doesn't play a hand for ages, and then that's probably like aces or something, by the way. It's probably some guy with some emotional issues. Thinks he runs the worst with aces. Has PTSD from every time he's lost with aces. So he's going to play them absolutely horrifically. And probably he's like minus... Nah, look, I don't want to get too deep into it. You know, I was going to start speculating on his potential ROI being quite bleak, but that's a bit harsh. It mightn't be. But my point is, I'm not trying to fire shots. The point is just that, like, out of fear, out of your kind of emotional history with aces and your fear of losing with aces, you're gonna play them. And he could have had anything, but let's say he did have aces, because people do that and when they do, it's out of kind of fear and hating losing. Well, you're actually just making yourself lose even more money, ironically, right? Peace and love. Welcome in, everyone. Big boy Ray, 216 rolling in. We're having a pretty vibey stream, lads. We got a bunch of tables. We've got a big session ahead. We got a day 2 in a couple of hours. We're going to be playing high roller in an hour. The 525 on GG. It's a good time, and a good time for you to join us. Peace and love. Thank you so much, brother. Let's not accidentally raid you back. Let's do a shout out instead. This might look a little scaredy cat over here where we're just open ripping the ace king, but it's more just not allowing them to play defensive with an ace jack in the big blind, with a king queen on the button. Like, if he's got king queen suited and we min raise on the button, he's gonna call probably, right? If we open jam, well then he's probably gonna call anyway, but we'll get it all, right? Or the same with the big blind. It's especially with the big blind, because the big blind will just defend like ace 10 suited or ace jack off, which is a good play for, as you can see, like he doesn't go broke against my ace king when he just defends pre. That's why we open jam. We don't allow them to. And also ace king off, we're also like not allowing them to defend their 9-8 suited and just pick and choose the boards they go in with. We all know how fucking good of a time it is just to peel a min raise with 9-8 suited in the big blind. So yeah, playing ace king like we played it, it's better, right? In my opinion. Different elements. There's always different elements to a certain play or action you make. Just about trying to find the best one. Here, this guy's just trying to get us. Like, it goes check on the flop. We check to him on the turn. With some intentions to, like, bluff river or whatever. And then he just does this little flimsy 2 big blinds on the turn. Like, what does he think is going to happen, man? $88 bounty warm-up. It's quite strong when we go non-all in here. Wow, good fold. Yeah. I'm gonna bluff this river. We bet small on the flop into the both the blinds. And I gave up on the turn because we didn't have a spade and we had a diamond, so we make it less likely he is like king 10 of diamonds. It's gonna snap fold the turn. But now I actually like the element of like blocking ace 10 of diamonds. So yeah, we're gonna try and and we do when we bet the flop really small and check back the turn. It is quite an ace x heavy line. There we go, getting it done. He had something decent there as well, like a queen or something. Queen, or maybe just pocket eights, pocket 7s. We rep an ace very well though, so it could have been a queen. If you're wondering, does this guy have any deep runs? 1 in the money right now. We're not even at the kind of peak of our session yet. We have a big one ahead. Although the intention wasn't to play that long, but then I forgot that I had a day 2 later, so I'm gonna power on through. Only just giving a shout out now. All right. Appreciate the new follows coming in, lads. A wise decision, a good investment, I'd say, to hit the follow button. A grand total of $0. You'll definitely gain a little something at some point. You know, not to be all blowing my own trumpet, because me myself, coming up in poker, a lot of Twitch. It was, for the very beginning, it was like 45% Twitch, 45% YouTube. Well, it was more YouTube at the start. Like 60% YouTube, 30% Twitch, 10% talking with my buddy or two. I only really had one buddy who I could talk with, who kind of took the game more seriously. But it was always, like, the first few years, always, if you were to look at a pie chart of how I, like, learned the game, the craft, well, playing is going to be a big part of it as well, but outside of playing, YouTube and Twitch, massive, like 80% of it, really. And then kind of you get kind of more sophisticated group chats as time goes on and stuff. Yo, Mighty Yal. What's up, dudes? Cheer the fuck up, get him. We'll get him, but we're pretty cheerful, don't worry, mate. Pretty cheerful. You will see us go through, like, yeah, I'll blow off some steam, but we're not a, what's the word I'm trying to find here when you just kind of, it's embarrassing, it's not a very complicated word. When you think about something for too long, when you're like, keep thinking about something. Dwelling. We're not much of a dweller. We're a very, like, we'll go on big rants, and sometimes, you know, when I want to say everything I have to say, it might go on for 10-15 minutes. This guy's just playing too wide for me not to dunk in the ace-8 suited here, lads, when he's 3xing 2. But you know what he's probably doing? He's probably exclusively 3xing. Please let me away with this horrible... It's right there. It's right there on a plate for me. He plays 42% of his hands. He raises 9% of them. You know, and you know what, man? Like, it's my fault and everything. I'm just gonna have to fire a little dig at the guy for a sec, just because it's the truth. You know how fucking bad he's playing? And this is what makes it so annoying for me. His strategy, and you might say, how do I know this? You can tell by the stats and by him just having it when he 3x's. He limps the weak hands. He 3x's the big hands. Bravo. Good luck to you, mate. Bravo. And there you have me. He put it on a plate for us. Would you like salt and pepper with that, sir? He said. And I missed it. I fucking missed it. I dropped the ball. I dropped the fucking plate. Yeah, he was just like, here you go, look at my stats, you'll see that I never raise. I just play a lot of hands, but I don't raise. I know what that means. If I just looked at the stats, I know what that means. I don't need to see him have an ace-jack to know what that means. I know what it means just from the stats. It's like the worst strategy. I mean, whatever, man. If people like me aren't gonna pay attention, then it's fine. Go do it. Do it. You know, the earliest form of like bots when they started coming around 10 years ago, they would have very like the level 1 bots were just like raise good hands, limp shit hands. I think you still see stuff like that around. Or they reverse sometimes. I don't know. Bots are weird. I never really understood bots, man. They're fucking weird. I was never too concerned about them as well. Honestly, like, we're bet calling here because what a hand to see. He's got the little diamond. He's got our 5 blocked. He's got a pair. Like, he could have just had 7-9 of hearts that we're ahead of. But yeah, we bet call this hand. I don't hate it. I don't hate bet calling. Ace-5 of diamonds here. Backdoor steel wheel. Or pure moo. What's happening, brother? Good to see you, man. Good to see you. How you living? What's new over in Cambodia? Not a lot, man. Not a lot. I'm actually off to Thailand very soon. WPT Bangkok. First ever legal tournament in the history of Thailand. Or tournament series.
Yeah, we came a long way.
So that's awesome. Maybe there was one like 20 years ago that I didn't know about, but nah, Thailand and Cambodia, Southeast Asia 20 years ago. I've heard about it, man. It's really the Wild West. You know, before this shows how much nonsense you just can hear from people. Before I ever came to Cambodia, my friend told me like there's guns everywhere, and you'll see people like in a nightclub with like a big strap. Never seen a gun once. My 5.5 years in Cambodia, not one, not anywhere. You know, ridiculous thing to say. I love that guy, but he was probably referencing some old story he heard from like the 20 years ago or something. Hopefully this guy doesn't do any fucking in-position raises against our blast off. Because I want to see a river, and I don't want to bet call all in. But this is going to fold out a bunch of stuff. This is going to be very effective. And he should never jam in position. It would be just a bit of a kind of fishy play if he jammed in position. I'll give up now. It's all good. Our clubs don't work well for us. Really shit, actually. We want him to have clubs. And his range is just quite strong. He might have an ace-9 or something. Like, not having a 7 or a 9, which allows him to have, like, queen-7s and queen-9s that might have got sticky. But, nah, he's going to have some trip 10s himself, but some overpairs. His name is Blesnik. Makes me feel like he's going to be more of, like, an old-school guy. We check call now. Beat the queen-9. Beat the counterfeit pocket 5s. Nah. One sec with the tunes. Man, we just murdered 2 guys, 2 shorties there. I didn't even see it myself. I'm sure you would have loved to sweat the all in. Sorry. We play quite a high table count, and we managed to do a pretty great job of staying on top of it and, doing well. But sometimes that sacrifices a little bit of broadcasting. Sometimes what I do as well, which is probably really fucking annoying, is there'll be an all-in, but because I don't care about the all-in anymore because I have no more decisions to make, then I have a decision on another table, And I'll start being, I'll change table before the all-in's finished. So yeah, sorry if I ever do that, but it's just, I'm just focused on playing my decisions. Yeah, and this is a very, like, disrespectful raise, but why would we have any respect for a 25-bucker recreational guy? I don't mean that in a bad way, you know, just respect for his game at a high level. But here's the thing, even if the guy knows we have a straight, which is... Okay, alright, buddy. He just puts me on the Queen 10. Oh, dude, the game doesn't really work like that. Anyway, I was just targeting draws and stuff. A big part of why I want to raise the turn comes from the lack of bluffs they're doing on later streets, which the later street is the river. That means, like, what's the point of calling? We're just going to let them... And it's so nuanced, because I don't like when people just, like, think they need to charge the draws for no reason. But we're free rolling. Sometimes people, they want to think they need to charge the draws with their fucking top pair on like 9-8-4 flush draw. They're charging hands that have 48% equity anyway. Like, oh god, we're absolutely sending it here. Nice. Absolutely. It was Jack 10 suited 4-bet jam there against the cutoff. Quite a nice one, to be fair. God, none of the fucking tables are ready. That's annoying, man. Like, that just slows me down a lot. I say being on top of things, but when the tables aren't fucking ready, man. We're all good, we're all good. Just tanking there deliberately. Check jam here. I honestly think we should have bet ourselves. Because when we check to this guy, he's just going to check back his king queen, his king 10. People are just so, like... basic, you know, for the most part. You know, it's a game of incomplete information. We make assumptions. That's what the game is. So if someone's doing something a little bit less, that's what I mean by, like, it might sound like I'm being a bit harsh or dramatic, or there's a tone of exaggeration, but I just mean, like, for the most part, you know, we don't know anything definitively or like black and white. What's this? Hijack, low jack. Let's go. Hijack, low jack. Oh, it's a 6 max today. The fucking bounty mains are 6 maxes. Well. That's going to mean a little bit less for you guys. But that's a what? Going to be a little bit more greedy with it. I mean, we're probably going to be re-entering again, but whatever. Like, we re-enter, we keep all the action. It is, to be fair, the last time they had a 6... I did win the last one for 55k. The last 525 6 max they ran, I did win there a couple of weeks ago. Not that that means fuck all, but... yeah, we don't need to be... Okay. I mean, you can see where this one's going to go if he checks. He might think we're going to jam. If we've got like king queen offsuit with a spade, or ace queen offsuit with a spade, or ace king offsuit with a spade, does he think we're going to jam turn? It's a reasonable assumption to make. I don't like rooting for other players to like do something because that's not in our hands, but let's be real. I hope he bets. He does check. Good check. Now you got to call all in. Did he have a hand that was thinking about value jamming himself? Oh man, that was a long fucking tank. I don't think I'm... Here's the thing, lads. If he didn't have a spade, well, maybe he's got... Yeah, if he didn't have a spade, he'd bluff, man. Go on, Simon. Don't tilt me, Simon. Fair enough. You had the trees that are just calling a fucking tree bet, man. Jesus Christ. Get your... You know, go do your thing, man. Do your thing. You fucking peel trees, man. You peel trees because the sim says to peel trees. You're not a bot, though. You're a human, and you're gonna struggle with trees, honestly. But you do you, man. You do you. Those pairs. I mean, 2.2 to 6.2. Maybe it was too friendly of a price. So let me dial back there on the critiques. If 525, 250k. Yeah, and then you got like... It's a 25 bucker day too, so I'm not sure how many of the guys would be... I'm not sure how many of the guys from the 25 bucker day two would be jumping into the 525, but there might be a few, to be fair. Might be a few. Alright, let's get right on top of things now, man. Right on top of things. I mean, keep doing what we're doing. We're doing well. I like how we're playing for the most part. 4-bet jamming the ace queen off into the fucking nits aces earlier was one of the biggest blunders of the day. And the ace 8 suited there to kill our fucking tournament in the 25 Masters. That's another blunder. Any fucking breaks about? Not for 25 minutes. Okay. Right, we'll keep it. This hand looks like it might last a minute, so let's fucking just keep it here. Do our thing. Can't even get like 8 seconds to fucking play a tune, man. Tune, man. We're out of late reg. Oh, we need to get back into 55 mystery as well. It's not the best hand. It'd be nice if we had like ace of diamonds, jack of clubs. We just interact. Ranges get tight, you know. It might sound like it's a minor thing, but when he doesn't really have the offsuit combos, when ranges are narrow and there's a finite amount of suited combos, when we block the queen jack of clubs and the ace queen of diamonds, it's like, it's a lot more interaction than when we have the jack of spades, which doesn't do much for us. I don't think we're going to get called by worse enough, lads. Alright, he could be there on a royal flush or ace queen still, like a small amount at a time. He's not going to pay us with that. It's just he hates the turn. He's just done with it on that turn, I think. And then once I check back, I mean, I know it. You know, like it is kind of sick, man. It is kind of sick. You could imagine if the roles were reversed. What do you think's going to happen if the roles are reversed?
Homegrown computer wise on the microphone, utilizing tracks inverted by mimical.
We go for it checks around on the flop. We check the turn again, man. The only thing with this is, man, it does generate a lot of folds. I say it a lot, like this kind of line. They just don't get suspicious enough, and then they bet fold. So wouldn't it have been better if we just kind of bet ourselves, and then we bet again on the river? We might get paid 2 streets then. But yeah, they just bet fold, man. Like, yeah, people aren't getting sticky and leveling themselves. We're launching 60 bigs here out of a sheer lack of fear of this Chinese flat, and we covered a guy anyway for $24, which is a full buy-in, which is quite a lot. Jack? Oh, King's shit. Nuclear lindrums that bang hard on dark tracks, reacting reverb, conscious spots on your nerve. I'll take a break like James Brown to the bridge. Oh, we're a Sunrunner, man. Going. Very nice, lads. Very nice. 200 off the money, 53 bigs. Very nice in the 33 15k on WPT. Back with intriguing positive minerals. You enter the center, searching radiant random with no condom. The rubbers would reach the testicles and affect them. By animal means, I'm in your spectrum. As I walk through the garden of orange tomatoes, I see blue flowers. We could check fold, we could check call, we could turn it into a bluff. I think he's got enough of the nothing to check call, honestly. Well, it's a bit outlandish, isn't it? But it depends. If he goes half pot, Like, I'm nearly saying if he goes bigger, I'll call, because then he'll be more polar. We should have turned it into a bluff in hindsight. I just didn't expect him to... Like, I'd be worried about losing to a 10, because he bets flop, checks back to 10. And, like, sure, I want to target 10x, but what are some of the 10x? Queen 10, right? And, like, stuff that's just going to snap us anyway. So I'd rather just let him bluff his king 6 or ace 4 after he gives up. But yeah, we can also leverage people, like, not value betting wide enough and stuff. Not that he should value bet that hand, but...
Follow the light. The light is your guide. I am controller of planet X.
3-3.
And I've invited you here to discuss something that's very important.
King Ghidorah, take me to your leader. Quick to claim that he not no snake like me neither. They need to take a breather. He been rhyming longer than Sigmund the Sea Creature. Been on Saturday feature.
We flat here, quite weird. It's good enough to play for stacks, but we flat pre-flop and now we're leading into 2.
Even give you one sit and ZZ top. Will full bears thou shalt not more corner. Ghidra like one more steps in y'all's corners.
I think the quick check makes sense. It's kind of his cards.
Electrics don't be in y'all saunas. He only here to warn us what the plan is. The hour is up on us, it's bananas. Born alone, die alone, no matter who your man is.
$282 buy-in, by the way. 2,000 yuan. He could have worse value. You know how I like to proceed against these guys. Could fold out. The ace king gets through. He's never going to fold a king. He could fold an 8. He could fold 2 pair. Jack 10. We don't have a worse hand. We just don't have a worse hand in this. When you think about it, like, king queen's a straight, like. Hit the studio.
And I'm paid.
Half up front, half upon mastering. Would you like that in cash? Last thing you should ask the king.
You don't have to be no crystal ball reader. Allergic to saltpeter. Used to be a wall beater. In the game like a Wall Street cheater. A lot of rap noise is annoying like cedar. Turn into a triple X monster from a fairy tale movie. He don't know me very well, do he? King Ghidra crush on the scene's teacher.
Sixes are being hot today. Heffa.
And I had to offer her a stick of gum. She was as thick as they come and taught a strict curriculum. Which is only good for my son.
It's actually it's.
Razors on tongue.
I want to wait until the guy.
Rule number 1, keep your phasers on stun.
The thing is, like, we flip a lot. We're really behind the 7s true jacks. Queens you'd think would start non all in. But it's the ace 2 true ace 5 suited that is pure, by the way. All the flips, but like, we're 70% against the ace deuce against ace deuce true ace 5, you know. And these spots are just a little uncomfortable, but they're just calls in theory, because you know what the fucking solver's good at? Or computers in general? Numbers and maths, right? That's why you want to be a little, you want to be a little respectful to them and not just be like, oh, what are these fucking solvers? You fucking waste of time, fucking solvers, man. Fuck numbers, man. Let's just grab a beer and fucking, all in blind. We'll do a blind flip. You want to do a blind flip? It's no coincidence that the anti-solver guys are the guys who love to do a blind flip at the end of the night. Sorry, it's definitely going to be close to home with a few of you, but look, a blind flip at the night's whatever. It's not. It's a little bit degen, but it's a 50-50. Well, there's a bit of rake you're going to have to pay as well, right? Yeah, not really into that actually. When you think. Whatever though, you know where it could make sense to just be if it's like a private game, giving a bit of action like that, sure. Letting some dude have a bit of a gamble with you, who you've... I wouldn't be an absolute nit like that, you know. That's why I'm good. I do. I'm someone who gets invited back to home games. I play really fucking loose anyway. But yeah, if I, you know, like if someone wants, if I'm in a home game and I'm, you know, the guest and I want to come back and someone who's down 5 bags wants to fucking flip with me, just trying to think how much I would flip for. Well, we 4-bet jam against small blind. They all fucking have it, man. Jesus Christ, yeah. Well, nice little creative 3-bet there. Small blind against Hydrack. When you just have everything. Like, you could just justify a 3-bet in anything there, but no. So basic, so one-dimensional. Like an umpire. We did not hit an offsuit queen. So, consistent. I got you. Put you to watch you. Consistent. Best to watch you. Consistent. I fuck this up sometimes, man. Just I make it too close to 1 SPR. But that's gonna be 15 bigs into 23 or some shit. That's what I like. 15 into 23 is good. But like 20 into 20, it's too pot-sizey and big when you're trying to... It's just not clean enough, man. I don't like it. It's my own bad, honestly. What do you got there? Aces that trap pre? Nah, no one is good enough to trap aces in these games. Flats jacks pre, though. Doesn't let me... Him re-raising against my check raise. Definitely a couple of question marks over that one, man. I got your... So you're to watch your... Kazista. Baby. I got you. In the 150 bounty, did not have time to get it on screen yet. But in the 150 bounty, we got a 4-bet jam. True blind versus blind. We 4x. He goes to 12 bigs. We jam. I mean, it just brings us back to starting stacks. Completely irrelevant. Just wanted to mention it because I know someone may have action. Or not. Maybe no one bought any. Yeah, never mind. Gonna rejam here, lads. Bounties are like chips. And yeah, we're going after them. Oh, would you stop it? That's so generous. The fucking King Deuce, King 10 when we've deuces. Holy moly. Deuce of diamonds? We're in a sim, Deuce of diamonds? Damn, man. I am.
Cut across the neck. A sound like wailing.
You fucking loser. What are you doing? What is this for? He's probably just some fucking 60k. This again. We're ahead. We're ahead. We're ahead. No! Fuck your... Oh! What a fucking... Oh! You doing, brothers? Fucking... Oh, you... Anyway, whatever. Whatever you do, you keep doing it. You keep doing that, man. You keep 3-bet calling Queen Jack suit. Okay, just for anyone who's like... Might think, and I'm saying it how it is now. Again. What I did was totally fine in theory. What he did was completely ridiculous, right? So, I just don't want anyone to think, well, you both kind of did the same thing. You got Jack 10, he got Queen Jack. He's calling it off. I'm generating endless fold equity when it's small blind versus fucking cutoff. Alright, moving on. Excellent. We're out the 88 bounty warm up. We cash for 20. Oh, nice. Amigos, baby. Fucking hell, Sven. Just let's see the table a little bit better. I like the 4 bigs. It might sound like I like everything that I do. It's because it is like 8 out of 9 things or something. It is quite often, you know. We work hard. Wow, sick one. Normally it's just a bet fold on the flop, man. Like, you want to know how to play the game, like theory out the window, but we're gonna peel one when it's the 42 VPIP over 166 fucking hands. I think like we bet, and then if he jams, fold. What are we saying? Hopefully he doesn't just get induced by our size. Come on, let's check back. We're getting a bit weird about it. Why would he check raise 1 pair? Just to kind of see where he's at with a 9. You know what I'm going to do? And I don't mind saying it because he mightn't speak English and we don't play a lot. I'm going to bet call. I think he's going to turn like 9-8 offsuit into a bluff, because that's kind of like, I think it's just a 9-8 that was seeing where it's at, or trying to take it down, trying to protect its hand. And now he's going to take his 9-8 and raise it up, and I'm going to call and win a huge pot. Fuck! Alright. God, as well, if we do get away from it in every other way, but so fair play to him, man. Here's a big 40 big blind to the 200 special. He could have put, you know when he raises non-all in as well? I know I already felt amazing about it, but he doesn't put us in for the bounty. I honestly thought that was super weak as well. I know it all happened in like 1 second, but like when it's like, okay, come here, let me snap you off if you're not even, because I thought he was gonna jam, and he just fucking clicks it. He's like, you don't like $22? And again, like, did we cover him? Am I missing something there? If he covers me, he's just it's a bounty tournament, bro. Like, put me all in for the bounty. But yeah, you do you. We're out with the Zodiac Gold High Roller 282 buy-in. It's going to be our 3rd bullet as well. Hey Siri, set timer 21 minutes. Yeah, ace queen into ace king for like 13 bigs. Happens. The table's so good. I nearly just want to snap re-enter just to get the same table, but anyway, don't mean to. Yeah, we're just moving on. We're moving. This is all, you know. The intensity's nice and high. Keep it rolling. Got a break in 7 minutes. Perfect time to just fucking lock in. We're all in here with our last 2. We're not going to check fold, and it's better to just put it in. He might make some mistake. Not a great hand to see, but we can still be live on the turn. This is how good we run. How many hands, dude? Okay, it's another one that's going to get in just based on how many hands the guy plays. The ace queen got through if you didn't see that. Jack 4 suited early position. Yeah, there we go. It's good river. Oh fuck, it's good color. I mean, it's good that it's not black. Obviously. Whatever, man. His pre-flop open's terrible, but he plays it nice post-flop, as you know. He bets flop, sizes up a turn jam, he turns the equity, piles it in there. I would have hated it if it wasn't for his super wide stats. Like, you know, not a decent bluff with equity, but a good poker post flop. As bad as it was pre. These fake fucking Brazilians, man, with their Estonian passports. Great tune, man. For all the single men.
I already decided, bitch, that I don't need no sidekick. Pull up profile lit, pull up profile, bitch. Every time I see her, she look like she ain't gon' never forget. Pull up with a torch lit, these rappers can't afford shit. Won't pull off, you rented it. We laugh until we finish, bitch. Hoes getting hit to it, they noticing your flaws and shit. Pull up to my crib, whole pad fully furnished, bitch. And I got
Oi, come on, man, it's so annoying.
Shawty came through, asking how you made the lights like this. Her nigga roll skippy splits, I roll with all.
Oh, this is super wide guy. All right, let's go non all in. I meant to go 3. Fuck me. 6 into 13 is good though. Probably got a better hand by now. Okay. Not gonna re-enter this PKO. No bounties, nothing added to the caches. GG though, all the same. This one gonna dunk in, lads, for 20. For 18.7 even. Better yet. Less risk for the same rewards. 4 big blinds is nothing to be snubbed at for any more beginner players. Like, taking down 4 bigs, and it's not like you've just dead when he calls. You have equity. And like getting it in 40-60, risking that for 4 big blinds, that's, you know. And also will be flipping. He'll raise call 6s and 7s. I mean, look, basically first hand of both this 250 and the Zodiac Goat, we were like crippled. We lost 1,000 big blind flip in the Zodiac Goat. So we were bound to kind of be in for a few bullets. Like, let's not be too... Let's not really care about that. It was inevitable from the very first level of these tournaments. They were going to be a little on the messy side. I'm getting back in that one with 25 bigs, so I think 25 bigs is enough when the games are so good. Gonna be our second bullet in the 250 monster. Soon to be our third bullet in the 288 or the 282 Zodiac Goat. Mystery bounty over here, 25k guarantee. A half an hour left of late reg. Decent little stack going. We'll take it. Something we can definitely build on.
Come to the house on the hill, yo, we got the lightning, we got the thunder. Tick tock when the clock don't stop, then he bounce to the block till the fucker did it number. Get bought with the 169, you made he find down in the 5 ticket under. Come living in the haunted house with the 169.
Hey Siri, set timer 36 minutes for WPT. I mean, I tell you what, boys. I said, alright, let's go hard for the last 7 minutes. What I'm doing now that's kind of not what I want to be doing. I can just wait until break to set alarms and do stuff, you know, that's... I don't care, it's just worth noting, like, you know, could definitely be... We still got another 2 minutes to make up for it with some excellent poker. Faced with 2 ranges with a whole lot of nothing here. The table isn't ready though, fucking hell. It was Button. Button was the other guy in the hand. Wow, he just rivered a fucking nuts. Unless he's rivered Jack X 2 pair. We basically have the nuts. Here. Please get suspicious, bro. Come on. Thank you. Hey, what did I say? What did I say the only way we lose? We don't barrel the turn here. I'll tell you why I don't barrel the turn here. I don't know if this guy's a wreck, but UK flag that I don't know. 2k cash is very confident he's a wreck now. Wrecks... Don't really like the word wreck. More casual players tend to slow play trips way more than they should, actually. Like, that's Jack 7. In theory, we'd have this sophisticated strategy that's really just hard to play against, and this superior strategy of check raising our Jack X, but check raising our gut shots, our 10-9s, our 10-8s, a little bit of Queen 10 suited with a backdoor, adding a bunch of bluffs to your range, fast playing the Jack X, building a pot when you have the Jack X. Like, what happened there? The river was an 8, so the river was an 8, so he could have just rivered the 10-9. But it was probably just a slow play Jack. See how big of a pot he won? And look, man, here's the thing as well. Here's the real thing as well. People, the same type of people, they feel like they feel like they kind of disregard the fact that I'm going to bet call a hand like King Queen with a backdoor flush draw. I'm going to bet call a hand like Ace King, like I had, you know? So like, I'm going to bet call like Ace 8 with a backdoor flush draw probably. I'm going to bet call maybe pocket 9s, you know, like, it's not all black and white. You don't need a slow play. We misclicked the roulette and it's opened up, but that's why everything's lagging out. God, it's my least favorite thing about GG. You can't turn off the stupid toxic games in the corner. When you're trying to play some fucking poker, they're shoving off because they make a bunch of money from these games. That's why.
I be trying to wait, I be full of hate. Thinking back in the day, maybe levitate. All I do is laugh, staring through the mask. While I chill on the hill, I'ma kill him after. Straight, 169, I'll be at Heaven's Gates. Talking about fate, I'm in the dark, smoked out while I wait. Straight, 169, I'll be at
Maybe I go for the all night. Nah, I hate flying. Doing the all-nighter. How's your life in Cambodia? Number one. I don't know where the other rankings are, but my home's Ireland. My second home's kind of England. I'd probably, if I was to live in Europe, might be England. I don't know where the other ones rank, but I do know that Cambodia is number 1, which is why I'm here. Because poker gives me the freedom to live in my favorite place that I've been to, you know. Life in Cambodia is better than I could ever imagine life being, you know, in a way, honestly, because just I never would have thought, I mean, I thought I would make money, but I never would have thought I would have got such a high quality of life. Growing up in Ireland, where it's low quality of life, sorry to, you know, I love Ireland and all, but a high amount of euros, low quality of life, it flips in Cambodia. Like, really good. Difference between, like, I think Southeast Asia and Asia in general is brilliant. Bali, Thailand, but Bali's got no poker. Thailand's got no poker. Thailand is having its first ever WPT now, so we'll see how that goes. I'm actually going to fly over tomorrow. Cambodia's just got 3 WPTs a year, 3 APPTs a year, maybe 2 APPTs a year. Very nice resort, very nice casino in the capital city. It's a vibe, man. It's an absolute vibe. It's a little bit more of a vibe than Thailand for me personally. Thailand's a little bit more tourist trappy and touristy in general. You know, I like... There's still a solid amount of tourists over here, but it's a little bit more like niche and not just bros and tank tops everywhere, you know, starting fights. I've had a very good run of not bumping into toxic people. That actually changed recently, man. I was Basak Lane. If you're coming to Phnom Penh, you probably want to go out in Basak Lane. It's like, it's got none of the like stereotypical stuff about Southeast Asia. Like, it's just a walking street where no cars go. I think that is what a walking street is. Little lanes going this way, going nearly like Spirited Away or something, but it's just bars and a couple of clubs and different types of bars, and a lot of which are, there's one ran by an Italian guy, there's another one ran by a French guy who does me wicked espresso martinis. There's Japanese guys that have some kind of more hardcore places. Basak Lane is a fucking wonderland, right? Anyway, no one's ever... I've never seen any beef or shit until recently, where I was there with my friend in Basak Lane. And 2 Northern Irish guys started getting really hostile, man. It was a father and a son. And it fizzed out. And they went on their way and we went on their way, but like... Man, it was more the kid than the father. The father was a vibey guy. I could tell they were having a bit of gear together. You know, they were going back and forth to the toilets or whatever. The son was a young fella, probably a bit younger than me, more mid or early 20s, kind of lanky guy. He was the one that was shit-faced drunk. Me and my friend and his owl fella were all reasonably sober. Kid just keeps waffling about all political stuff. Coming to Cambodia, and I know Cambodia's got some shit behind the scenes or whatever that I've never seen firsthand. Hear stories and stuff. I heard a lot of stories before I came here. But to go to Basak Lane, where there's vibes there, there's locals vibing, there's staff vibing, the tourists, there's fucking vibes everywhere. It's always sunset, it's just fucking vibes in the air. It's just slow pace, you never hear any aggression anywhere. And these dudes are coming in to the country. Oh, it's so horrible, man. Like, honestly, I'd love for some. But the thing is, it's so vibey that the local police wouldn't do anything to them. They wouldn't beat the shit out of them for being toxic little pricks. They'd probably they'd tell them to fucking cop the fuck on, but it's gonna be real last resort for someone to get their ass whooped. But, and that's why some of these fucking tourists can actually think they can be toxic. They're more comfortable here than they are in their own country. Ridiculous behavior. Don't you like Ireland? I like Ireland. It's my home. I think living there. You know, we just go on sound effects, just like, you know. And I left there 6 years ago now. It's not really 5 years ago, because I was other places before I ended here. Well, no, I left Ireland 10 years ago. What am I saying? I went to England. But, like, I left that kind of part of the world, like, 6-7 years ago, just on my travels. But you see, have you been, like, reading the news and stuff? Do you see how it's gone since? Like, if I didn't really want to live there at the time, you see how it's going now, man. You'll hear, if you speak about it, listen to anyone speak about Cambodia. Like, I was watching an Instagram reel, always got my fucking Instagram reel stories, but some French or something white business guy who was doing a little interview with this Cambodian content creator. And he said a lot of things that I always say as well. He was saying he loves the slow down pace, but he wasn't French. Sorry, he was either from London or he lived in London. I think he was from England and lived in London. He was saying he got robbed in London about 6 times before he even turned 18. You don't get robbed over here. There is no rob. You might get non-confrontational theft from some dude on a motorbike who knows they can snatch your phone and get away with it. But they're not gonna, like, there's not gonna be any confrontational crime like there is in Western world. So, like, rambling a bit here, but it's much fucking safer than America or England or, like, Dublin. Yeah, it's you know. And you might say, oh, is it got really bad internet? I've got super fast internet. There is some issues with it, like dropping in the daytime. But I tell you what, again, you know where I had all my fucking internet problems? Ireland and England. That's when I had my biggest fucking nightmares. Don't bluff here, we're trying to show down against a king, queen, king, jack type hand. So, the internet thing's a myth. I had much worse experiences when I was living in shitty accommodation in Ireland and England with internet. By the way, 525 6 max in 25 minutes. Safety, healthcare. Oh, is it like, what happens if you get sick? Do you have to, like, go to these low quality hospitals with, like, wooden beds and no electricity? No, you don't. There's a wide spectrum of healthcare, and there's some really great healthcare. You just have to pay for it. You know, so like, yeah, it's pretty great. There's a little bit of degeneracy. Like, I'd say the demographic of tourists you meet is a little bit on the, you know, But that's the tourists. And that might be a little insight to why I kind of prefer Cambodia to Thailand. It's just slightly nicer vibes, and not only less tourists, but less tourists makes for less locals really trying to milk the tourists, you know. They're more chilled out. It's not like, you know. And here's another last thing, man. Really crazy, brutal recent history in Cambodia. Like, look that up. We won't get into it here. It's really fucked. And it's very recent, where like people's aunties and uncles were heavily directly involved in a lot of brutal stuff. I used to be an idiot thinking I could bring up that topic in a circle of people that had ridiculous, very insensitive of me to think that I could like not. And my friend has to be like, no, don't talk about that. But anyway, I can just rip in a hand like Queen 8 or Queen Jack here. I can have draws. King Jack is a double gutter. I could merge my 8-7. So I like it. Flopping the nuts again. Although second nuts last time. So that recent history, you can look it up yourself. I get a vibe that it just makes the nation have this certain vibe of like, we're not gonna fucking be miserable about little fucking things like $2 and stuff like that, you know, because it makes everyone in this really horrible but great way. It makes everyone a bit more chill, because so much kind of recent trauma and stuff. They're not trying to fucking. They're just happy that they're out of that shit, I could imagine, and just in a fucking world where the government isn't murdering everyone, because that's what was going on. The government was killing all. Not the government, but the leaders. I said I wouldn't get into it, but I'll just touch on it. They're about 40, 50 years ago. The leaders just tried to kill off like half the population, and they killed off about 1/3 of the population. They tried to target the more educated people as well. Crazy stuff, man. Probably a bunch of leaders. I've never heard about like hard drugs, but maybe over the years, like a lot of these leaders were on fucking hard drugs, man. I think we've heard it about the German geezer. I'm not trying to be all politically correct, not saying his name. Like, he's not fucking Voldemort, but sometimes Twitch shadow bans you and stuff. You know, it's 2025. Like, I don't give a fuck. I just don't want Twitch fiddling with my stream just because I'm talking about, you know, fucking pretty. But you know who I'm on about. The old German geezer in the mid-40s. Like, he was into some hard drugs. Probably a lot of like hard drugs over the years with these fucking crazy people and evil people. I'm in Phnom Penh, Sam, capital city. I would like to live in Southeast Asia half the year, absolutely. Why not half the year? It's so easy, man. Like, you get a tourist visa on arrival. Getting an extension on a visa, very easy too, regardless of the situation. Getting a 6-month visa, like $180 gets you 6 months here. And it's... Anyway, we won't get into all of that too much. Anyway, like, listen, you know, I'm ready. If anyone ever tries to say, hey, you know, are you bringing anything to this country? I'd say, yes, I fucking am. Yes, I am. I'm your Farang poker ambassador. You know, and it's all, you know. I've been a huge fan of Cambodia and encouraged a lot of fucking tourism. Nothing else for you to do it for. 93 son do be raw shitting on him. Been through a lot, don't worry. A bit of a yap fest stall session. It's not a lot. However, when that 6 max comes up, we will continue to yap, but about hand after hand after hand. We're gonna focus anyway, that's for sure. What a day. Southeast Asia is great. Cambodia's the best though. Like, Cambodia's the best. And if you're a poker professional and maybe you like a little smoke as well. You know how like strict Indonesia is with like a little spliff? I'm sorry, man. Like, I'm sure you'd relate to it. Let's say if you're out there, you like a pint of beer. You're gonna live somewhere where you can't have a pint of beer. You like your beers. If you're a whiskey connoisseur, you're gonna live somewhere where you can't have a little glass of whiskey on a Thursday night beside the fireplace. If you're a big cigar guy, you're gonna live. If you're like really into cigars, you're gonna fucking live somewhere where they're not gonna let you have smoke a cigar. Because that's the thing about freedom. You live where you want to live. And like I said, Cambodia has so much great, vibrant live poker. Very well ran events. You also in like other Southeast Asian countries, you hear a lot of stories about series being a bit fucking poorly ran. You don't hear that about Cambodia. What you do hear about Cambodia is a town called Sihanoukville, where there is some sketchy stories for sure. There's a lot of Chinese guys up there, but there's also a really great live series they run up there. But the thing about Sihanoukville, you got such beautiful islands off the coast of Sihanoukville, so I like going to Sihanoukville, but you hear stories, this and that. Kalange. What's happening, Anthony Kalange in the house? You know you're getting snap shouted out, brother. King Kalange in the place. Show him some love. Give him a follow. Canadian gentleman plays the game very well. Anyway, Kalange getting glazed every time he steps foot in here. Yeah, Kalange says the history is wild. Very wild. Very wild. Very wild. Very recent. Just you like. I'm not talking. Just the weirdness of it. It's like, sure, there's all sorts of horrible shit going on everywhere, but this was a kind of. I never heard about like in recent history the fucking leaders. Imagine your leaders. Oh man, fucking horrible, man. You're fucked. Some people hid and ran off into the forest and hid and survived, but like. It's just a nightmare, man. You have to get lined up. You have to get lined up and say goodbye. You get a fucking rifle pointed at you, and that's it. And it's your own country. It's your own military and leaders. I don't know enough about it. I don't know if it's technically the military, so I better not say that. Well, I don't know. The leader kind of takes over the military, right? That's how you'd. Without that, I'm sure he had the military on his side. I'm nearly sure. A horrible thing, man. So yeah, the Cambodians seem to be just pretty fucking peaceful, man. They're not gonna fuss over things they know aren't fucking important in life. Although there is, as it gets more distant, there will be some new generations coming out that might be a little bit too materialistic again or whatever. I mean, when are Cambodians materialistic? Some women, perhaps. Yo, Jojo, how we doing, pal? Just in time, man. 15 minutes until the 5:25 6 max today. Drunken vodka, having sex on the beach, celebrating my WC and W while I wrestle at E. Blacking out, I just forgot what I said. Was a rapping or venting instead? Too much thoughts in my head. Dropping music while you beg to be seen. Skip your. A little bit loose. We open ripped 16 and the cutoff there with it 982. His blinds being a little shallower. I know you guys like a bit of yapping, and I know not everyone does, but I don't like it that much. I know it's. I don't like when the hours skip by and it's too much autopilot, and obviously quite exhausting yapping so much. I've got some good tunes coming up too, so we'll take a little breather. I used to be like you till I started getting money. Now I see life through. 10 minutes left to late reg in a 55 mystery. Let's go for a cheeky little smooth call here. Or as Gavin Smith calls it, the power call. What was it? The power flat or something. Two kings, power call. I like that though. I like the old school guys having a bit of fucking flair and strat to them and moves and tricks. That's beautiful. That's why I fell in love with the game, hearing about all those kind of tricks of the trade. You can imagine how easy it is to... well, I feel like a lot of bluffs will have will slurp out a little c-bet on the flop. You could also say when he has it. Like, if he has it, why is he checking 5-5-3? It's a really good board for him. You know, when he's the pre-flop guy. I mean, my range is pretty condensed as well, but... Anyway. Is he gonna jam? He's not gonna jam. I'm gonna call you, mate.
This that court floats, no double.
I mean, like, not only could I just say, hey, lads, because I'm putting him on a lot of offsuit combos like that. There's actually a lot more of the offsuit than the actual suited ones, of course. King, queen off with a heart, queen, jack with a heart, king, jack with a heart. That's why we're just kind of snapping it off. I think it's quite easy to just over bluff there, and that might be all hard to kind of believe now when we see him at the flush pot. I mean, he can have other value hands, but like ace deuce or 6-7. And that's why he checks the flop. You don't mind checking with a flush draw. You don't need to. Your hand doesn't need protection. You're not really afraid of anything. You can check raise, get it in, play for stacks. You can check call. So there is something to be said there for like when he's got the real nutting hands. Like if he's got jack 10 of clubs. But if he's got king jack with a heart, he doesn't need to just c-bet as well. Like he can just check call, check raise that. But if he's got the air balls, jack 10 of clubs, he might slurp out a little c-bet and 5-5-3 when it's kind of his board. Yes, it's Yukon stacks. It is friendly for that, which is another thing I like. Another thing I like, brother. And it's not like I might dabble in some of that here and there, like a bit of a smoke. I'll tell you what I don't really dabble in is anything a bit harder. That still doesn't mean that, like, I don't want to be in a country where they're gonna fucking lock you up for 10 years because of you. Even if it's something that I don't participate in, I could be with a group of lads and one of them gets fucked, or then I'm with a friend and then we all get fucked or something. You know what I mean? It's like, it's just not very welcoming or vibey. Like, you know, if it's gonna be too strict, you know, here, look, I'm gonna stay well clear, man. I stay out of trouble, man. Stay out of trouble. The best advice anyone give is stay the fuck out of trouble. It's Tyson Fury I heard that from. And Tyson Fury, it's so good coming from him. We're not race folding this, boys. 40 minutes left. Second bullet at a fucking 250. It's actually a good jam, by the way. It's not a crazy jam. You can speculate if it's good or okay based on like my strategy, but if I got a lot of race folds, it's gonna be good, which I will. Like, we start to muck hands very close to this. King 10 offsuit, folding. Ace 9 offsuit, close. Ace 8 offsuit. Ace 7 offsuit, we're folding. Might fold Ace 8 off, so don't be too results biased. But yeah, having a smoke, man. I remember hearing a story back in the day about an Irish girl in Thailand. Could have been a bullshit story, of course, but because I've heard a lot of bullshit stories about Southeast Asia, which I now realize are bullshit stories. But she was having a smoke on the beach. It wasn't hers. It was in her hand. Someone smelled something and went over. She had it. Nothing crazy, but like months detained in a woman's facility. How dare you, man? So like, anyway, you shouldn't listen to stories. That story did put me off Thailand, because Thailand, even though it's legal there now, it used to be very strictly against, right? And then they legalized it, and now they're thinking about making it unlegal again. But like, when they illegalize it again, unlegal by the way, when they illegalize it again, they're still going to keep it on the medical thing. So they got to look back and be like, well, 6 years ago we were locking innocent tourists up for this stuff, and now it's on the medical thing. Like, Shows how backwards some countries can be, really. But look, you got to respect cultures. That's why I respect cultures and get the fuck out of there, you know? It's the same way, you know why I left England? Because I got a £250 bill for a train from London to Liverpool. Because on a Thursday in Stockport, I paid £175 for a little hotel room with no windows on a Thursday night. A lot of ridiculous financial stuff over there, but also though, like the vibe and the pace and like the busy roads and tall buildings and everyone's hustle and bustle. I kinda like. Nah, we'll check. Let's not be too weird about it. I was gonna like bet 1.5 bigs or something. Okay, you convinced me about Cambodia. How do I stop losing money in this game? Discipline, probably, but maybe you're just. No, I don't know about not being cut out for it. I don't really believe in that. I did get the vibe it was a king, honestly, not being a Mr. Know-It-All now, but checking the turn. I mean, like, I knew a king was possible, and now once I've seen it was a king, now I feel like I was thinking it was a king. But nice, let's hold. You could become an English teacher. You could quit gambling if you really think it's holding you back. Then like go cold turkey off the gambling. Do you play other forms of gambling? Because that would trigger me a lot if you like did the other. Because the other forms of gambling are fucking dumb. But like if you were to imply that it's like poker you're losing the money from when you're engaging in the minus EV stuff. Let's call. We were about to get this in. What the fuck would be? But it would be. This is a slam dunk call, man. And you know what? I remember evaluate poker. Evaluate poker. Macedonian streamer, absolutely fluent English. Talks great streamer. Like even for someone who only speaks English. Plays very well. You know what he did? He flatted tens in a spot like this against me. He trapped a pocket 10. That's where he took it to. And obviously, like. The better your hand is and less protection it needs, the more incentive you have to just trap. This is why it would be terrible just raising kings here. But yeah, evaluate poker. He trapped 10, and he got me that hand too, because I had like king 7 offsuit, and I flopped a pair of 7s, and I got it in against his 10s, and he stacked me. This guy was just knitting it up pre anyway. His call by the river makes sense. My 9-8, my king 10 floats, or whatever, king 9 suited floats. 9-8, 8-7, 9-7 suited. Yeah, but the Lingbo, you have two choices. When you're engaging in a game that winners win money and losers lose money, you get good and become a winner, or you don't play it anymore, right? Which is why you never play blackjack, because you can never become a fucking winner, like. But still, like you want to just play 30 years of blackjack. I need to stop shitting on blackjack so much, man. I do say it with love though, because I have a lot of people close to me that just dust on it, and they're like, oh, and some of them think it's similar to what I do. You know, but anyway, look. The thing about most of you there that play blackjack, you know you're going to be playing for another 20 years, right? You've got 20 years of blackjack ahead or more. Maybe you're playing when you're much older as well. Maybe you got 30, 40, 50 years of blackjack left. That'll add up, man. That'll add up. Mountain Sue, you're saying it's already illegal? Oh no. Oh no, I'm going over there tomorrow, man. And they might be all on high alert about it too. Ah, that's horrible, man. What? Ay, man. But do you know what, man? It's hopefully it's a bit more like. I don't think it's going to be the same as 10 years ago. 10 years ago, you know, it was mainly the smell that fucked everyone up. But you know what's annoying about them criminalizing it again? And in a way, I respect it, because I never thought they would, because of how much it'll just. In 20 years' time, if they kept it legal, Thailand in 20 years' time would just be. It just would be, man. Whether you're into the 420 stuff or not, it's just gonna have it's a market that keeps getting bigger. You know, it's a market that keeps getting bigger. Countries are legalizing it around the world, which means you're going to be getting tourists from those countries, like tourists from America, tourists from Amsterdam. They're really like, it shows they care about their country and they don't care about money, right? So that's the element I respect. But hello, Thailand, if you had one fight, I wish, would someone just put that to the fucking parliament and say, look, I've got a bit of an argument here. We've got the statistics. We got the statistics on all of the casualties and assault charges and injuries that were related to the smoking of the cannabis. Okay, let's hear it. Yeah, it's zero. It's zero. There's none. There was none. Zero. Zero. Some of the older people don't like the smell of it, Your Honor. But zero fights. Zero fucking fist fights over the fucking thing. How many? And that I do not think that is some wishy-washy argument. Is it fuck, man? I don't think that's some pro-smoker argument. You need a. Can you really even if you don't like the substance and you're a big drinker, you gotta admit that like it's a lot of aggression and fighting. And drinking's cool, man. Drinking's cool, but Jesus, man, like the amount of fighting that comes through drinking, like fucking hell, man. But I guess you know what? That's more the Irish and the English, you know. I guess the Thai guys don't really fight amongst themselves. You've seen some fights with tourists and locals because the tourists are absolute cretins. You love England, don't lie, says Jojo. England's fucking great, man. It's got all the football, it's got great music, it's got great people. It's got a bunch of my mates scattered around, especially like Liverpool, Manchester area. I really do like that, yeah. But I'll go for a few weeks, and when I'm landing back into Cambodia on that airplane, it's a real feeling, and I didn't realize that feeling until like 2 or 3 years into being here in Cambodia. It's not like the novelty wore off. It's like it grew into this very nice kind of feeling of like you're landing here. Everything's so vibey. It's much more like vibey, you know. You're met with smiles straight away. Who the fuck's meeting you with smiles anywhere else in the world? But yeah, England is great. Ireland is great. Just a little bit in terms of me being a poker pro. You know yourself. Anyway, I'm just saying this to other people. Blackjack hater. I'm not necessarily a blackjack hater. I just think it's pretty destructive. It's just a massive leak. It's just a massive leak. Maybe I go on about it too much. Like, what are the odds? What are the fucking odds? If you're playing perfectly, yeah, maybe the 48%. It's just. It's not as simple as just, it's 48%, so you're just gonna lose 48%. Nah, you all fucking chase losses. You get all red-faced. You go back and forth to the ATM. You get cranky with people. It brings out the worst in ya. You know, it literally brings out the worst in a lot of people I know. It's minus EV. I just don't like the idea. I'll tell you, I'm not a blackjack hater. I don't like the idea of starting a fucking business where you buy a product for $1 and you sell the product for 90 cents. I hate that. And I advocate people to, hey, don't start a fucking business where you're doing a high volume of a product that you're buying in for 90 cents. You're buying in for $1 and you're selling for 90 cents. What's going to happen? It's going to happen at the end of every month and year. You know, that's what the idea of like these. It's the same. It's a very, very similar thing, man. It's a very, very similar thing. I know you look at it as very short-sighted and any day I can win or lose, but you have to zoom out a little bit And when you zoom out and you look at the long future ahead and the decades ahead of blackjack you're going to be playing, it is like you have a business where, and it's not $1. You're buying a product for $50 and you're selling it for $42, and you're going to put in a nice high volume of that. I don't want to exaggerate. So it's like you buy it for $50 and you probably sell it for like $47. That mightn't seem too bad, but as the years tick by, the months and years tick by and decades tick by, you've got this business on the side. It's your little side hustle. Hey, you're meeting someone. Hey, you got a little side hustle? Yeah, I got this business. It's really cool. It hasn't seemed to make me much money yet, but I buy up this product for $50 and I put it for sale at $47. And I do a little discount as well. If someone buys 2, I sell 2 for $90. That's what it is. Your little blackjack entertainment thing is this fucking absolutely ridiculous little side hustle. But anyway, like, there is exceptions for people that do it in moderation. Who the fuck does it in moderation? They like it. Because a lot of the people who do play blackjack are weaker poker players, and they're having a shit night in poker because, you know, they're not really committing to getting good at the game, and they have a shit night and they're like, let's go play some blackjack. I understand that a little bit. I understand you keep wanting to gamble, you want to change it up a little bit. It doesn't make it good. On a human level, I can relate to why that happens. Like, there is no moderation in blackjack. It's something that you can do every time you go to the casino. And you're just and if you are pursuing poker, forget about it. There is no pursuing poker if you're doing something else on the side it's not only cancelling it out. That's funny, Alex. What the fuck was I saying there? Yeah, man, I'm beating the point to that here, but like, it doesn't just cancel out your little edge in poker that you're getting. It's so easy to have an edge in poker. You go to some fucking 2-5 Venetian game or wherever the fuck. Not that hard to make a few big blinds per hour. But yeah, if you got your little fucking degenerate minus EV stuff on the side, there's no point doing anything else. It's all a bunch of fucking nonsense. If you're just gonna cancel it out, what's the point of that? Never again will find it. You in the wrong, gotta remind you about the time that you stepped, gotta rewind it all. Fuck. Recently, the gov been cracking down on e-cigs. Oh no. Oh, not the e-cigs. Not the e-cigs, man. That sucks, man. This all sucks. Whatever, man. I take my L though, it's not fun. You still got your nigga and still had your fun. Shit, I can't look at you and think about bad words. That's why I call that. The only issue with blackjack is you run out of casinos to play in. We'll always be good friends. Yeah, you know what, Jojo, but here's why I don't really include that in the argument, because it's so not irrelevant. But like, you're getting 2 out of 1,000 guys, and then how many guys? That whole thing of like, if we start talking about the guys who do make money from the game, that just enables the other 700 guys out of 1,000, or like 700 out of 1,000 blackjack players. Probably 800 people that, it's a bit high. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and say, nice hand. He could just have Jack 10, Queen 10, Queen Jack, a King 10 float, some sort of heart float, some sort of Jack 5 of hearts float. We're gonna call it off. It's just flopping the nuts. Flopping the nuts. Well played. Creative poker there. Look at me speculating on creativity. We squeeze queen 10 here against cutoff on small blind. It's a good play. Offsuit 10x do get aggressive. Mainly king 10, a little bit of queen 10, a little bit less jack 10 offsuit. There are hands that just do a nice job of blocking ace x here when he's not going to have ace king ever. I like it. I like it. Damn. Well, now like we want him to kind of make a fold with ace 10 or ace queen, but I think his range has gotten a little bit too strong now for my liking. And that'll be confirmed if he jams, and he does. Lead flop, 3-bet jam. Yo, Kid 1591 rolling in with the raid. We need some help here, Maxi boy. They've always got the top. Give him an ace, he deserves it. Top 2. That works. That definitely fucking works in the 200. Kid 1591, thank you so much, man. I was singing your praises earlier. Give the man a follow, lads. Yeah, thank you so much, brother. And hope you had a good session. I know you generally do. Serial winner, Kid 1591. Blackjack over roulette is at least, I don't know. That's like saying, okay, and I'll go back to the fucking business analogy, but it's like, it's the best out of 2. You get where I'm going with it. It's like picking the best out of 2 minus EV things. It doesn't make sense to me. Let's go into double stack. Like, you buy the product for $50, maybe with roulette, it's like selling the product for $44. And with blackjack, it's like selling the product for $46. I'd go for blackjack, but if you put a gun to my head. But obviously those business endeavors do seem like, you know, restarted. Or rhubarbed. I want to say the R word. It's just, they just don't, it doesn't make any sense. Look, man. So if you really enjoy the thrill out of blackjack or roulette, then you enjoy it, man. I really enjoy football. So I'll put some money on a football game just to really turn up that enjoyment, knowing that I'm having a pretty good idea of how much my bet is losing. I'll place $100, probably losing about 15 if I'm betting on Man U, who's a huge team that everyone likes to bet on. If they're like favorites in a game, sometimes I'll put like 200, knowing that I'm kind of torching $50, but it's like a $50 cinema ticket. So just the repetitive, limited nature of blackjack, where you're just face to face with a superior mathematical advantage across the table. That's so petty to me. We're men. Why would we can't be doing that shit? We're we can't fall back on the other stuff, man. We need to be careful, man. If you're super fucking rich, all these rich guys, you know how much fun they're losing fortunes, because that's what happens when you're really rich. So it's, I don't know which is worse, doing it when you're fucking broke, doing it when you're a little bit okay on money but you're slaving away for your paycheck, or doing it when you're super rich. I don't know which is worse. It all seems really dumb to me. But again, let me just try and tie this all together. If there's an enjoyment out of it, like I enjoy watching a football game with money on it, you know, it's it. But with the blackjack, with the roulette spin, is it real? Are you really getting some satisfaction out of that? Because I can't get it. Especially slots. Hitting the fucking button, it's so brain numbing. Like, this is how much I don't... if you were paying me, even... Okay. Like, if the games were profitable, I probably, you know, it would be free money, and if I didn't have poker, I might grind them to make a bit of money. But even if they were hypothetically profitable, it would be quite kind of brain-numbing to be sitting there. Well, look, then blackjack would come to life, because your perfect strategy would be generating an edge, and you'd be able to get a kick out of just trying to implement that. There would be a point to you implementing a strategy. In reality, there is no point, really. You're just. There is a point. It's damage limitation. You're trying to lose. You're engaging in a game. Let's pull up a seat, boys. Let's sit down and try and lose as small as we can. But obviously, on any given day, you can win, and people are short-sighted. That's why they grind these games for decades. Shit, man, you just reminded me about one of my pens. I think it's upstairs. I bought a $75 pen that doesn't work. I need to get it returned, and the guys are super nice. They'll have no issue with me returning it. Sometimes the pressure just fucks up on them when they're in transit. We're opening Queen 7 suited on the hijack.
I've been in the battle in the way until you lighting up the skunk, got the funk up in the blunt. Girl, you know I feel you like my day's just begun. I've been looking at you through the darkness of the
guarantees are getting juicy on these WPT games.
Got me spinning out while I be talking on the screen. Go when I be finished with my business, you will see me clean. Got me going sweet, go down. Yeah, you got me going deep, slow down. Yeah, she with me on the creep, low down. Don't let when she far from me, go around. Don't let when she far from me.
Try and get him to fold. Maybe a pocket nines or a jack 10 of diamonds or something. Wouldn't be impressed to be called the jack 10 of diamonds anyway. And this is a $125 buy-in, lads. Like, sure, you need to get to a certain level, like, to make it work. But look, if you look at this table right now, and this is the thing, you can game select, and you can play mornings, you can play off peaks, you can play super low stakes, you can play the fucking WPT 10 buckers and the coin poker 10 buckers and the 880s on ACR that are really good structure. Like, beating those games, there's no excuse for not beating those games if you commit to them. This is play live in Dublin, play tourneys. Play live in Dublin, play tourneys. Think busting them and playing cash with crazy rake is worse than blackjack. If you're a fish, just like the rest of the players at the table, if you're like a similar level, really low level, like there's 9 players or there's 8 players on the table or 9, 3 of them never bluff, 3 of them never fold, one or two of them's okay. If you're really as bad as the rest of them, you might have a point there. But you know how easy it is to just be. You're talking about a live cash game with high rake. And like, you can choose the stakes, right? Don't even get me started on 1-3. I'm talking 2-5. 2-5 would be an absolute print. 1-3, sure, the rake kind of works out higher, so maybe you're better just playing 2-5. I would say you would be. But yeah, you just, those games are the softest. You're talking about the softest games on the planet. You're quite literally, you're like close enough to, without exaggerating, talking about the softest and easiest poker games in the world. You know how much you know, you're looking at it a bit too black and white, or assuming everyone's. Yeah, no. Look, people talk about 200 rush on GG being really high rake. It is. I can't, you know, I win often. I play, you know, I don't know what it is, but it's the fucking serial winner in these quote-unquote unbeatable games. But they are beatable, because I heard about, like, groups. I heard it on like maybe the Mechanics of, or that Wacky Poker guy, or there was someone on the Mechanics of Poker podcast who was talking about it, or maybe it was just a YouTube video I saw. Slots are legit the worst. I think like the lottery and stuff like that is the worst, honestly. Lotteries and stuff like that are really, really bad. And you'd think they're really good because there's big, massive prizes, but they're just like, how much of this will we keep? How much of this will we keep? And by the way, have we donated to that school? Have we got the donation to the school out? Okay. Well, the public just seen us donate to a big school. The lotteries are very, very close to charities. You know, which is, you know, allows them to say, you know what? We've done a lot of charity work this week. Let's keep like 90% of this. You know, we got 1.2 billion there in donation there from fucking lottery tickets. Let's pay out. Let's make it a 200 million jackpot. Nice and round. Yeah, so lottery, I think at least slots, I've heard people argue for slots. Here's something. Ultimate Hold'em. Ultimate Hold'em with your buddies, card sharing. I'm not sure if that's allowed everywhere or not. I think I heard someone talk to me about it, and they're more strict about it in Europe, but they let you just play with your buddies in America, in Vegas or whatever. So Ultimate Hold'em with some hard work and some teamwork and calculation can generate an edge there. Do you recommend any setting for your mouse when playing poker? No. I think it's all dependent on you, man. Just like a shooter game or whatever. It's just got to kind of tailor it to your own. I have had it too slow at times. I've had it too quick at times. I don't know, it's just one of those things, innit? Anyway, enough yapping, anti-blackjack yapping, like. And I honestly, it's like, it's such a, it is a very uncool opinion, like, I don't fucking, you know, maybe I will just start, you know, why, I'm, a lot of the times I go on big poker rants, they're kind of things that, sometimes they're like directed at me as well, or they're directed at the younger me that kind of made some errors here and there, and I like kind of sharing those things with you. With the blackjack, I'm never going to be going near blackjack, so I don't really need to be preaching about it too much. You guys do you, you're all adults. I always say how I think it's ridiculous that people tell other grown adults to not play. Hello? White goods who for finish in front gardens, and I'm still shocked enough. Then again, I don't know whether this is hip hop or pop. But shit. Yeah, I think it's ridiculous for an adult to tell another adult not to pursue something that the other adult knows can be profitable. Goes for the stone cold bluff catcher. This is why we size up a bit. Like we could get all greedy, want to check raise, want to block the river tiny, so he raises and then we re-raise, but he's just going to give us credit for bluffs and look us up sometimes. Miserable spot in 2025. You back a few years. Oh, well played. Never mind. Well played. An Andorran reg, some guy who probably makes money from the game and, you know, sexually active off the tables and stuff like that. It's all downhill for your campaign. I'm winning by a landslide. Just for president. The prime minister's irrelevant. On this soapbox, I'm in my element. You're smoking those rocks, that's not intelligent. I'm rolling those crops, I've got the lemon in. That's the citrus. Cigarettes is another thing that I think is. And don't worry, I'm not going to go on a big cigarettes thing now. They're ridiculous, man. Who the fuck am I to tell you what to do? But I do see them as a kind of similar thing, like the minus EV gambling and cigarettes. Cigarettes is probably worse than the minus EV gambling. But if you argue to me that you get this nice thing out of them, because I used to smoke cigarettes. I just quit tobacco. I used to smoke cigarettes, and I quit cigarettes, and then I stopped using tobacco and when I was having a smoke, you know? Yeah, there is people crushing 200 Russian cash. But you know what the vast majority of people say? I wouldn't be playing those games, buddy. Man, I've even had like really respected high stakes regs reach out to me. Like honestly, like yeah, I forget who it was, man, but like we raise flop in position here. You know how we like to do it. Yeah, so I'm with that group, CNC Poker. Anyone ever hear about CNC Poker? It's a good it's a one-time fee, and you're in this community, and you can kind of get some like add-ons, like you can attend seminars for a little extra $30, $40, $25, depending on the seminar. But you just have access to this Discord that's booming. So I think it's quite good, especially for someone who's lacking a good circle of friends. Anyway, in the earlier days, I was a little bit more active in the CNC group. There is a lot of sickos in the group, probably that are like kind of, you know, they're doing some coaching, or they're, you know, part owners in the group or whatever. But it was either like Big Steeler, or it could have been even like Are You Mad Bro, like one of the real legends. And he would have saw a stream or a clip or something I posted, and he said, hey, and didn't say hey, and he said in a very nice way that you shouldn't grind the 200 Russian cash. He just told me that. One of the most qualified guys in the fucking whole industry to probably tell me about it. That was like 4 years ago. He probably saw some data. I know my friend, my very good friend, saw some data too for some. Well, he saw some data for some tournaments, and it's like, well, if you get 50 fucking crusty regs, you can't. That data doesn't mean too much, honestly. You know, if you're top 8% percentile or top 2% percentile, you have to take a lot of this data with a fucking pinch of salt. And look, some people are top percentiles. You know, some people just are top percentiles. But anyway, enough about like opinions or whatever. There is data and samples from like stables and or whatever, not weird dodgy stables, but like, you know, just guys who are out there fucking grinding, maybe getting coached by some high stakes guys that are all getting kind of flooded into the 200 rush pool. Yeah, there's win rates. There's proven pre-rake win rates in 200 RNC. All right. Pre-rake win rates. So yeah, and without the data or the basically proof that I've seen, I would still kind of hold the opinion that it is good anyway, from how consistently I win. I'm more of a consistent winner at 200 NL the last few years than I am with tournaments. Because tournaments are always, sometimes you go on these 3, 4, 5 month dry patches. Big lot, you know. Sure, I've won a lot more money from tournaments. But in terms of just the consistency of winning, there can always be variance in that. I'm never putting in too huge of a fucking sample. When you bet small on double flush draw, boys, try that at home. Try that at home, boys. Double flush draw, we've bet called a raise already. So what's our range? At least we got either backdoor flush draw, which now is coming in on the turn, like we've turned a flush draw with our floats. I could think of a couple of hands, like the offsuit ace queen with one spade that's floating because it's got the backdoor spades. That's it. Like, we're not folding fuck all there. In game we end up folding top pair, but he's not sizing down the double flush draw board. Trust me, the man had it there. But he thinks, oh, I'll get him next time. You won't though. I'm always one step ahead, brother.
Life's a bitch, our relationships on and off. Until the day that I pop my clogs, I'll be that spanner in the works, wrenching the cogs from the gods. Except for there would be well, 1 or 2 200 NL guys that
definitely I would bow down to be honest. As confident as I am, but it's always going to be the cash guys. Good luck, boys. We're just going for the hey, I've got a really good queen and I want some value with our very relevant removal. Huge one. 10. Give the man 2 pair over there. We need a jack, boys. No, not the jack of spades. The king jack gets through, which is quite. I'm sure I come across a bit too much sometimes, but sometimes you're just in this rhythm and you're just loving the hands. You know, like that king jack. Like we lead queen 5 deuce into 2 of them. Turn deuce. Who the fuck's bluffing there, and where the fuck are they coming from? Like it's just, and it's no coincidence as well. This might be why I'm on a high horse. DTO, man, DTO were the kind of groundbreaking guys for, would you call it like mainstream 3-way sims? And I was fascinated by the 3-way stuff. So, look at it. Look at this. Look at it. It's kind of a good example there. You see. What a sexy little play by this guy right here. You see that little small blind lead? What was it, small blind or big blind? I imagine small blind. A little board that connects with him. Oh, sorry, he check jammed the small blind. It was the big blind that leaded and then got check jammed on. But yeah, these tiny little leads can just get through with flying colors sometimes. I don't know why so many people are interested in slots. Yeah, I've just ranted about how I don't even get blackjack or roulette. Baffling to me, man. I try and not judge you as a person, but... And that's awful, like, but I can only, you know... I'd like to have a word and I understand why. I don't want to judge anyone for some shitty habit, like, you know, I'm not... Well, you know, sort that out. If you're grinding slots... But yeah, honestly, what was said there earlier about a high rate cash game being worse than blackjack? Nah, not necessarily, man. Not necessarily, because you know what's kind of big blind per 100 win rates you can get in some fucking high rate 2-5 game. I mean, like, in terms, let's say they're taking, I don't know how it fucking works. So they'd be taking like 15, 20 big blinds. No, they do in live poker. It's like a cap or whatever. But how the cap would translate to, or the rake would translate to maybe 15 or 20 big blinds per 100 taken off your win rate. Brother, there's some online cash games on reg tables that you can jump in that have even higher reg than RNC. That you will just, even though the site's taking 12, 13 bigs per 100, you're winning 18, 20 because you got Mr. 60 VPIP and Mr. 12 VPIP and then the fucking 36 VPIP guy who like keeps min 3 betting, yeah. And then, you know, if you get these good games, even online, every live 2-5 game default is just the nuts fucking game, better than any like 200 NL, 100 NL game online. So I'd speculate 25 bigs, 30 bigs per 100. Is that ridiculous? Maybe it is ridiculous. But like when the guy isn't bluffing and the guy's bluffing everything and everyone's limping, it gets very easy, man. I've been in these games and I overdo it a bit. I get a bit spewy. But I'll say one random example for the great games. When you just get dealt, you're in the cutoff, even a fucking hijack, and you get a couple of limpers, and the whole table's fucking soft as fuck, and you look down at like Queen 10 offsuit, and you just know you can just 7x or whatever, and just have a great fucking time. You know, you're either going to be in position against these limpers who play very low level. I don't mean to sound elitist or any like too judgmental, but it is really low level, passive, like seeing turns and like seeing turns out of position, only check raising when they like, you know, and then okay, we all the scenario either we take it down pre and there's like $40 if it's a 5-10 game or whatever. If it's a 2-5 game, there's $20 onto our stack, or we play in position and we take it down and flop, or we flop top pair and we just completely know where we're at because they're always going to check raise a better hand or whatever. And then, or the other instance, you flop a top pair, they raise ya, you lose the minimum next hand. That translates to big edges. All of that shit. You're taking candy from a fucking baby, man. It's taking candy from a baby. It is. It is. And then you know what the thing is? Oh, you got a reg on the table. Oh, you know what that reg definitely isn't fucking doing? Fucking with me. And I'm not gonna fuck with him, really. And maybe he will try the odd 3-bet. You say, you know what? I got ace jack off against this Euro reg. Let me try a little 3-bet. The other reg's gonna buckle when you bump it up with the king 10 suited as a 4-bet. He doesn't want to be getting involved. He wants to play with the fishies. It's too easy, man. These ghost games are too easy. So sure, the rake gets high, but I'm a rake disregarder, mate. There's too much of a gap for me to be concerned about rake, and I'll work on it. I'm sure it's an important thing to be paying attention to. Don't get me wrong, but I just don't. And that has gone very well for me. You know, the times I've dusted it off it hasn't been rake related. It's been not being an underdog related by playing in 2 high stakes games with very sharp regs when I just wasn't quite up to scratch, or like playing heads up. It was definitely 1KNL heads up Zoom against like some real big names, just because I had a good spell at 500. 500, I'm a big 200 NL winner. I always got crushed at 500 Zoom. Like the difference between 200 Zoom and 500 Zoom. I thought that because I was a small 200 Zoom winner, it would be, you know, even if I half my win rate, the rake's a bit lower, was not the case. 500 heads up though, because I got away with a little bit more shenanigans, that went okay, which then made me degen off some 1KNL heads up. Ridiculous. Like my opponent, once they picked up on my super unbalanced stuff, just like I pick up on the fucking 2-5 Rex unbalanced stuff. But these 1KNL heads up regs, their win rates against me, once they knew what I was doing, would get really fucking high. Everyone's a bit pessimistic about win rates, that's for sure. Johannes in the place, how we doing, brother? Everyone's a bit pessimistic. And why would that be? Why is everyone pessimistic? Bad times, self-doubt, pain, bad times, bad swings, losing money, doubting themselves, downswings, all of that. They let that kind of dictate how things are. And then, I mean, a lot of the people, and it's nearly a little bit contagious, you know what? When some people are yapping about stuff, then other people see that stuff, or they see YouTube comments or Instagram comments, or they hear someone on a fucking live stream who doesn't know what they're talking about, oh, GTO is killing the game or whatever. Some anti, like, some nonsense like that. So then, but the main people talking the absolute dribble, the nonsense, are really dudes who don't know what they're talking about. They're guys who basically don't play online ever. They play a bit of live casually. They're basically just... And look, man, I know there's some of you out there that are like that. Maybe not. Maybe we're pretty kind of pro-online thing. We're all sitting, chilling out, you know, here with me grinding online. But like, there is some... The most pessimistic people are the people who really don't have a clue. And then they're waffling on YouTube comments and Instagram comments about it being rigged, about it being too tough, about them always losing online. Who's gonna yap about losing the most? The biggest fucking losers, aka the worst fucking players. Then you see all those comments drifting around like a fucking paper bag. And then people see the comments and they're like, oh, well, I keep seeing everyone say this. So it starts to like brush off on people. So then you get this bullshit stigma in the game. You know who's having a great time fucking owning property and fucking cars and financial freedom and all of that? All the people who aren't yapping in the YouTube comments about how unlucky they are. You see the bit of a pattern there, how that would work? It applies to a lot of things. A lot of toxic or shitty comments or whatever way you want to put it, they are from the kind of lower end of the percentile of people, or you know, the top 90%ers, the guys who are inside the top 90% of people. And we're not all like, you know, like you can grind your way into the top 20% of anything. You know, you can grind whatever the fuck you want. You want to be a chef, you want to be a yoga instructor, become the top 10% yoga instructor in the fucking world. If that's what you're into. Like when I fire shots at people for being like top 90%ers, aka like bottom 10% or whatever, they're kind of, a lot of that's by their own choice. They're sitting around and they're not really they've got no motivation to do anything, or they're just not doing it because they're too busy doing their they do their work and then they like play a bit of casual blackjack on the weekends, get a half gram of snow, drown their sorrows, rinse and repeat. Yeah, don't listen to the pessimism, man. Don't. You're always gonna hear a lot of pessimistic bullshit about the game. I hear it from decent regs as well. But I'll tell you what. And there's a lot of guys. There's a lot of guys I really love, and I'm sure we'll get close once again. But I have drifted away from some people, and I think Ricardo can go after us here. Not gonna just bump up a King 10 offsuit, no. Nah, well played. That's why you're you, brother. That's why you can't find that traction. No, he's got 1.3 million caches, but yeah. I see where he's at in his career. I see where you're at. You're done with all the battling and stuff. You just want to make the easy money. That's fair enough. I'm with you, man. I'm with you. I should be a little bit wary of the green tag, but I start giving him this random... We got the same table, which is, you know, kind of nice, to be fair. Not to encourage anyone to do anything different, you know. Not to encourage my opponents to do anything different. Anywho, did we add the first 525 to the buy-ins? Let me just look through the history of the calculator.
Chemical, psychological, any kind of means that people could use to influence the behavior of the people.
Unless we can't scroll back. Oh shit, man, we're slacking a little bit on regging. Too much yapping, not enough regging. $215 big bounties event. I may have added the 525 one time too many, but hey, I've got a feeling we're going to. We got the day 2 coming up as well. I better be careful with being too swamped at tables as usual. Well, I better be careful as usual. I'm not really getting swamped as usual anymore. It's more me trying to be more calculated with it as usual. Hey Siri, set timer 48 minutes. Thanks, Siri. I'm getting on their good side before they take over.
Then I stack them like poker chips. That's a potent mix. tin, a neon sign on them poster pics. Nike our logo kicks with the polo fit. Studio like the inside of Han Solo shit. 24.819347292 to the power of 2 equals you don't know shit. In the presence of yours truly, keep your lips sealed.
Bullet number 2, 525.
Telepathically and said grammatically or skedaddle G. Plot a course to an obscure dot on the map to be at. Knock a gangster on his back.
I mean, you know, we had 15k starting stack. You have to be, the times they will have it, even though they have incentive to just 3-bet everything against you, like King 10 offsuit is a good example of just a bunch of kind of combos like that. I'm gonna go for the snap min race here. Whoopsie daisy. Fake whoopsie. Who is this though? This is a kind of a reggae name that probably isn't a reg. Fuck. He's just copying the other name from before. Okay. Again, honestly, look, man. When whoever the fuck it is goes B50, if it was Rudolph or any kind of actual reg, we always have the best hand if they go B50 there. Honestly, man. Always. I know a lot of people aren't doing that, but absolutely, yeah. It's just this dude. We better be careful, man. He's going betting half pot. Do you never bet 3? When do you bet 3? If you're not betting like 3/4 or bigger there, when do you want to bet 3/4? Like, his hand is, he could overbet his hand. It's worth a small overbet. You know what would happen if he went for a small overbet? I'd fucking call. Anyway, this
treat your home like my own place. Cocaine off the ghost face case.
we could end up losing a bigger pot if we didn't stun him there anyway. Wow. Miserable one here, lads. Miserable one. Let's keep it locked. Let's not be yapping about how miserable it is, and let's think about it logically. It's already very strong. We do have that extra equity with the 10 of spades, which is why we weren't going anywhere, of course. Just have to, if he jams the turn, I could see a turn jam coming for sure. We got 4 clean outs. A jack mightn't be good. Call it 8 outs, man. Call it like 16, maybe 18% equity against a made hand, which having the 10 isn't ideal because you block King 10, Queen 10. That's kind of bluffing. You know what I'm saying?
You know, I've done a lot of stupid things myself, but I want to tell you something for a fact. There's nobody that ever beat me playing cards. The only one that ever beat me was myself.
Dressed like a court jester in Leicester Court.
Yeah, Jojo, absolutely, man. I don't. Yeah. If people are really missing it, and all I can see is people really like not knowing. You can see even some of the comments replying to me. Like some of the comments replying to me. They're just defending Gasoof, like saying, oh, what's this? They're so... It's not even that they missed it, and they're like, oh, I didn't know that. They missed it, and they're still not believing it. Gasoof, that's why I think if you compare Cabral to Gasoof, now Cabral, you know, we don't know about Cabral, but I think it is insulting to compare the two when Cabral hasn't done any shady shit like Gasoof has done. Not a great spot this because of the dynamic of 7 bigs in the big, 5 bigs on the button, like. But we do peel with our equity, having the best hand against the king jack offs and stuff sometimes. I feel pretty protected here. Maybe not though, maybe he's so sharp that he's going to understand I'll have a bunch of like king queen, ace jack, ace queen perhaps. Nearly snap checked. He'll value jam a jack. He might have like ace king suited though. I'm gonna check. We're getting a little cheeky here. The table's never ready. What is it? We lead out of the big blind 4 ways here. We just lead out of the big blind. Who cares? $25 tournament. And I said it, multi. You don't need to be worried about being balanced multi-weight. Could be aces with a club. Kings. Okay, nice hand. Fuck, he fair play to a man. Like, obviously I never want to be stacking off there, but we peel flop. He checks back to turn. He earned it there. Oh, nice. King here. He checks back to turn. We river a jack. Nasty one. Nasty one. I think we played it okay though. I think in theory we played it okay. The flop continues a dusty one, and there has been some parts of the game, some corners of the game where I have been a little bit too peely with backdoor flush draws in position even. Like that's definitely been a thing that I've done before. But I think there when we look, man, I have a lot of respect for his game. I do, you know, there's the elements of like the stack distribution there. It did seem like he has it. Because I'm opening into a... I mean, it's more the button. Like, I'm just priced in against the button, which I think he mightn't read into that, but I would if it's the other way around. Fuck, we didn't pre-reg a 250 main as well. We'll just be in there without the bubble protection, YOLO in it. I hope we don't bubble it. Then we cost ourselves 250 from our lack of... Yeah, we're not... Yo, Paul, what's happening, brother? Nice ace-4 punt. Oh, the bulldozer. I feel sorry for you, mate. I'll tell you what, the bulldozer. I'll show you a little magic trick just based on your sentence there, and you're going to be blown away. I'll list the contents of your fucking fridge right now, right? You got semi-skim milk. You got 2 slices of pizza, about 16 hours old. No, hey, a bit of reheat pizza can slap. You got ketchup and another sauce, but the ketchup's all manky at the lid. You know? You got slices of ham, and I tell you what, brother, they're going bad tomorrow. And you got 3 slices of ham. You also got about 4 loaves of bread, 4 slices of bread there. Put it all into a ham sandwich. The ham's going bad tomorrow. Use the mayonnaise. The ketchup's looking a bit dodgy. It's getting a bit lumpy around the lid. Am I right or am I right, brother? And how would I know that? That's the magic. That's a magician never tells. Right? So yeah. And it's just me and you who truly know as well. So don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's just between me and you. Meanwhile, he's there, like, looking at his fridge, like, what the fuck? Getting all paranoid, looking around for cameras. Nah, it's just your comments. Your comments really defines the contents of your fridge. I've been trying to keep my cool, they've been burning in my head. Now it's back to fuck 'em, man. I'm keeping this person in check. Time to get in the 4440 stack. 100k prize pool, by the way. Snatch your necklace, knock you out like a pike. Swag Lord Almighty. If the glass is half empty, I'm feeling it rough and down in a lot. They asked me how I could, the question is how could I not? Right, we're going to bet fold against a small blind here, so we better be pretty neat and tidy about it because, yeah, basically, if we bet any bigger, we're going to be priced in. The reason I don't mind bet folding for 3 bigs more of the gutters, like it's Queen, Jack, we're going to be in pretty fucking shit shape overall. This is fun because he's just going to raise so much when he has a queen. He may call down a jack. It's some fucking green tag though. I think a big thing we target now are some ace highs and ace 10s and king 10s and 10 9s and stuff like that wanted to see a turn, but now will just struggle to like see a river out of position. I do say that casual players love to slow play way more than they should, but So I am like off the mark sometimes with that. And they just like, they min-raise the turn now, and it's like, so you just had a queen? Why were you calling such a small bet? Learn how to fucking check raise.
Yeah, fuck the Henny, take a belly shot. Yeah. Belly pop, drop the acid on the jelly top. I know you thinking that you can say it loud, but you better not. And if my G got a plan, he don't need to tell me. All we wanna do is get wealthy. I'm like the hard Malcolm X, about any beans necessary. I need a hard rise office with flower secretaries. Ben and Jerry's out in February. I've been cold, your bars belong in cemeteries. Shit RTD. If you really have an issue, you can come see me.
No, sorry, I don't know everything that I don't know if Cabral did anything really shady, so my bad. I'm yapping a bit without knowing the full. I just know. Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about who's a better player. Yeah, if we're talking about who's a better player, yeah, that's a whole different conversation. But when I say people are comparing Cabral to Kasuf, they're kind of comparing the antics and the character. So that's why I you know, they're completely different people in my eyes. But maybe I'm missing some stuff that Cabral did. But Cabral was like looking at the cards a lot. I think he was just trying to fucking tilt the high stakes guys, which is a little bit dirty, man. Like, you're killing the vibe a little bit. Sure, you might be you're killing the vibe. You're making people all paranoid that you're cheating. That's just not a nice vibe, is it? But I don't think he actually was cheating. You better be careful here. He doesn't have crazy incentive to. He kind of does, man. We are down to 80% of the stack again. A Pepsi Zero is a decent shout. Yeah, you know, Paul. We've all been there, man. That's how I know so well. That's how I just pinged every item in the fridge. I was fucking, you know. I was 18 once. Although the thing is, this dude's like 34 or something. That's the issue. They could cop CDs or they can suck on these nuts, but no, it now come for free. Yeah, just on that bottom loaf, just on that bottom slice, Anthony. Little bit of mold on that bottom, on the heel, but that's okay. He's only got 3 slices of ham anyway, so I'd make a little triple decker and go out and buy some cheese because there's no cheese in the gaff. Cheese is a luxury item, man. I'm getting high through the highs and lows. Sometimes I wonder about your ghost, cause when I try and find my post, so I'm getting this silent talk. Yeah, the ace 9 suit gets through. That's cool. We have a pretty decent table, lads. This dude's a bit of a, you know, there's a dude on the table who's quite a big, you know what, and then this dude who just sat down also. It didn't 40 when I equalize. Red dot between your eyes. How about the day after cold pizza out the fridge? What do you mean? Like, no, I said already, like, reheating some pizza can go pretty hard, to be fair. Like if you've got a takeaway pizza, sometimes it's not like you fucking reheat it and it's like better than new because you got it a little bit late, you know. I don't know how it works, but limp check pre, we call flop and we're sending it off now. I think we've a decent amount of 10x with how the meta works. We're just checking back some stronger hands. In the modern metas, there's 8 bigs, 10 bigs effective blind versus blind limp pots. There's a whole world in there now of like checking back strong hands, checking back powerhouses like Queen 10 suited for 10 big blinds, just to extract EV from all the garbage the small blinds limping, and also pot control.
detonate, give me pence. Give him rock.
Tempted with King Deuce. As you saw. It's a little bit awkward. The big blind's got a 1.5 juicer on his head, so it's not really awkward. We should call based on that. Yo, the Magic Man, appreciate that. I will do, man. And that motivates me to really keep the standards nice and high. The thing is, not everything I do you can exactly apply, but you know, take it with a pinch of salt. If you see me do something, try and think how my opponents compare to your opponents and how that would affect things. But maybe we play more similar games. Leading the small blind here, more just based on the kind of types of players in the hand. We don't need to be too concerned. We covered one. Oh, we covered the other. We cover Casselius.
Make a toast with a shot of glass. Blood got the party started.
Don't think we have a lot of fold equity here.
I'm about to set it off.
I don't think he's trying to make me and the Chinese fish fold much, but hey, he could target me. He could think I've got a bunch of nonsense.
Magic like mushrooms at your family function. Happy as something.
What would tank call? What's a tank here? I think some sort of medium equity hand, like an A7, that is wondering, do I have like the... Maybe a little bit better than that? What would it be? It's not spades. Spades calls already. Unless he's just playing like a 10k and he's got a big spot in the 10k, but there is no 10ks on now. Alright, that's cool, that's cool. I mean, whatever. Him calling is also totally fine when we cover him for the bounty.
Blending with the traffic like the taxi, and I move with a sound that I run down the back streets. Playing groove through the speakers in the back.
I may actually have to sub to Sven to avoid those ad aids. Can't tell if that's a typo, but you definitely want to sub if it's to avoid aids, that's for sure. But no, yeah, no, fuck the ads, fuck the ads. Like Jojo says, there is a Prime sub, one Prime sub that you guys can use for free on one streamer of your choice. But yeah, no, I only say that because the Magic Man is... I wouldn't want you to sub like knowing that you have the free, or not knowing that you have the free sub there. Oh, and a great instrumental on this.
Listen, shit, morbid, thoughtless, awkward and high. Drunk off my face, putting air in the water supply. The Lord of the Flies, I'll paint your house in an assortment of whites and then blow it up on the 4th of July. I sit at home and smoke cause I'm bored of my life. And I think actual cats and dogs fall from our skies. I'm going schizophrenic but ignoring the signs. I had a few more bars for this verse but I sorted the lines.
You're talking about not even... Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying not even reheat the pizza? Eat it cold? Nah, because you can just reheat it. Just reheat it, man. It'll be way better. I mean, I get it turns into this different thing. I mean, maybe I would do that if I was really short on time. But yeah, no, I'd have to be pretty short on time and pretty fucking hungry and needing to get some fuel. I need to be desperate, basically, is what I'm saying. I'd rather just fucking reheat it, man. Is Prime a one-shot? Yeah, Prime. The Prime thing is... I mean, I don't want to mislead anyone. You know, I never paid for Prime. I always... the Amazon Prime account is free. I'm gonna jam thinking this is more 7x trying to buy a river, 6x, 8x trying to buy a river that's gonna fold now than the actual 5x. And to be, you know, not to beat around the bush, based on that really sized down 2 into 11, like you see how if he just went 2.5, it's a whole different ball game, honestly. And I might, but definitely if he goes 3 bigs, just a little bit of a very, not a super reliable size and tell. Like honestly, he might have just had a 5, but a subtle little sizing thing there. But and they're the things I don't talk about. If it's one of the boys I'm playing with every day, like because they'll use stuff. It's easy to we're it's not that hard to use something against someone. Like I did it to streamers all the time back in the day. They'd say a bit of logic on how they approach a spot, and I'd be in a hand with them. 215. They have the big bounties event every day now, which I don't mind. Normally, I'm a little concerned. I don't think we're gonna get faced with raises here, so let's bomb it. If he would, he's just not gonna, is he? Yeah, I normally don't like the sites trying to ramp up the variance with all their nonsense. But I actually think the bigger bounties event. It's an interesting river. It's the third nuts. We're just gonna jam though, right? Wow. We can't get value from the King of Hearts. We can't get value from the 8 of Hearts. What 7 of Hearts combo would he have? Oh, lads, I honestly think I'm going to seem a little nitty. But it's not about me thinking about, oh, I'm losing all the time. We're not going to get called by worse. And if you really take away that upside of getting called, and then you're just left with running into the 8 of Hearts or King of Hearts. Queen 7 with the 7 of Hearts. He never would fold the 7 of Hearts though. It's a fucking weirdly long tank we've done now. Queen 6 with the 6 of Hearts. We sized up on the flop a little bit. We're gonna check back. It's so hard to get, and he does have a lot of King of Hearts. This is what I mean. It's a hand that just folds on the river. It's a hand that just folds on the river. And he just doesn't show up with enough like random flushes. There's no flushes left. It has to be 7 of Hearts, 6 of Hearts. And also like him peeling Queen 5 with the 5 of Hearts on Jack 10-8 when I size up. We're getting reachy there. You know what's not getting reachy? Him having King of Hearts X, him having 8 of Hearts X. That's totally plausible. So I'd say trust me on that one, man. Like, and I'm honest. If I'm unsure, I'm unsure. But yeah, it's still a fun one to save. It's a fun one to save. But you know what? You know why I kind of stopped sharing hands with people a lot? Like, I'm still blessed to be able to share hands with a lot of people I can. But like, I'd share a hand like that, and they'd just be like, "Lol, easy call." It's like, come on, dude, let's have a little think about it. So we're repping just like we were checking down a give up like A7 of clubs, and we're now very reachy for us to have a bluff. However, we could do some very funky advanced stuff. If we think he's just like, sometimes they're not they don't necessarily need to call worse if they're gonna raise worse. Nah, cold pizza is the nuts. The texture just isn't it though. I think of just like, anyway, I'll take your word on it, man. I'll take your word on cold pizza. I think we've butchered this hand, to be honest, just based on how shallow he's been. We should probably checking that we could bet call the flop, get it in. We can check back the flop is fine, but then when we turn the spade, we can just bet and call a jam, or we bet he check calls and we bet again on the river. Like, could have went some little bit. It didn't make a difference. You never know. We could have ended up getting it in and river in our king then. Everybody needs good aces. That's when good aces. We'll size up this one, even with the luxury of having the heart and everything. We'll get some meaty value from the get-go. How does that sound? You know, you can see it, the 9-8s or Jack X, whatever, 8-7, Queen 10, King 10. Really? I thought about making an extremely wide flat. But no, we're covered by the button. Which if we covered everyone, absolutely everyone in the hand, 5-3 off out the small blind. That was a bit crazy. 5-3 suited though, I probably would have flatted that, to be honest. Giving away a lot of info though. Well, whatever, man. You can't really do much when you know I'm flattened that. Everyone's kind of flat and wide in bounty tournaments. Well, not that wide, but yeah, I do think these monster bounties. I think people are very 8 max boring oriented. I don't want to call it boring. I don't want to say anything derogatory about it. People focus on the bread and butter and they nail it, and I respect that. I've always been a guy that's really liked cash and deep stack and shallow and sit and goes and heads up probably being my favorite, but also just grinded weird fucking formats like Floop on Winamax. Floop is this thing where it's just like bomb pot after bomb pot. Everyone gets dealt in on the flop. And I think that was unbeatable, but I went on a little run at the time when I was playing a lot of Winamax where I thought it was beatable because I was like, so everyone's got 100% range on the flop in Floop. And people were just really bad at that. Anyway, I think now we see these monster bounties events. All the regs and pros that reg the tournament, they think they've got it. They're like, oh, big bounties are going to be a little bit wider, but when it comes down to the hand, when it comes down to them opening something, when it comes down to them flatting somewhere, or 3-bet or isolating someone as a 3-bet because they have loads of incentive to play a fucking 3-bet pot when it's monster bounties. When it comes down to it, they're not doing any of that. They're not doing it, man. You know, and I saw it as well. In the earlier days, I'm gonna check, man. I think bet calling's a little bit dusty, to be fair. It's worth a good 7k actually. Let's just check to realize our equity, man.
I introduce myself as fuck you. The Lord made me in his own image, so I'm guessing not the devil's book. In hello mushrooms, my physical being is here, but I'm like within. Now when you
we're just gonna go for the super kind of value heavy second pair line, which does invite some check jams, but sometimes, especially the more experienced guys who know what they're doing, they're like, not this. This is so clearly pocket 10s or a queen, river queen X, you know, like, or he just had it. You know, I'm not saying he's getting into the levels with me. He could have just had a snap fold and he's just playing the cards. Loose guy seems stabby, so we'll check to the stabby guy. And we'll just do this. We'll just really kind of put him in an annoying spot. Get some turn jams. Very clean to jam on the jack. T-shirt's been back to front all day. Sweet.
Hefty smoking as my mental roaring. To vent stress, I'm throwing myself in congested roads in reflective clothing. Hoping I'm left dead, but instead I walk while my neck is broken. Plus my chest is open, me and death are rolling. I managed to jack an ambulance with spine damage and intestine showing. I'm more than insane, too many.
I used to induce 9s a lot because, we want to extract value from the 4-bet jams they're gonna make and yada yada. And yeah, sure, you might, like we probably get the guy to fold pocket 3s and ace 5 when he might send that in if we make it 8 bigs, but what negates all of that plus side is how vulnerable 9s just is, and he can just peel king jack off and just have too good of a time. Because he doesn't even need to hit, he doesn't need to suck out on us to have a really good fucking time, by the way. Check it out, boys. Check it out. What a fucking idiot. You're supposed to limp here, man. There will be... We're gonna fold against everyone but Rudolph. Gonna build a side pot against this guy. This guy could send on us, but... Risking... There's 2k in the pot, right? His bounty's worth another like 7k, 8k chips. 7.5k chips, probably more accurate.
Yo, I keep a whole guessing.
So there's a lot of money in the pot. So there's like, let's say there's 10k in the pot. Not let's say, there's 10k in the pot with his bounty. So you can see why I think putting in 5,000 chips when there's 10k in the pot. Yeah, he just had 8. You know, he can't even open as well. Not only did you not limp, like, well, why do you? It's not that hard, man. Why do you guys seem to struggle so much? Like, they're probably like got their 6 tables and they're just like somehow struggling with 6. I don't know. Maybe he does have a lot of tables. I don't know, man. Surely he doesn't have any bigger buy-ins than this. Like, fucking. Anyway, look, man, I'm being a bit hard. We all miss the one big blind stack sometimes. I do really like this against the cutoff. Right. We're opening 7-6 suited under the gun. Very, very question mark heavy open. It's me again. Like, sure, incentive to build a stack, but you don't take minus EV spots if you're trying to build a stack. You can get away with a little bit more marginal ones for sure. Or maybe in some extreme instances where there's so much value. We're going to raise this. We have the backdoor straight working too. And he doesn't seem like much of a thinking player, but we rep the fucking pocket jiggities, the sets of 7s quite well. We just fold out some ace kings and stuff. Well played though. Nice creative tree bet. Keep those creative juices flowing, boys. That's what we like to see. You know what? We'll go since we got the 4s. We'll go full 4.4. So my way of just like, you don't want to do this with a hand that can't really peel the tree bet. Well, maybe that's not necessarily true. But the way I approach those really large opens, it's not all super nutted stuff, but it'll be like I'll throw in some like 10-8 suiteds or some like maybe like a queen 7 suited or something that could potentially get a little, maybe not queen 7 suited, but that's why I like doing it with the pairs. Like, so tree bet me if you want a monster bounties event. I'll get blown in the air like a gray spliff. You ain't crazy, don't say shit, make it bait it. Say you paid, but I'm greatness. Never running for the phone like the Matrix. Day 2's coming. We've been sat here for ages. We haven't been on the standing desk much, which I don't love. Touch a bitch and make a comment to close. You coyote, you running the bars. 1 for the money, 2 for the heart. 3 put the motherfucking something in the skull. Stop starting on the boats before you run into some hard. Homie money, send you country with a farm. Trust in the beat, heavy stuck in the street, ducking the police. Give a fuck, let me breathe. Fucking your beat, couple peas for a lovely sweet. By the beach, keep it very shallow table. Have you laying on the sheets, young tug on the toe. Bugging dope in hotels, ain't bushing, but I'm banging the glow. At your home in the zone, or out one of your hoes. I'm that nigga with the code, stay tapping your hoe. Like I'm having just my magical tongue. Yo, the magic man, good luck everyone out there on the good luck everyone on the 25 bucker day 2. Reheating pizza on the pan is the best. Jackie, do you like cover the top of the pan when you're heating up the pizza? I do get like a wooden chopping board and just put it over the top if I'm doing it in the pan. That's been some of the best reheated pizza. Yeah, you're right. I'm in the belief that the majority of games out there are beatable. I think you got small margins in things like spin and goes, but unfamiliar formats. Yeah, exactly. Like big bounties. Have to have the biggest ones, but I'm with ya. Floop game sounds lucrative as fuck. I think that, and this is, I'm already like not much of a rake. I don't pay too much attention to rake. This was like years ago when I was living in Manchester with a couple of French regs. Really nice time. But yeah, I was winning a lot. You know, I was winning a lot, and I was crushing people, and I was redlining. But you know, a lot of these things, when you're not really sure, that first downswing really throws the doubt into you, doesn't it? But no, the big bounties event, man. Yeah, people. There's a little example here that I have, but it's a good example, and it's a little bit like, oh, look at me, I'm good at these games, and the other guys aren't. But it's just the truth, and let me just say the example. It was. They started bringing these 215 big bounties in. They've probably tested out a few times, but they started coming in more consistently about 2 months ago. It's about 2 months ago, and it was actually right after I was kind of got out of a downswing, because I remember it was the first 215 that I just jumped in with all my own action in like 6 weeks before that. We got a bluff here. We got 10x. We got missed hearts. The missed hearts have to be like not 5x or jack x, of course. But yeah, we'll rep a queen quite well here. Don't really rep slow played straights though, but we can maybe. What the fuck was I saying? Maybe it was something about people playing bounty tournament. Oh yeah, the example. So it's like 215 big game, big bounties. It was one of the earlier ones. They're doing it every week now, but 2 months ago when they first started bringing it in. And it was my first 215 with all my own action in a while. Who's on the table? The legend himself, Alex Kulev, and then Cease, for good measure. Two of basically the best players. So I was excited. I was in a good mood. I was ready to play. Big bounties format. I played this hand history where I ended up 3-bet calling 7-6 deliberately. Like, the guy had 40% of his starting stack. It was about 25 bigs. And to be fair, it was like mid-position or hijack cutoff or something. I 3-bet called a 7-6 suited. I don't get one crusty reg giving me the ha-ha emoji. I get another crusty reg giving me the ha-ha emoji. And then I get like something smug in chat. Maybe it was just a question mark someone put in chat or something. It's nice how I've 3-bet this guy loads of fucking times. Wow. Covers all of us. Probably he was opening some real offsuit garbage. Fair enough. I'd respect it if he's min raising like Queen 8 offsuit or something. I'd respect that. Anyway, a bit it's not a story for entertainment value. It's just a little point about. So I 3-bet called 7-6 suited. A couple of guys on the table. They're not just Rex. They're like a couple of the guys on the table. Russian or whatever, regs, over 7-figure cashes. And I was on stream as well. Maybe one or two people in chat, whatever. Like, but it's more the guys who I know are regs that were laughing at it. What happened then? The next level, Kulev does basically something super similar, where he just snap gets in this like Queen 8 suited for 30 bigs. Kulev would get it. All the other guys, they don't get these games, man. Like the 1K guys, they might just about get it. Honestly, I don't even know if they do. It's the real best of the best. You wouldn't think that's the case. It's not that hard, but when you look at it, the 1 million guy cashes, the 3 million cashes, they're not really adapting to the format, it seems. Who is adapting to the format? The toppest tier. I don't know why. Anyway, I don't know, man. I honestly don't know why that's the case. Like, why is it so hard? Why is it so hard for the other guys? Because it doesn't seem hard. It's like the bounties are bigger. 100k start call it 40, 50k. Do a bit of pot odds. If you got 40k, you know, anyway. Can you explain the King 8 suited under the gun open? Yes, I can. So, it was 7-handed. It was what we call UTG 7, which is not, you know, it's not like normal under the gun. And it's just an open in theory. You know, you might be missing some suited King opens. In the hijack, not to be, just to make sure, hijack, button cutoff, hijack beside cutoff. You want to be probably opening King 4 suited in the hijack. You want to be opening maybe King 6 suited in the low jack, roughly. It might be a little shade of a pip up or down on in either position. Yeah, you get to UTG 7, you can bump up the King 8 suited. In more nitty environments, you can keep it to just King 9 suited, but you also say 210 big blind stacks, so that's another good thing you're asking. But I'm not too concerned about them. They're not going to jam on me that much. A hand like King 8 suited, so the 10 big blind stacks would make me be a little less prone to open up a 9-8 suited hand. But when I've got King 8 suited, man, King 8 suited plays well, 10 big's effective, you know? But yeah, it's just the bottom of the opening range. You'll also see me go a pip wider than the bottom. I do think King 8 suited was the bottom UTG 7 there. I think even if it was King 9 suited, I would still take the King 8 suited. Not on every table. I'm not saying on the man on every table, but usually you get tables where one or two of the guys is a little bit weak. Obviously, every fucking table you get that, man, nearly. Even the nosebleeds. By the way, I'm not going to say what it was because we didn't show it, but another 3-bet small blind versus button against this guy. Just for a bit of context, like, seems like a guy who's not getting into the levels, but I think that's 4 or 5 times you 3-bet him, whatever. Like, again, he probably just is mature enough to understand I'm probably getting dealt a lot of hands. Whoa. Straw. I went to grab my drink and my straw just did this fucking Olympic like javelin. What's that one where they do the high jump? My straw just frisbees around and like lands into the fucking ashtray. Classic clumsy motherfucker. Why did you choose Cambodia to move to? So the first time I came to Cambodia, it was for WPT Cambodia. That's why I came here. There's no such thing as WPT Bali. You know, I was traveling around Asia, first of all. I spent a lot of my early-ish to mid-20s. I was never in the same place for more than 2 months. I was just traveling. That's, you know, I flex enough about and brag enough about how great the job is of being a pro. Early 20s, you know, a few friends are flying, and a lot of it initially was around Europe, just playing live poker in Belgium or wherever the fuck my mates were going or wherever the fuck I wanted to go. Traveling a lot, not to tell you my life story or anything, but traveling a lot. I was actually in Bali, and myself and a couple of English regs. You're gonna go this big into me, mate. Let's go. Hopefully we share the ace-X. It's a very weird spot to go for a chunky bluff out of position there, but maybe we should have left the room. I just want to stack ace-X now, but you could just argue we're gonna stack them later. It's in the money, Blackfeld in the money around here. So me and a bunch of English grinders stayed in Bali for a month, grindhouse, and we went on a little excursion, a little trip to WPT. None of us had ever been there at the time, I'm pretty sure. And I just had a great time. There is no poker anywhere else in this beautiful corner of the world of Southeast Asia. Cambodia it's got 3 WPTs a year. It's got PokerStars APPT. Ace-8 offsuit? Ace-Jack offsuit. God, he tanks that. Fair enough. Thought he'd absolutely beat me into the pot with that. Yes! No? Yes! Thought it was a weird chop or something. I think this is good. He's check called and led, and we're just going to say, hey, listen here, Buster. Vulnerable tree. Little vulnerable tree. A 5 is a terrible card. A 4, a 6. 55 bigs deep in a 25 bucker. We talk about taking candy from babies and stuff like that. And how a type of tournaments that have just become so easy. Nothing's as easy as these live games though, where you can just see the people and you just remember who's who, and you know. Yeah, king do suited it from the cutoff. You want to be bumping up all your suited kings in the cutoff, man. And that's something that people will miss. The game is much more fluid and flexible, and look at this Jack 9 suited. If you're all dated and lazy and not looking at or not interested in learning any game theory, that probably looks a bit weird. You're like, oh, back in my day we would have had Ace Jack plus there. No, but it's just maths and it's positions, and it's like solvers know their stuff because they can crunch up all the hands your opponent's opening and then determine by the risk reward should you jam these hands. And it's just, you can't underestimate the solver, man. And it's not, and look, the solver's so misunderstood. I don't mean the solver just broadens your brain. I don't know that each play I'm doing is solver approved, but I know that it comes from very kind of solvery ideas, I think this is enough showdown here. Why was the 8-8 min raise bad with the shorty in the big blind? Oh, because, yeah, great question. Remember I went nuts at the guy I was a bit critical of the guy for min raising into the big blind? Very important thing in certain situations in bounty tournaments. The big blind had 2 big blinds. Which means if you limp and the big blind puts it in, now you can reopen the action. If the big blind had 1.9 bigs, and that's why I'll check the exact amount of chips. If the big blind had 1.9 bigs, now even if you limp, other people limp around, the big blind puts in 1.9 bigs, you can only call another 0.9 bigs. When the big blind has over 2 big blinds, you limp in. Now, the limp is basically much more powerful than making it 2 big blinds. Because not only do you get to reopen the action, but the players in between you and the shorty, they don't have the freedom to just overlimp everything. Because you know why? It's going to get back around to you often, and you can just do whatever the fuck you want. You can jam, you can re-raise, and those overlimpers can do nothing. They have to trap sometimes. For the overlimpers not to get fucked in that spot, they gotta throw some overlimp traps in. But yeah, he should just limp. When the guy's got 2 big blinds, he should just limp so he can reopen the action. When he makes it 2 bigs, the whole table can call, and he can do nothing about it, and we go 6-way. Instead of he limps, he can get it heads up, no problem. It's the ball's in his court. He covers everyone. He can dictate the hand when he limps. When he min raises, it's going to be a family pot, and he can do nothing about it. The Magic Man says, I basically just play my cards and the players, and I'm position conscious. The rest is just donking around some GTO stuff. That sounds good. Playing around with some GTO stuff, having a little interest in it, just having a little glimpse every now and then when you're reviewing your session and you're saved some hands. You gotta be saving hand histories. I've been saving hand histories way before I was looking at solvers and stuff. We just look at hands and post hands in group chats. So, number 1, you gotta be saving hands. So then have a little look. It's 2025. You got pocket solvers everywhere. Exclamation DTO in the chat. So have a little look, have a little bit of curiosity, but I do like that approach. But you know, you say there that you're, and I really like it as well, you say you're position conscious. Being position conscious, absolutely important, but that comes from theory. We didn't figure out what positions we opened on an abacus. It was computer programs like Snapshot back in the day. I gotta go back in a sec.
Fool, I can't forget how you get down, cause I get down with 4 pounds that make sounds from underground. Now you don't wanna come around here. That's disappointment for life. I'm making sure I'm the one that's taking all your stripes. Now back way, while I get my yipes on. Peace to my nigga, oh strong, home with the chrome. We be stepping in high to this year.
Mike G, Roy, you flush, BQE, no fear.
Baby, stepping in high to this year.
Sneak attack, Big C, East New York, no fear.
Who be stepping in high to this year.
Shucky, Ducky, Eddie, Machete coming in with no fear.
We be stepping in high to this year.
Magnum Force, bad vibes, and mess with no fear. Brownsville, Mr. Walton, the place to be. Always representing with the OGCs. Got my niggas from back in the days. Always representing throughout the PJ.
That's so like, that's what first kind of pulled me in with theory. Seeing pre-flop ranges. Imagine I was a total field player, this, that. Like, I wasn't a theory guy, and by looking at me, you probably wouldn't have thought I'd be a theory guy if you saw how I played. But I was just so drawn as a young aspiring pro. First time seeing pre-flop ranges. Cool. Pre-flop ranges. Didn't know we don't open ace-8 off there. I didn't know flatting jack-10 off is bad there. And actually, the first thing we got was RFI. We didn't see flatting and stuff like that. That came later, seeing what we flat and do against opens and 3-bets. And that was a whole other fucking ball game. Where did you play in Belgium? I'm from there. I played in Namur several times. I was at the first Lex Live. I played in Spa. Yeah, I think I played in Namur 3 times. I played in Spa once. No, nowhere else. 4 times. Namur was a little... I mean, no, my third experience was better once I kind of knew what... Yeah, I didn't have... I had some bad... You know what I did my first time in Namur at the first Lex Live? I booked a fucking place way outside Namur in the middle of fucking nowhere. Miserable, man. I say really, really far out, like really fucking far out. And I had to hitch back in to like get to the fucking Namur casino. But another time I remember staying, you know, all the dealers do stay in a hostel down the river from the Namur casino. That's a good time. Or just getting a room in Namur casino and Namur, however you say it. Had a weird thing happen in Namur before. I left my wallet on top of the ATM like an idiot. Told the staff. They checked the cameras. They saw someone take it. They saw that he went to the toilets. And what the fuck happened? He either dumped the wallet in the toilet. No, yeah. No, he dumped the wallet, not in the toilet, sorry, but in a bin in the toilet. He put my wallet in with the money still in it. Left the casino. And they were checking the cameras later after this happened. I'm not sure how long after. 20 minutes, an hour, I don't know. But they would have followed him on the cameras. They would have seen he went from the ATM, took my thing from the top, went to the toilets. And then one of the staff members had a look in the toilets and saw my fucking wallet in the trash. With all the money still in it. How fucking weird is that? I mean, some guy that took my wallet and then got all paranoid and threw it away and left. That's what happened, probably. I think I was unsure, but I was like, he might have taken one note or something, but there was definitely like the amount in there was like €65 or something like that, and it still felt like, you know, €65. Maybe I was down a tenner or something, but I played a 60 euro PLO tournament in Namur, and I had this guy be so rude to me because I was shit at PLO. And when I busted the tournament, he said, "Thanks for the 60 euro." And I started, man, I've actually a lot of Namur stories. But anyway, the last one's not a fun one. I'm not too proud of the last one. But this, when the guy said thanks for the money, in Ireland, we say started on him. I started on him. There was some really badly ran tournaments in Namur because the casino was a bit too small at times for the events. Like, I've had some bad experiences there where one time I had a day 2 in Namur, right? In the casino in Namur. And it's my fault, and this is a story I didn't want to get into because I ended up lashing out at a floor man. And he was really nice to me. He was just fucking kind of saying I was right, even though I was completely out of line lashing out at him. More of a hothead back then, But what happened was, man, I'm probably a bit more financially stressed back then, but I had day 2 of a tournament in Namur, and there's a big queue outside the casino, so I fucking joined the queue, and I joined the queue for ages until I get towards the front of the queue, and I see people just skipping the queue, walking straight into the poker room, and I'm like, hang on a second, what's going on here? Turns out I was in a queue for the wrong thing. You're probably thinking, well, fuck you for like lashing out. That sounds like it's completely your fault. It was so poorly ran. It was like the queue was like blocking you had to barge past people to get in, and I think the announce, I don't know. Yeah, it was pretty, like I said, I was pretty out of line. And if I ever see the floor that I lashed out on, good luck, boys. It's going to look a bit aggressive. 30 something bigs were rejamming against. Holy hold! Fuck off, dude. Put a jack. Not in the 525. Nothing announced yet, Muggy. They're focusing a lot on free rolls, probably trying to onboard a lot of people. A lot of value right now. Yeah, so a little trip down memory lane there in Namur. That's very flattering, bro. Who's that? JM Sammartino, yeah, appreciate that, man. I'm a 150 ABI reg. I just vibe to the music, thought process, strategy talk, everything on point, really inspiring. Good luck. Yo, you too, brother. 6 seconds of time bank. I think it's good to leverage the lack of raising light from them. You're like, if he jams, I'm not super concerned about folding the best hand, Good tree bet with Queen Jack. Jack 4. Oh yeah, where you turned where you had the King 10 of diamonds. Yeah. I like that too. I mean, we're just glazing each other, but well played. I think once going for value on the river is like not it, man. Definitely check the river like you did. I mean, yeah, I'm just, yeah. Against any 2, I think this just has the equity. I'm still not sure, of course. Like, it's a fucking... The hand just has equity. Again, it's not about, like, best hand, worst hand. And I'm the last one. I'm not looking to gamble. I'm looking to preserve. But I just don't want to fold too tight. And again, easy to be results biased, man. You run into that 9-6. It's a good kind of example of, like, even though he's jamming really wide, he still just got us there with the raggedy old 9-6 off, like. it's 15 bigs though, and he's just should be jamming any two. Like it's like the equivalent of him jamming 8 bigs in a non-bounty. Which, and actually it could be even a more extreme equivalent, like, because my bounty is just worth it all. There's a lot of dead money in there with my bounty. But you're not folding like 8-7 suited for 8 big blinds. You're not supposed to anyway. Maybe, I don't know. It's something to look into, I guess. I doubt that. We're getting in for a third bullet in the 525. Jake wanna lock me up. Whoa, interesting. I don't. It gets a bit awkward if he wants to play a raise. That's the one thing I don't like. Oh, really? He open rips 25 bigs here. Oh, we pipped him. Hold. 10. Fuck. We've all our own action. We've all our action in every of these bullets, man. Like. The two, that was us right there. That was us right there. Look, we'll spin to 16. Don't really want to go for a fourth bullet.
What would you do if a vicious enemy suddenly...
Yeah, no, I made,
armed to the teeth.
I stream at least 16 times a month, which it mightn't feel like that, but yeah, sometimes I do the 5 in a row, sometimes I do a week off. But yeah, we've been hitting 16 a month. Or, well, that's what we're on track for this month. That's what we're going to hit this month.
Oh, shit, nigga.
At least.
What the fuck time is it, man?
Because that would mean just two more streams. Or one more after this one. I love Namor, says Paul. Especially when the casino owner came to me on FT Bubble at the main event to tell me... Oh, that happened there. Damn. The dude had a fucking... Paul and chat as a fucking Pornhub hat. And they told him to take it off. That's a funny thing to have on stream. You definitely need everyone rooting for you. And if I refused, they would disqualify me. You know what I will say though for the Namor staff? When I really lashed out at the floor because the venue just wasn't holding enough people, like, and I was late for my day too, and it was my fault, but you know, sometimes you can get into the habit of, blaming people around you when you're not, I really learned that. Because I was raised kind of around a lot of, you get raised by a single mother, man. It's not easy not that I'd fucking know. It's not easy being a single mother, right? But what I do find, there starts to become this single mother mentality of like always being the fucking, victim or whatever. I've talked about this with my mum, but when I was raised by her, I kind of learned a lot of excuses, because she always had the excuses. It's all. If you think it is a good excuse, but it's easy. You know what I'm saying? It's easy to just kind of cling on to an excuse too much in every walk of life, and I was kind of raised under that, and I had to kind of I kind of got it called out by like young male peers. They could have been. I'm not saying it's a male thing. It's just my peers were fucking male because I'm a guy. But like, I had people say, "Yo, Sven, sounds like you're fucking, There's a lot of excuses there, stuff like that. I really try my hardest to not like, you know. But yeah, man. Here we are, King 6. But yeah, anyway, the floor, when I lashed out the floor man in Namur, he was very, he had a lot of empathy for me. I think because him and his team already knew it was a bit of a shit show. What is this check back, man? Check back fold? Wow. That's weird. She put the pipe down. So yeah, some nice staff there, man. Did Hallard used to be a floor man out there? Kenny Hallard? He was also an absolute gentleman. I think I remember seeing him there. Maybe he was somewhere else. Maybe he's too much of a big deal for Namur. I'm trying to play chess. You're distracting me with your content. I mean, that's a great compliment, to be fair. The product of a ghetto-bred capitalistic mental. Coincidentally, dropped out of school to sell weed. Dancing with the devil, smoked till his eyes would bleed. But he was sick of selling trees and gave into his greed. I had to yap straight through my break as well, didn't I? Trying to be trite, never face the consequences for minor offenses. If you had another chance, but then again, there's always the wicked that knew in advance. Jam in position if you really have it, mate. That'll be doing me a favor. Meanwhile, this is out of late, Reg. So Billy started robbing niggas, anything he could do. Get his respect back. We get jammed on and fold because our spade mightn't be live, which then makes our straight outs not live when they're on a spade. Got to realize our equity here, which was nice. I think when we check the turn, we never really like have it, so that doesn't mean he needs to bet, but I'd like to kind of see it from his point of view because I just don't have it when I check the turn, really. And he's giving me a free card. Like, I'm probably going to have some sort of gutter. Potentially, not always, but he could just have aces with... No, he doesn't have aces with a heart. Aces with a club? I mean, me checking... Look, I'm criticizing his check on the turn. My check on the turns with perfect suits a little... Just don't really fold out better anymore on the turn, like... Someone met them Friday night. Well, we never fold out better on the flop, really. But like, we might get him to bet fold some ace, jack, ace, 10, and even getting him to bet fold king, queen is cool. But then once we're on the turn, oh, this Man U crest looks really clean in the big blind. Cell rock fell from the top. 55 PKO on WPT, 10k guaranteed. They drove around the project slow while it was raining, smoking blunts, drinking and joking for entertainment until they saw a woman on the street walking alone, 3 in the morning, coming back from work on the way home, and so they quietly got out the car and followed her, walking through the project. Dang. Darkness swallowed her. We're all in the 525, much more important than that all in we just lost. So Billy yoked her up and grabbed the chick by the hair and dragged her into a lobby that had nobody there. She struggled hard, but they forced her to go up the stairs. They got to the roof and then held I got it true, all right. Screaming, "Shut the fuck Whoa, this one gets a bit intense, doesn't it? Covered her face, but she screamed. Getting sticky with an 8-5 here. Okay, we're on the 525. Cool. Funkadelic shit. Shining brighter once since 9 you already dipped. It's not us, is it? The ace jack 10 is not us. Generally speaking as well, like even our king queen, king jack just wants to send it pre because of how priced in he is. He's gonna raise call anything. So we don't we're just when we have King 10 offsuit, it's just a value pump. Okay, we get away from this. I think we should complete the small blind. If for a moment I was like, do we jam this? Why do we jam with no fold equity, man? I mean, that's not necessarily true. You don't just not jam because you've no fold equity. It depends on a couple of. There is some moving parts to it, like your equity when called. But Jack 10 of clubs, when this guy limp calls our jam, we're not going to be doing too great. But like getting it in against 8s heads up is a great deal. Let's go for the spin, lads. We are we at the when's the whoa 10 minute more on the level. We don't want to just limp premiums, by the way. We want to limp hands. We probably don't want to play too many weak hands, but like something like 10-8 suited. Ooh, fuck yeah, man. Fuck yeah. Sorry for not featuring it, but we open rip 13 and we win a 29 big blind flip out of late reg into 207 max. And we held it down, man. He had the flush draw, overcards. Lucky boy. We're gonna get stacked by a 10, lads. That's the way this one's gonna go, trust me. I mean, so that means we're just gonna it's already so bleak. 2.5, it's not a deuce when he goes that size. Got ace queen into 200. Let's see if he just jams the river now. We get saved if he does. And it's not just about the run out, it's the fact that he would jam into this run out. It just means he has it. But we'll probably see the check win. And I don't think he's gonna call a 2 at this point. He could have turned a queen. He did turn a queen, yeah. Queen deuce, well played. Check the turn, yeah. Keep checking the turn, man. Good idea. I like that idea to check the turn because I know. Look, you know I always will think about it from. I'll always try and play devil's advocate just to try and. So you're trying to get. Nah, this is the thing. This is the thing. Like. My floats. I mean, he loses to Queen X. Maybe he's a little bit. No, at this SPR, you don't get away from your hand, so he shouldn't give a shit about like being behind. Yeah, he's got to bet the turn there, man, because his bluffs pick up equity. My floats pick up equity. It's just he's trying to say, just play the game, man. I've played the game. Yeah, Kenny MTT director for a while. So there's Kenny and this other kind of very nice floor man. Probably, honestly, neither of whom was involved in your instant, I'd imagine. Because it doesn't sound like that other guy.
I'm a band man, count bands man, off the kickstand, kill me in the trap with.
I don't think we. Oh shit, that's a bit loud. We haven't even featured tournaments like the 150 Monster Stack once. I don't think so. Oh well, there it is. So maybe we did already. Aiming at your nose. Look at my wrist, ear froze. We ain't smoking, not no grandma smoking, not a bow. Hey, one phone call, have my shooters at your throat. We're in pretty good shape. It would be so nice to be on a table. Well, how many hands is that? Yeah, this guy's wailing about, lads. It would be very nice to have the triple up on the table with this guy because we would just clean him out.
Pop up at the cut, we get up with you. Smoke him down like a damn switcher. Fuck a thought, cause I need my bands bigger. Thought she was a keeper, but my man's hit her. Yeah, my man's hit her, so I gotta switch her. Yeah, my man's hit her.
We're at the point of no return, lads. We don't cover enough people to be going in for a 4th bullet if we don't win this. There's 2 9s in there. There's spades in there. There's 2 9s in there though. Baby doll. We always get this. We always are. I do mean that though. Like we just feels like we always have so much hope. Eric, come on, man. What? Well, you took it down, so what am I gonna say? But 3 big blinds there. I guess just weak ace-X. Oh, the 525, man. Let's be disciplined with it. But it's not about, like, you don't look at it as in, like, oh, I'd hate to do 4 bullets, but you look at every bullet in isolation. It is getting marginal, though. 35 bigs, 5 minutes till they're going to go up again. You know, not covering anyone. Yeah. Probably close to break even at best. But if it is close to break even, we should probably fucking play the thing. It's not ideal. This is why open jamming is kind of nice here. It's 4 bigs. It's 14 bigs. Don't like fucking Ray's calling it. I don't like Ray's folding it either. Yeah, no, I think you got a Ray's call it. And we open jam, same shit happens. He could just take, like, you know what people are taking nowadays? A little Queen 8 suited action, you know? Bury me, baby. Yeah, Queen 8 suited, send it in. They'll do that. I mean, good players will do that. And I mean that. It's good play. Becky. Don't you worry about me. We'll win the 25. We'll win the smallest buy-in of the day for thousands of dollars. Although I'm not sure how much of a day saver it would even be. 6.6. Let's go, lads. I mean, I'm saying that with a tone of like don't care anymore, but no, I wouldn't do this if I thought it was even the slightest pip too wide. Okay, so we're towards the end of late reg on the 150 special. That's cool. It's one of the earlier tournaments. We got just under 3 stacks in a bounty. Again, the 200. No, wait. No, that's the 40 stack. Where we got a nice stack and green felt. In the money in the 25 bucker, like I said. 200 here, 24 left, 12 paid. Busted 3 bullets in the 525. But whatever, that's in the past now. Do have the stacks, man. Also this, the 125. We are low-key cooking, man, other than that high roller. Starting, well, actually a touch over starting stack in the 150 monster stack. And then the 55 6 max, not going well. We're just short with half a stack. But speaking of which, this is one where I would be quite aggressive because the ROIs get pretty astronomical in these events where you get a bunch of dudes just buckling under the pressure in the late game. Yo, Grey Fox, what's up, man? Doing pretty good. Storm. Oh yeah, go on then. Don't mind if I do, please. I'll take a jam scone to go. Nope. Should have said blueberry scone. Why am I calling it a scone? Who the fuck? Oh, we got a fucking 3-bet jam through there against the button min raise. Mia Bella. You know, not trying to fucking have a dig at the guy, but you know, obviously I'm delighted. Lads, I will say something. It's good to have you with us. The $25 mystery bounty. We know they can be quite fun. We got 78 big blinds, lads. We're in the money. It's what, 2.7 million prize pool, and we got 78 bigs. It's only one dude who covers us.
Jane, flower, my Jane, flower, Jane flower, she give me brain power. Wake up in the morning, I'ma take her in the shower. Feeling like I wanna hit it every hour. Too much loving every day turns sour.
So I was so focused on what to do, I didn't show it first, but we min raise and he goes 6.5 bigs. And we had the option to risk 28 to win 10, which he's got King 7 offsuit, I think. You know, we do have some hands that want to check back, to be honest. Like Ace 7 suited, Ace 6 suited. We want to realize some equity with some of them. I said Ace 7, like the suited Ace X, but also 8-7 suited. Really important pot here, lads. I kind of like it. People are so nitty though. Even when they got a big stack and it's approaching the money, they still just aren't interested to open anything light. I'm gonna check back again. That's what that pot's getting weird. He might have top set of kings, honestly. Not that that's gonna really come into our decision making. The day 2 starting in a minute, by the way. Usually the huge fields. Yeah, the checking back twice is weird, man. I just don't see enough bluffs in my own range. It's like I gotta have Ace 7 suited. I'm gonna start stabbing like Ace Jack on the turn. It's just gonna look like I've got aces or kings, though, for sure. Maybe he's got kings. Yeah, I don't like it, man. I don't like it. He gets away from his fucking hand now. You know, thought he might have had queens or well, he could have just had Ace 3 offsuit. This is, you know why? We're aware that Ace 3 offsuit is dead on the turn, which is why we're checking. And we could have just got the absolute stone max out of Ace 3, so we don't know. Green felt means close to the money, brother. Black felt in the money, green felt close to it. I do generally hover around 60% in these kind of heads up single raise pots that don't have the big blind involved, like kind of mid position type stuff. It's a fun one. Hopefully he doesn't have the Jack of Spades. Kick it off with a 4x here. He's already, I mean, I'd imagine he's already like not enjoying life right now in this hand. Saw the 2 in the window, I was like, is it going to be one of those days where we just drill out? Although, to be fair, we've never... Don't mean to be negative. I think it's a very bad approach to be negative, but like... These mystery bounty day 2s just don't see... But there hasn't been many of them, right? That's why... I think we do peel though, in case your hand improves. Don't have to, he went very small. If he went half pot, we don't need to like draw to our 5 outs. Bombaclad!
People is sick and tired of hearing darling, I blood clad, love you. You turn on the fucking radio 24 bomber clad hours a day. You hear darling, I love you. A man wouldn't sing to the almighty ass clad. Him love him woman more than the creator.
What are you doing here? You know what? If you want to do that, you want to telegraph your hand so much in a spot where I know you're going to care about the situation. It's a day 2. He's probably been looking forward to it all week. I was folding. I wasn't like, it's absolutely just inviting me in there, mate. You can't cap yourself like that, man. But you know what happens if he calls turn? Hopefully the 4-liner doesn't come, because then he has some snap calls, but the 4-liner doesn't come. Loving life. Loving life. I'd love life if I could see a turn card here, because turn equity on a King, Jack, 10, 9, 7, heart. The whole deck! Like a little 8 of hearts action, you know what I'm saying? Big stack, yeah, no, this could be. Oh, really? Do like the idea of going for if anyway, I won't say that. Going for the flat here against Mr. Panka. Some Manchester girl or woman, IMDDB. She's quite nice, actually. Sounding. Don't even really know what she looks like. Yeah, we go fucking 16 ways here. Bring your Sunday. Everyone's brought their son to fucking flat along as well. Who's 16-handed, even though you started a hand 8-handed. Yeah. I mean, you know, people can squeeze behind. I respect that Brazilian guy, but respect is a dangerous thing in such a... And I mean this, like, poker is... The hardest thing about poker is the variance and the psychological, struggles that us humans go through with the game. You know, the best thing about poker is the variance, because that's what makes it so easy and, like, we should be afraid, but I think the big blind keeps betting, right? And Panka starts to bet. You know, we're still a little concerned of someone having a flush, but not really. That's my point. But yeah, poker is just easier than other games, man, because basically every other game I can think of where it's people versus people, really bad players don't come back. They don't come back, man. If you play a professional pool tournament, or well, poker tournaments aren't for pros alone. If you play a pool tournament, it's going to be pretty tricky. If you're some mediocre pool player, you're going to get smoked. If you enter a Fortnite competition, if you enter a fucking archery competition, if you enter a FIFA competition, any game I can think of, the standards are way, way higher than poker. Way higher. You know what? Like, a lot of the hands we get value from is like a big club. If he's got like pocket jacks with a club that I'm gonna check back. We went 14 into 16 three-way went on the flush completer. Yeah. Oh! Fuck, I don't think he's got any of them, but he's just trying to trap me on the flop. Oh, my bad, man. Because I think he's just gonna raise the big blind with a set. But he doesn't need to do that. I just thought he would. To be honest. Fucking shit. My bad, man. I was just discounting the set. That's why I was saying, like, the only set I'm worried of losing to is jacks of the club, because I discounted all the flop ones. The thing is, though, like, here's the logic, man. Like, if I think it's a spot where he's gonna call the flop, and there's gonna be like, he's gonna get it action behind. Who the fuck's gonna raise behind? I'm not gonna raise behind any, like. So I think it's a spot when he just calls a set. That's it. No one's raising anymore. That's the max. Maybe I call behind, and maybe he's interested in me. But why would he want me to call behind when I can just have like pocket sevens, like stuff with equity? I'm not sure, man. Very, very top player, so we're not sure about that, but like, it's gonna go. In my mind, one of two things will happen when he just calls the flop. Big important one, lads. Big important one. It's either the players behind Panka is gonna fold. It's gonna go fold, and then he's going to the turn. Oh, what a beauty, lads. What a fucking beauty this is. Or, and doesn't that sound really shit? Or, what happens is one of the guys, me or the other guy, calls behind, and then sure, we go three-way to a turn, but there's only like... So I just didn't think he'd flat and just let the action kind of be all tame on the flop, you know? It worked out for him, though. The pot did end up quite small, but it worked out for him because he ended up losing at showdown. There could have been a way to do this while creating a scenario where we get away from small blind. legitimate thought, like, oh, we've turned trips into mystery. We're absolutely gonna lead. Have a little faith in me, yeah, that's all I need.
Baby, you're all I need, yeah.
You're my G.
Bad bitch, no underwear. 2020 gon' pull up an air.
F4 Empire, how we doing, brother?
Uber
everywhere.
Take my bitch
Everywhere.
We be getting money everywhere, yeah. They don't even know. They be throwing shade everywhere.
Heads up, single raise, pop, block, block. Check, check, block, block. Check, check, flop. Small turn, small river. Make him shiver, make him quiver. Pause.
All these haters out trying to take a smile. I heard about it.
Try again. Try again. We like this. Trying to play low variance. We're not like 3-bet calling 40 bigs, even if it's a more aggressive guy. Although, maybe this is the guy we 3-bet call. I'm talking about Kazakhstan over here. Those stats are kind of... But it's 6-handed. He could just... You know, it doesn't mean he's actually wide.
Take my bitch everywhere. We be getting money everywhere, yeah. They don't even know. They be throwing shade everywhere.
The fucking 250 main. We forgot to pre-reg the 250 main, but then still never got in. And that is no tournament I am concerned about in terms of... I like playing the 250 main. Let's put it that way. Another one of those tournaments that's like very... I mean, look, man, I'm not going to sit here and be like it's super profitable tournament. I think there's a solid little 10 ball on it, though. A little 10% ROI. And like a random Friday when the guarantee's even smaller and something like a 250 main, it ends up really whaley, so... Yeah, you can't convince me with all the pessimism, man. I play it. It goes well. Often. What's there to fear? What's there to worry about? The rake isn't that high. It's an online tournament, 250 buy-in. The recreationals absolutely jump in. What's the fear here, you know? What's the big deal, then? Look at us backing into a fucking straight here. We're such a luck box. Now he knows we had it. Boo-hoo. Get the fuck out of town, man! Let's not be a fucking diva about it, man. It's just a bit annoying, like... Spend fucking... You know, I have a little thing that'll take 2 minutes to do, but... It takes like 18 minutes, and I have to do it all again, because it's gone fucked up. I wonder what he could mean. Try enter a ping pong tournament, smoked in the first round, no shot. Absolutely. So poker, if we're going to compare it to ping pong, and by the way, no one's going to say anything if you pursue ping pong, by the way. They'll be like, do it, yeah, sports. Do it, honey. Go, be the ping pong Olympian. I don't know, like my son or my husband's going to be an Olympic ping pong player. I know, the people would still tell you to not go for it, to be fair. People are generally telling you to not go for stuff. 250 main is what now? We'll jump in. Yeah, you just... So ping pong is much harder than poker. And how good do you have to be? How hard is it to make money from ping pong? You think like... You think it'd be the other way around. If it's much harder, you'd get a much bigger reward. No. It's much harder with fucking very, very little rewards. In terms of like the top 5% or 1%, you need to be getting really into some super, super one of the best on the planet kind of. Even with something like snooker. If you're 25th in the world in snooker, man, you're fucking. You got your travel expenses. You brick a few tournaments. Poker. You gotta beat Sally and Johnny. John has got ham in his beard. He's fresh off his fucking sandwich. You can see the ham still in his beard. That's who you have to beat. You know if you have to beat in the fucking ping pong? Fucking Xing Zhong Li, who's... You know, you see the difference in competition and intensity? The guy's playing Candy Crush. Your ping pong opponent or snooker opponent's there. They've been practicing 6 hours before the fucking game. You dialed in, man. It's Johnny Boy playing Candy Crush. You have to beat him. Just have a look at yourselves if you can't beat. Look, man, I don't want to get too harsh with it. Just Anthony Kalange said it great earlier. He thinks that like basically every format can be. I mean, I don't want to misquote the guy now, but there's games out there. There's different games. There's different like. I'm an online guy. I like the big volume I can get in. It's no nonsense. Man, there's 2-5 cash games out there. And look, man, but it always, like anything, it'll take a couple of years, so that's the hard thing, right? You can't just click your fingers and be a profitable poker player, but just weigh up the options, man. Like, you know, it depends on what you kind of have to lose. It depends on what you want in your life. Not what you're, you know, what other people want. Like what do you want? Anyway, like, we did 4 hours of this yapping already today. Let's not get back into it. Yeah, that's the thing. That's a really good shout set. You know, like the check and look, the check. When he's gonna slow play his flop sets. I'm being a bit hard on myself. It's super rare it is going to be a flop set. It's going to be stuff like in between, like the 9s and 10s. Like that's why I'm concerned about missing value from jacks. But you make a great point, Cess. I like to check back with Queen. Maybe he calls a small bet in the river, but he could also turn into a jam. Exactly. On the turn, 3 clubs. I go 14 bigs into 21 bigs. When Panka calls, I'm expecting Ace of Clubs X. You know? I'm expecting some Ace of Clubs X that, well, would that float? Would like an offsuit Ace Jack float the flop with players behind when he's got the Ace of Clubs, 2 overs? Yeah, that's another thing to be thinking about, to be fair. But in game, I was like, well, a lot of the hands I'm getting value from on the turn is like Ace of Clubs X. What the fuck's Ace of Club X gonna do on the river? Just like Cess says, absolutely. If he did get to the river with Ace of Clubs X, offsuit, like just the blocker, he's gonna fucking check rip it, man. I can't bet call. And that's not like monsters under the bed thinking. It's totally logical, because as I said, big part of the range is gonna be Ace of Clubs X. In my mind, now going running back through the hand, there's gonna be a few Ace X. There's going to be a few, like, a lot of the Ace of Clubs X combos will probably just fold flop. Maybe they raise. Beautiful spot with the kings, lads. Beautiful spot. We deserve it, man. We deserve it. Think of how crazy we go here. We earned this. We've earned this, man. And this is the kind of guy to pay his dues. He'll pay his respects. He'll give it to us. He'll send it in. He'll click it to 11. Come on, dude. Thank you. We've earned it, man. We've earned it. We'll hold it, please. Thank you very much. Yeah, 6s. Yeah, do your 6s. Do your 6s thing. No, look, I normally don't like these kind of plays. I think here I'm going so nuts. It's 25 left, 22 paid. Just this stack distribution, me covering, me next to act. I don't really want to flat too much. So easy for me to just overdo the fuck out of that spot. So good on him. I knew he was gonna fucking... Oh. We were about to bubble this, and in such a big field, you can nearly call 10 off the money a bit of a stone bubble, you know? The fuck am I doing in this hand? A little bit of an autopilot, small c-bet out of position. Too many free cards he's going to take here, I'm worried. Alright. Maybe. Yeah, easy. Block, we interact with King Jack suited very well, of course. There is no King Jack suited. You can't have King Jack suited. Right, and we need to be careful about... You know, like, I was going on a big... kind of rant about, oh, these guys are shit at the big bounty formats, and they think they're good. They think they're ready to play a big bounty format. They think they got it. They understand that they're going to have to adjust. But what I was saying earlier, when it just comes down to each hand history, they'll miss this open, they won't be 3-betting this, they won't be doing anything. But that just comes from not paying attention, and like, I look at this tournament and be like, hey, let me just kind of make sure, let me have a look at who I'm covering. Multi-table. So a little bit of hypocrisy. I don't think I did miss anything, but you never know. Didn't seem that focused on this specific tournament for like 15 minutes. So, you know, I could look back through the hands and see some, because I should be going crazy. Like, I should be opening into these guys really wide. It's monster bounty format. Mystery bounty format now in the 25.
You can even roll my way, yeah. I got my chica to the left of me.
Nice.
Okay. Cause she keeps it G, never trying too hard. I like to lay back, smoking weed with my sister. Ooh, I'm leaning back, yeah. Back, ooh, I'm leaning back. Skipping, baby, yeah. Cause we stay talking about that cash, talking about our dreams, talking about talking who we see.
To be fair, man, I've given this guy his flowers many times. Sven Stock's one of my favorite players on the planet. One of my stone cold favorite players on the planet. And you know what's an even cooler way to say it? One of my favorite players of all time. Which is the same, it's essentially the same thing, but they're both true statements. And that's why, you know, like, I used to have this real leak of like, if I had a lot of respect for a player, I'd fuck up hands against them. Did it a lot back in the day, man. When I'd come up against, like, my first ever time against Malacca Style or NASA or even someone like Charlie Carell. I remember, like, I was playing that 215 triple tread on Stars, and I just leveled myself against Charlie, and like, just out of too much, like. And I did get that out of my system, except with fucking Sven Stock, man. He's still the dude that every 4 months I just butcher this hand history against him, because I always think he's doing this fucking exploit based on like population or something I'm doing, but nah, it's usually me just leveling myself. But yeah. It's like being a classical pianist, really cool, but not very profitable. I mean, being a classical pianist would bring a lot of other non-monetary values, like, you know, like just fucking banging out a solo on a piano. Definitely, you know. Yeah, no, it's not even because the guy was Brazilian, man. Like, it was, and it's not just because it's me. It's because I'm like a reg, but any of the regs, it's a good spot, even if it's some fucking Austrian guy 3-betting. I really love to fire shots at the Austrians. I know I don't. There's lots of great Austrians.
Cause she keeps it G, never trying too hard. I like to lay back, smoking weed with my sister. Ooh, I'm leaning back.
We're having a good old time in the 125 on the stone bubble, lads. I will be honest, I haven't checked bubble protection. Nobody. Perfect.
Cause we stay talking about that cash, talking about our dreams, talking about who we see, seeing what we need. Ooh, ooh, I'm leaning back. I said, please don't disturb my calling. I have no time.
Yeah, no, it's so true, man. It's so true. Just thinking back to what I said a couple of minutes ago, like, because some of my favorites is like Sven here, someone like Yuri Zilievsky. I mean, they're two pretty good shots. And then, you know, I always like someone like Robel as well. They have something all in common. It's just this sheer not giving a fuck about looking stupid. Here's a big one, lads, in the 200. There's such a savage nature to some of these guys that they don't give a fuck, man. If they think jamming Queen 8 offsuit for 20 bigs blind on blind is good, they're gonna take it. Let's fucking go, boys. Let's fucking go. You know, there's two ways to look at this. He's a massive nit, but he could also just give this so much credit. And, like, you know, we are just dunking it in. The 250 main, this should be this color. It's not close to the money. We're just cooking and everything, by the way. Other I keep bringing up to 525. Yeah. Barry? Little Barry ball? But, like, I saw this Sven dude and Yuri Zilievsky play very, very similar hand histories, where they just dunked in an absolute fucking airball that vast majority of players would like laugh at or just be afraid to look silly, you know. But there's levels to this game, man, and not giving a fuck in a sophisticated way. Obviously, you could say, oh, there's guys who don't give a fuck and just go all in with any two, but I mean people who specifically don't give a fuck about looking stupid. I mean, I'm repeating myself now.
Said you can't even vote my way. Yeah, I got my chica to the left of me. Cause she keeps it G.
By the way,
Never trying to
same with Juan Pardo. Malacca Style's another one who's right up there in that kind of tier. There is a massive work ethic to these guys. Zilievsky, Juan Pardo, Sven Stock. Another thing they all have in common. And that's not like, I don't relate to that. It's not like I like that because I'm the same. No, it's just, I'm not like that. I'm a different world to them in terms of the work ethic and studying theory. I think my sheer interest for the theory does make up for it a little bit, but that's a bit of a cop-out. It's like Alexander Usyk. Usyk was talking about how there was an interviewer. I forget what the line of question was exactly, but it was like, Usyk, you have such great motivation. How do you get so much great motivation? And Usyk's like, motivation's good, but discipline is better. What I have is discipline. I have discipline. One day you have motivation. You wake up in the morning. He's a heavyweight boxer. He's got to wake up in the morning to do the most insane level of training you could imagine. Boxing's just ridiculous level of fitness, and he's not motivated. It's not motivation that gets him to train every morning. That's discipline, and he has a good little speech about it. A great little speech about it. That's Usyk for you. So yeah, and I have all the motivation and interest. Probably just lack a bit of that discipline here and there. Hey, Germans moved to Austria. Maybe that's it. Maybe all the Austrians I'm criticizing are the German guys. But I think it could be the other way around. I think the actual good... Nah, here, there's this based on nothing. Generally have a lot of respect for German players. And I know majority of them are Germans. Do you know what I didn't fucking like, man? I don't know. It doesn't really matter. But you had Kasuf really like yapping to one of the online kids about like where he's from. Shut up, man. Like, shut up, Kasuf. You know, we got... You know, that's personal. You're on a live fucking broadcast. The whole world's watching. And you're just getting personal with people. You know, have a bit of awareness, man. Like, fuck me. So yeah, discipline. I say there's levels to the game. The top level, you need a lot of discipline. The talent, the interest, the love, the motivation. That gets you to that second level, that championship level. If we're to use an analogy for the like English football, championship is second tier. Yeah, it's just like every game as well. Just like thinking about football as well. Like, there's so many players. You think they've got it. They're the next big thing, but they find their level in France or they find their level in Turkey, and it's kind of the same type of gravy, the same stuff, same ingredients. That's the difference between like someone who finds their level in Turkey and someone who finds their level in the Premiership. And it's honestly, it's probably discipline. It probably just is discipline. It's a little bit different. I mean, is it different? There is genetics and stuff like that, but you get that with something like poker too. You kind of get a... Alright, let's get a little recap on everything here. We got a lot of... we haven't busted a lot of tournaments. We have not busted a lot of tournaments. Busted our biggest buy-in 3 times, but everything else... And I'll take that, man. I'll take that. I'll take the stacks everywhere. We're 17 left in the 200. Chip leading this 23 left in the 125. We're 60 left in the 25 bucker double stack in the money. 60 left is deep. We're in the mystery. We're in the 110 on WPT. We're on the 220 on WPT. Still early doors. Another stone bubble in the 40 stack. Great healthy stack. 12 off the money in the 150. Like, this is like 6-7 runs happening at once here. You know, that if we can keep treading water, they'll turn into 8 and 9 runs. Fucking D. Wilson did not get the memo here, mate. Excuse me, mate? You want to see flops and turns and stuff? Chill out, mate. You can wait a moment now until we're in the money. Queen 8 offsuit, no one with bubble protection. The big blind being quite deep with us though, but seemingly very nitty. Just have to be careful with I mean, it could be a worse hand. Queen 8 isn't that bad. It's got some playability for sure. And you know, you can't, you know. A tricky decision would be like fucking, you know, 8 deuce suited. I mean, maybe you'd prefer that. Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, the big stacks actually can do a lot of this. Also pocket fours. Patrick. Paddy. I like Patrick. Good luck, Patrick. Right, we're in this situation, but that's okay. We'll start targeting underpairs that we'll just relinquish now. 7s, 6s, 9s. We'll just not really. I'm going very small because I can imagine, I could see myself betting some turns. We interact with the King, Queen of Hearts. And we do a good job of not interacting with some, like... Well, there isn't that many suited hands that are floats. I'm just not, it's just not me to fold, man. I'm not gonna fold this pre, like, you just, no matter how many people I respect, just tell me not to, I just, in game, you just get, you know, it just works, man, it just works. Right, now we... Nah, let's not fuck about. I was gonna give him the whap after we turned 7.
Never trying too hard. I like to lay back, smoking weed with my sister. Ooh, I'm leaning back, babe. Ooh, I'm leaning back.
Alright. Sorry, there's a lot going on at once. We 3-bet folded last hand. Now we're going for a bit of a loosey-goosey one. Oh, it's a big one in the 200, lads. We keep getting the most gin spots. Not even my own side. At least it wasn't a fucking 5, brother. This guy leads turn. We're just getting rid of Queen Jack, obviously. Well, not obviously. It would be a bad call, though. Wait, how am I? Oh, because I won it. Wait, what? Oh my god. Did we 3-way chop the fucking... What happened? Anyway, here we are with a premium when we're just goofing around. Goofing. Queen 8 offsuit early position. Just raising on everyone. Oh, and the mystery bounty, man. I think we play for stacks, honestly. I think we just... Well, the biggest bounty's gone. 100... Man, there's still 6-figure bounty in there. We're gonna play this one aggressive. The structure's quite quick. He can call worse. It probably works a bit better for us when the biggest bounty's still in. He does call. It's a flip. Come on, boys. Come on in the mystery bounty day 2. Nearly there. Pair the boards. There we go. There we fucking go. What a massive flip, man. What a massive flip. Delay 60 burgers. These we unblock all the flush draws. Check on the flop. Let's go for it, man. Flush draws, Queen X, 9X. God, I love that, man. I just a lot of bad runs in these mystery bounty day 2s, like, and a little not fully coincidental or just variance related. I think we struggle to play. I think we get too spewy when we're covered. Talked about it before. There's been some hand histories that you might recall, or just little pre-flop spots where we like.
find it shifted. Walking along, pouring Patron in me orbital ball.
Okay, this is a bit of a weird one.
Who I am when I'm smoking again. But roll with the fun. Cold at the down. Roll like a down, cause I am. Puff, puff, pause, get.
How did you get started with poker, and when did you know I could do it full time? Oh man, I've had so many cocky rants today. The question's kind of setting me up to sound a little bit, you know, early on. And I played sit and goes with friends. We played sit and goes little like I was 17 and was hanging out with your best friends as you do when you're 17. And was at one of the boys' apartments in Dublin. He brought out a deck of cards. That was the first time I played it. I played it like once when I was younger at my friend's house, around the age of 11, but like didn't know what was going on, didn't remember anything from that. I'm not going to act like, for me it was 17 years old was the first time, because I learned the rules from scratch again at 17. Yeah, just really enjoyed it, man. It was sick. Me and my buddies are really like, you know, for better or worse, we would like to fuck with each other, you know. And when you brought that onto the poker table, there was a lot of like psychological stuff going on, which I was really just loved. I always wanted to play poker with the boys then. And by the time I turned 18, it was like, wow, I can just create an online site now. I mean, I had a little bit of online stuff beforehand, but I was able to have a legit, legal, like my details set up. And that was exciting. And then I like would have a lot of unsuccessful 20 and 30 deposits. But a lot, you know, it was always something where I remember having a Paddy Power account that I could withdraw from. I didn't make my first withdrawal on Stars for a good while. It's a good thing to figure out, actually. But there's a site called Paddy Power, and I remember like just love it because I was able to go to the bookies. It was like one of those places that just is a bookmakers where people hang around and bet on horses. I could go in there and get the money that I won from my online Paddy Power account in cash in euros. Look at us go. 6 big blind pot, unlucky GGs, mate. So that was sick. So that was my really early taste of like any bit of traction or a little bit of like. Still for the first from 18 to 19, it was a lot of just learning and like losing bits of money here and there, and then like gambling, you win a bit back or whatever. Obviously, the Fitzwilliam was a casino in Dublin as well. When I was 18, I started playing in. My first bit of live poker, other than playing home games with my friends, this game in a little tiny place called Leitrim Village. It's like, you know, the towns where I grew up, you guys would call villages. Like 3,000 people, 5,000 people. This place probably had like I don't know, not more than 1,000. But there was this little pub, and every Monday they'd have this poker game, €50 in. And I would play that. I would go, my friend was like 20, I was like 17. And we would go to play that, and I learned a lot of, that was my first, to me that was really like competitive high level stuff. Even though everyone still dealt themselves, and I remember being so bad at dealing, I was like pissing all the old fellas off. But yeah, that was kind of beginnings of it. I won a 9k EPT package very early on. I think I was still around 18, maybe just turning 19. And then when I was 19, I finished 5th. You can see all this on my Hendon mob, but I got a €22,000 score when I was 19 from a live €500 tournament. So that was me, and I'm 28 now. But before the success, I knew it would work out. I knew it would work out very, very early. And a part of that was No one was holding me back. Very supportive mother. Nothing to lose also. Like, you know, I was from Ireland, a rural area in Ireland, but there is still some, like anywhere, there's still some dodgy shit you can fall into. And I was not, you know, like, that definitely could have been where things went, but it wasn't, thankfully. Oh, you dirty mink. It's a good fold though, it's a good fold. He's so nutted when he's covered and he's clicking it there in position. Maybe he's got the 100k bounty on his head and we've missed an opportunity, but... God, there's 200s going slow, but that's okay. We're 9 of 16. We got stacks everywhere, man. So, yeah, and it's gone well. It's gone well. We've had a lot of winning years. And it just got bigger. It just got bigger. I think it went from like... I think my first profitable year online was $3,000. And that was when I was 19. But I had already got my 22k score, so that's why I was like, but I had actually lost 8k from... There used to be this site called Player Scope. It might be still up, but all the old sites just end up going down. But I would check my stats there along with Shark Scope. But what was I going to say? Oh yeah, I lost 8k from like $99 and above buy-ins, or maybe it was like 55 and above. Maybe it was something smaller. So I was clearly losing at the high stakes, but I made like 11k from the $10, $20 tournaments, the 11s and the $5 tournaments. And then had a big, I think when I was 20, I had a very kind of, something like 20 or 30k profit, which is still quite, you know, humble and small, but I was so chuffed with that kind of shit, man. So by the time I'm 20, I already think I'm God's gift. I'm definitely I was overconfident at times. But I think, well, here we go. I think we made some sick progress the last few years in terms of just confidence in our game and just understanding the game with the help of other people, man. Some big epiphanies through other people. Come on, tank call off your ace king for no reason. 97, I'm also 97, Fatiata. There's something about the 97 crew, man. Yeah, what have you tank called there? Yeah, he did tank call ace king. I've got no reason to assume he's got... This is so big. We've no bounties yet, by the way. Come on now. 100 big blinds. Forget the bounties. He ripped that fucking river off like a band-aid. See you later, man. I don't respect the whole... Oh, whatever, man. Look, he was right to be... It's like so... It's the standard of play, man. They're like cold for... Because I know... You know how I know... You know why I'm speculating ace king? Because the big fucking 16 big blind dumb... Sorry, dumb's harsh. It's just a bit big, and it's a bit... And he's never 4-betting. It's just... He's just Mr. Ace King there. Anyway, look, man. And then he doesn't just snap it off. Like, snap it off, brother. Why are you cold 4-betting Ace King to, like... You're putting too much weight. He's getting all freaked out by the fucking day 2, but, like... You bitch out and get too scared. You're going to cost yourself. You're just going to completely crush all your hopes of anything. By, like, being too scared and, like, you know... Anyway. Time's at 2:17 a.m. Treat myself to a kebab, I think. Best kebabs in the city. I think Fives could end up doing some work here, getting to work, alright. It is kind of grim for him because I flatted a button. This came Queen 9-3. My King Jacks, my Jack 10, my flush draws. They're the hands that haven't quite... They're not made hands, but that's a whole lot of good stuff and equity right there. And then you got all my Queen X. I'm probably not 3-betting ace queen. It's too much to 3-bet call. You're not going to 3-bet fold. I'm just flatting ace queen. Then I got all my king queen suited, all my king queen offsuit. That's what I mean by it just being grim for him. And I don't exaggerate there. I mean, like, there's no queen egg. Maybe some of the king queen offsuit. I just want to, maybe I want to 3-bet some of the king queen offsuit. Maybe. But I don't think I do. I think I'd much rather just flat, to be honest. So then that means I've all the king queens, all the ace queens. Good players understand what that means. Not to be condescending or anything. But like, it's not just, oh, he's got this hand, he's got that hand, oh, he had a busted flush draw. It's about the amount of cards. It goes a little deeper than just kind of black and white. We're running good today, boys. We're definitely running very good today. Stacks everywhere, exactly. I just saw that comment after I said we're fucking sun running. How you doing, Georgie boy? What was the hardest thing in poker for you that you had to learn? That's actually a good question, although you'd think I would hear it every day, but... Because I don't really know off the top of my head. There's different ways you could look at it. I mean... I don't know. I don't even want to say the discipline and the trial and error through like fucking punting it off with a lack of emotional control, because I always just knew eventually I'd get it because I wanted it enough. That like, it was like, oh my god, I've done it again, but you know fucking what? And it wouldn't be an instant. It might be a day of grieving over me fucking something up, that, you know, being very hard on myself. But then the next day I'd be just fired up again. I was very, very on track. So I guess what I'm getting towards, without realizing it, is saying that nothing was hard, but that's not true. There's something that'll come to my head. It has been pretty easy, man. Not being tongue-in-cheek. It's been pretty easy. That's why sometimes people speculate about... If anyone starts to say about, like, hard work that I've put... Big one on the bubble, lads! I kind of disagree when people start to talk about work ethic or hard work. No pictures. Because I've loved the game so fucking much, it was kind of easy always. Even with theory, you know, I don't have the discipline to kind of sit down and do something that, you know, I... Like doing discipline is like doing stuff you generally don't want to do. But I've just always been interested in theory, so it hasn't been like... There's no discipline involved. There's never really discipline involved with me even studying the game. There's no work ethic in even me studying. Sometimes I get a real bug for just finding out a bunch of stuff. Yo, 42 months, Georgie boy! Keeping that sub rolling, man. Thank you very much. Dinner on me, mate. Let's fucking go. Sending run good for the mystery. Yeah, man. True Sunrun day. We normally struggle in all these mystery day twos, but not today, man. And look at us just fucking win the ace deuce versus king queen. It's so easy. It's a good. So what was hard? Yeah, enjoyed it so much. For so like, I'm not saying I don't love getting on the grind. Like, it's a little bit. It's probably 70-80% of sessions I'm really just looking forward to a grind, or 70-80% of days. Or 60, because the days I don't grind when I don't want to, like, or I just feel a little bit like, so yeah, man. It was the hardest part. You want to see us just fold ace jack of clubs here with against 2.5? Oh no, because it's three bigs, you've got a good price, 25% equity. Well, so first of all, we've 30% raw equity. We're only gonna see a flop. Yeah. Anyway, look, we were obviously gonna call. Don't get me wrong. I get into the levels a bit. Like, a part of me thought that he wasn't gonna do that straight after he lost a big pot against me. I thought he'd just have it. But fair play to people who just don't get into all of that. I respect it.
I got your beards waiting. Black crew smashes sets from
We win this bounty uncontested when the guy... And we unblock all the ace, king, 10, 9 club stuff. Bong, bong, bonging! Ah, shit. Jack 10 calls down? Ill-disciplined little twerp. You gotta let it go sometimes, man. 36 left in the double stack because we just can't lose anywhere. So we're like final fucking 0.001% of this one. Checking back 25 effective in this situation could be quite could be some good stuff in there, but it would be very, very monsters under the bed mentality to like start pot controlling a hand this good. If you're pot controlling, but there's like another benefit, like you're gonna get a load of EV from like low equity stuff, but Jack 9-5 two-tone, he's gonna fucking take free cards with all his stuff, and he's gonna have a great old time. He's gonna pour a little mocktail, put his feet up, and he's gonna fucking check back and see some turns. He's gonna pull the recliner and see a turn, all in one motion. The recliner. You get the picture. Oh Lord, Romanovsky, a cool player, man. A cool player, very cool player. I remember I sat down the 840 bounty warm up there a couple of months ago, and he was doing a lot of cool creative stuff, but I think we both know how it ended up for him. That's all right. There's variance involved in that. You know, he'd overbet a flop, and I'd min raise in position, and it wouldn't, you know, things. Oh, someone's grabbed a gold chest here. Not me. It's 560. But Romanovsky did a really nice play. I mean, it's basic enough, but he did the old... there's lots of ways to play Queen 10 suited in the small blind. But he 2.5s. And I thought he was full of shit. I thought it was one of those kind of 2.5x's. I forget which stage of a tournament it was at, but there was probably some elements to that, honestly. Like elements like that of... God, I think we do this, covering the guy for 80, honestly. 38 effective against Bun, covering the guy for 80. You got all the biggest bounties other than the first one still in. But yeah, Romanovsky 2.5x Queen 10 suited. I jam Queen 4 suited, and he just snaps me off. I know, it's just, I liked it because it's a good way to kind of make up for all the raise folds you have. Because I realized it right there and then, of course he should be doing that. You know, of course, it's only all the other crusty regs, including, like, I'm not calling myself a crusty reg, but and I actually started having issues orifying the small blind. I shit you not, I was orifying the small blind everywhere. And I started having issues because people are competent enough to say, well, you don't have enough of the calls after you do this. You got your Queen 6 off, but then you're doing other stuff. Because also recently I was like, Jack 9 suited in the small blind, I would just rip it for 20, thinking that's what we do. We limp. There's a whole tree there to fucking climb. Not just ripping in. Because I kind of mistook it for some button spots where you open rip like a Jack 10 suited, Queen 10 suited type hand on the button for 20. You don't do it in the small blind. Because, well, in theory, there's a lot of like, when you limp, the big blind does a lot of like non-all-in raising. So yeah. There's a whole world there, 20 effective blind versus blind. There's different ways to go at it. I do like, Romanovsky has inspired me a little bit to just get back into raising a lot, but just be more of the less of the fucking Brazilian stuff, more of the fucking Central European, Western European stuff. Okay, we're stone bubble into 150. And we're folding, I mean, shit, we probably have bubble protection. What a fucking clown we are.
All my bookies dwellers.
Shit, we missed a spot there to just peel the small blind off our, like, to 4.4 behind. We have a pretty good time as well because, let me just speculate here, because this is some faint ideas in my mind about when you are the guy who flats the small blind there and you got 4.4 bigs, you kind of pick and choose your spots more than the in-position player. Like, they kind of jam everything on you. You're not going to check call it. You get it in like way ahead in those spots because, let's say it comes 9, what's a great flop for Queen 9? Comes 9, 7, 4. And then he's just going to jam his any 2, like his ace deuce or whatever. Not sure how much substance to that there is, kind of, you know, determine for yourself, but you get what I'm saying. When you do flat super shallow, you're kind of in that advantage of you check to them and they kind of put their stack in. Or even if you lead jam, you still get called by a lot of stuff. Lead jamming does fold out some stuff that would end up donk jamming themselves. The ace deuce is a good example. Like, sometimes you can donk jam some medium kind of wet boards and they fold, and I can only speculate it was like ace deuce that just had no backdoors or anything. But you check to them on these boards, they'll jam ace deuce. Anyway, we're in there, no pay jumps. Get snapped by Austria. You know what that means. Find out after the break. If you said Austria had queens, you were correct. Monster bounty getting true here. We're so lucky, man. Now let's stop saying that. I don't want people resenting me. Today we're very lucky. Here's the big bounties going in. Well played, lads. They actually understand how to play bounty tournaments. I don't say that sarcastically. Like, I do think a lot of people are misplaying these tournaments. And I think I am too. Like I realized today I was being a little bit hypocritical because all it takes is you being a little bit not focused for 20 minutes and you're probably going to miss. Like, if I'm yapping here on stream, for example, or a little bit autopilot or a little bit, I don't know, whatever, I could definitely see myself making the same play that I would like criticize other people for missing, like not opening. I mean, I don't really miss the RFIs, to be fair, but like, maybe, yeah, no, maybe you still do. You still can. God, I'm not sure about this against this guy. Just limp, dude. It's all good, it's all good, it's all good. We nearly had it if we just used our brain before we clicked the fucking thing. That's what the idea is. You think and then click. Shit, the fucking kebab.
Staring out the window into darkness of the city lights. I nearly lost my purpose. Threw away the herbs cause nothing seemed to ease my soul. Ever since I parted with my body, I can feel the glow. I can hear them telling me to go back to the level of. Someone told me what to do cause I find it hard to choose. On this planet singing, nothing seems to ease my mind. Ever since I floated through the portal, saw a different kind. They were showing me that we're the same, but my vision's blind. Yeah, they showed me how to see, but down here it's only me with the funkadelic. Nothing seemed to ease my soul. Ever since I parted with my body, I can feel the glow. I can hear them calling me to go back to their level of. Someone told me what to do cause I find it hard to choose on this planet singing. On this funkadelic planet. Down here on this funkadelic planet. I keep it real on the funkadelic.
1 of 14 and the 125, lads. Keep an eye on that one. Don't tell me the fucking. Ah, shit, 6.
Reflecting on the days I spent, solid steel, rubber mallet trying to make a dent. This wasn't his me only way to vent. Wondering if this shit'll ever pay me rent. Before I reclaim every cent I may have lent. Drunk again, dancing off beat like David Brent. Depression went and came, women came and went. Trying to find some inspiration in this grey cement. With way too much urgency to stay content. Reading off me.
I think we size up a bit here.
Success is me favorite scent. Baby, I'm the undercard and the main event. Only just arrived, but I'll be right back. Obscure, dusty gem, double B-side rap.
I mean, whatever.
Liquor and live on housing claims. Kick cans, mix brands, and mispronounce the names. Okay, okay, alright, alright, okay. Alright, okay, alright, okay, no way. Okay, okay, alright, alright, okay. Alright,
we get bubble protection.
okay, no way.
So, queen me. So 150. It counts as a 150 cash. Yeah, mate. I get it. But I have no time back. I think I call though. I think I call rather than raise. I'm not. It's one or the two. And that's a cool flop. Definitely cool flop. So I nearly timed out. That was what that. What do we even have here? King Jack? What are, like, in terms of weak hands? King Jack or something? Something that could fold at some point. Ace 10? We checked though, right? Yeah, worst river possible. Literally. Offsuit 8 is the worst. Look, he doesn't have much 9x. Oh, we also cashed for 34 in that tournament. Sorry, $35 bounty. So 185. I haven't got any bounties in a mystery yet, bro. No. Oh, we've no bluffs here. We've ace. If we want to turn ace 10 into a bluff, maybe. Brazil. Fuck sakes! Well played. We're turning ace 10 into a bluff to fold out like jack or kings or aces. You know, that's what we're going for here. That's our pitch. We don't lose enough as well. Like, you know, when you don't lose enough, it's kind of, your hand is a bit forced. I know you didn't see the hand with the aces there, but I'll pull it up. It was a pretty deep run. I'll pull it up the hand. Yeah, that value jam there is like,
Let's go bowling.
You know, it's a bit.
Yeah.
He 3x's the small blind. Oh shit. 183 we cashed for it before I forget. God, we got nice stacks, boys. Sorry, I'm being a spastic here. I'm trying to not fuck anything up. Yeah, he 3x'd the small blind. We called. It came 9 high. We called a small bet. Turn paired to 9. And he check called, and then we sent it the rest on the river, trying to get him off like ace highs and stuff. Out of late reg in a 55 6 max.
You better text me. No, I won't hit you back though. I'm at the Namco playing time crosses.
What a nice tournament to fucking double in, man, out of late reg. And ace 9 suited. All in and wait, what? Oh, there's 2 150 bounties. Oh, of course. But king's in a mystery. Let's just keep it here. Jumping all over the world. Okay, lads. Huge opportunities here. It's just ring around the rosy with these guys, man. Like, it's just Surely. 10 bigs to win 20. Already put in 2. I nearly just accidentally clicked call. Not that it would make much of a difference, but. So I'm talking about with another hand. 21 bigs. I put in 2. It's so that's another 19 bigs to risk for 10. Thinking of 4-bet jamming against someone there, but didn't go for it. Nice and early to we get stacked in the 150 monster stack, but we're gonna go straight back in 42 big blinds. Oh, gold chest for the boys, 114,000. God, for a split second, you just with how ridiculously optimistic I am and lucky, I was just like, is this it right now? For a split second, I could feel like goosebumps nearly. I'm on my knees now for some reason. Alright, Spotify's been on autoplay for about an hour. Let's kind of...
Folks in the lobby, drunk, bombing, drugs on the run, want some rum, but the shop is shut, what the hook? Reprobate, smoking keg and lemon haze. Turn the house down in any state. MC's a brick in it, confusing with
I can envision a lot of scenarios where King is enough to kind of stack this guy.
Don't let the drugs get in the way. At the end of the day, it's the end of the day. Tomorrow's a new bar, a screw from me head. Cold sagging cause there's nothing to do when you're dead.
Shit. What am I gonna do for a bit of food now? Anything I order will arrive past break.
Don't say peace, wiping dog shit off my feet on these gold paved streets.
Ghost town, derelict terraces, living on the smart price breadline blitz. Ghost town, derelict terraces, living on the smart price breadline blitz.
In the money in the 200 now. Nice chunky min cash. 2 buy-ins.
While your missus cracks my bruise. After a few rancher blooms, I don't take advice.
I'll show you here. Luke says I got $119 bounty. I've probably got yeah, you were right. 560 plus 19. 579 now. Okay, another thing I want to do. The buy-ins cashes. So we've re-entered the 150. That's basically it in terms of tournaments joined. It's just something upstairs I can make or something. I'll be alright. I got some nuts. Got some cashews. Big Flick Nick, thanks for chilling with us, mate. And we'll chat soon. I just fold. Okay, never mind. Oh, yes. I see. Damn. A lot of good stuff here. Holy shit. Although that's just... yeah, whatever. King 5's a little tricky.
I'm stoned, I just want to be on my ass, man, just kicking it, like, with an iced coffee or a Slurpee or something, or gin green. Just walking,
but they won't last a mile in these shoes. I said, talking about how things once was. Walking in these shoes, they don't last.
Awkward, deep popping, walking down the street, walking, clocking, I'm talking in my sleep.
Fight or flee, might as well. Some succeed, others fail. Be the gun, yes, the gun I be. You seem surprised, you should read between the lines. Always was, never was on. It was you and yours caught in the crosshairs. Bang, they go to, whoop, here come the sound, here come the homicide. In the dark, it's where the shot got fired. But no one saw shit. Another problem got retired. asking all the questions, but I ain't got nothing for tape decks, detective. The only time I sing is in the booth. The only type of bass that I bill is Babe Ruth's, and that's the double truth.
I'm living out scripts by Alfred Hitchcock. Probably die with cards in my hand like Robert Hickok. Sipping Glenfiddich on the rocks. I'm Eddie out of lock stock when I'm on the clock. Never lost composure. Want the lot like the rock and roller. Compose a classic and drop it straight in the project folder. Dropping gold till I topple over. Got you folding from a stop and go. I never know when to stop and go. Continue in the horror show. It really is how you thought it wasn't so. Battling with tycoons, flowed over from running cold. Little did they know Slight Moon was on the horoscope. Get the dot, then I gotta go. Just a forgotten soul, telling a story that's not been told. But what's to know? Is this real life or animation? I let my imagination escape my mind like I'm Patrick Bateman.
That you and you
Talking. We get in Queen 9 against 9s here, by the way. On the flop. Hold. They all count. Alright, I'll show you something here that I like to do. Nice hold once again. Let's not take them for granted. Okay, let's just see what Argentina's gonna do here. Don't be tank. I wouldn't hate the guy tanking for a pay jump, to be fair. Very low hanging fruit in terms of pay jumps. We're gonna make it 6. We're gonna make 6 bigs here. Generating folds, creating some scenarios where we stack the guy. Suited hand that's quite a shit hand beneath the surface, but that's why we like to take the initiative and like can't just keep playing all year. Think of all the medium, upper medium, lower medium, down to suited garbage, all that shit you get dealt. You don't want to be always aggressive with them, you'll be a fucking absolute spewtard, but if you're never aggressive with these hands, man, you're just that's what all it is. That's what it is out there. That's what's out there. People aren't taking a 9-6 suited against hijack 50 effective. We're all playing random fucking formats now. Bounties, ICM, all this weird stuff like. I don't think I've seen one showdown with any of the boys. You know the boys, not my boys, but the boys I play with. I don't think I've seen one real funkster showdown. And anytime you start glancing over some ranges pre-flop, like you'll see some junky, suited, weird, offsuit 8x. There's always. Where is it all? Where is it all? Need the Hubble telescope to fucking see it. Anyway. Jam versus under the gun open. Raise and take with ace 5 suited. Let's get.
Be the Mr. Moon, always spitting about some shit wish I didn't do. Interlude shitting on your illest tunes. First thing I do is call you a cunt when we're introduced. Ha! Your girl tried to sip the juice. Now she want it on a drip through her wrist induced. I lit the fuse on a dynamite stick and then I give you twos. Gambler for dice, but that isn't news. Same expression on my face if I win or lose. Brain cells, I've missed a few. Sniffing glue at the Christmas.
Okay.
Swigging 60 proof. So high.
Close-ish, not really. And it's for chips, it's kind of close. That's what was in my head. But obviously, we're gonna be folding a lot more. Can imagine where this one's going. 1 of 11 here, boys. How much up top, Sven? 4.3k. That's cool. That is cool. Indonesian grinder. Today's not your day. Indonesian grinder. You will not find her. GG's, Indonesian grinder. A lot of good stuff still on the menu, but we just haven't lost. We haven't gotten knocked out of a tournament in 4 hours, so it's hard to. So we've no room. We haven't lost an all in for 4 hours. I know. Wow, we've got some fucking decisions. Not here. God, really? It checks around in a turn. I'm gonna make this call that's like... but first, second bullet of that 150, we had a multi-way all in here where we flat sevens. We just got it in, it was the worst hand. He's bet big into... let's have a little look at the situation here. I think it is a good spot when the two of us check around. 280k cashes. Don't really... Dude, I mean, look, no, let's stop the nonsense. It's a cool spot to bluff because he's three-way there, but like the guy early position checks turn, and then I check back the turn in position. So it's going. That's just going to get through all the time. It doesn't mean he's going to take his 8-7 and fucking do anything with it. This guy limps the button off 7, and it's a lot of aces. And it's aces, boys. How many spots can you say a lot of aces? To be fair though, like I get why he's doing it, you know. Even if I know he's got aces, right? Or well, I'm not. You never know, but it does get a little bit weird because what I'm speculating is if like the reason we want to trap aces because the big blind will get dealt whatever the fuck 7 deuce off. They can't fold. It's, you know, they have to check back. And then they check back, and then they flop a pair of 7s. It comes 7-5-3. That's the idea. Like it does, you know, you just kind of crush them, and they flop a piece. But I have had some situations where like, dude is like limped a hijack with 8 bigs, and I had 8-4 suited that I check back, and that's a hand that I would have like called against the min raise anyway, but. If I had 8-4 offsuit, for example. But anyway, it did come like 8-7 deuce. 8-7 deuce flush draw. I shouldn't be saying I'm playing hands like this on stream anyway, man. Whatever the fuck. Could maybe see what I'm getting at, but well, let's focus on the now. So we check back we check back the flop, and then we're raising the turn. Mystery bounty, we're flopping 2 pair. As usual. So he doesn't have much... well, he checks back to flop, so you can really confidently say he's stripped a 10x. So he's going to either have a straight, missed spades, a missed straight like king jack maybe. He did call 9 bigs though. Anyway, well, let's not even speculate. Hopefully queen jack makes a lot of sense. Oh man.
Fight or flee. Some succeed, others fail. Be the guy.
Like I said, man, earlier, like, I just had to go back to get a song and add to the playlist there. Spotify need to do it. That section, that recommended section right under your playlist, the autoplay needs to go into that list. That just makes it so much easier to like find the songs you're hearing that are on autoplay, because it starts autoplaying the recommended list. But for whatever reason, they have your playlist, they have the recommended list right under it, but when your playlist is finished, it just starts playing other random songs that aren't even on. That's a fix they can definitely do. I know, who gives a fuck, but I'm mildly interested by when there's a real clear fix for such a big fucking company. Anyway, they probably don't even fucking care. Someone in their team would. Somewhere. Somewhere over the rainbows. What's with all the outs, mate? Are you pulling strings here? What's going on there? Look at this for a single race pot. He can still have the preems because guy's got 3 bigs there to our left. I know what I'll do it though. Like, so here. T and body count shit. Darlene Ortiz with the shoddy out shit. They turn victims into villains. Now you know what? They desire, give them what they manifest. Turn a black fist of power to the black fist of death. Trying to rep bluffs, but also like we're targeting mainly like ace jacks. God, he does have it a lot, by the way. But we can always check fold river because our range is quite polar, so he doesn't need to like. You know, he doesn't need to like turn ace jack into a bluff. I'm gonna go for the old fake timeout. Well, not that he might realize, but check ace jack offsuit.
Everything is ship shape, ha this away, little bit, whiz bit, Billy with the piff lit, all my darts stick like a Pritt stick, on the school wall, British pool wall, gotta get a fix like Asterix the Ghoul, stay cool, let me pump that AC.
Fucking feel it sometimes, man.
444s like Jay-Z, plotting the revolution, fuck around, end up locked in an institution, you squandered your contribution.
Kind of disrespectful check back here, which is totally fine. It's totally fine. We just, for really playing against some random, we want to just play highest EV, and checking the flop is turning our hand quite face up, and, you know, but sometimes being face up doesn't matter. Which is a hard one because I hate being face up. فکر کردی با کی طرف منی خیلی بیشرف فکر کردی با کی طرف It's kind of cool one as well. Alright, let's use this break well, man. So I'm still the same DJing, man. Like, I'm semi-tempted to jump in and battle Romanowski, but to be fair, like, it would be great content. But no, it's not enough of a reason. He's already got 3 stacks as well. Like the NLH Classic, I just checked the lobby, and was just Romanowski just crushing some dude heads up. But that's just that would be just for sheer enjoyment. It's not really dope.
Talking about that cash, talking about our dreams, talking about who we seeing what we need. Ooh, I'm leaning back, I said, please don't disturb my calling. I have no time. I'm really putting my all in. All the time,
Yeah, Spotify could do it some work real good. But hey, they're okay, man. That recommended list is decent. Like, you could play around it. You can just make a playlist, and then like go out and back in, and the suggestions will be songs suggested like from that playlist, which is a thing I like to do with new artists. If I don't really know the discography, I'll put like 16 songs, like 3 of each kind of random artist that I like, or maybe just one of some, and like. Or if I really like a guy, 4 or 5 would have his tunes. Some of the recommendations just are they're impressive. You know, it's like, wow, it's really kind of is a mixture of all of these. But there is more flaws to that then. Sometimes they just keep showing you the same suggestions, which is another small thing. Another sweet issue. Another wee issue there, man. I have to go over to YouTube for this. God, the stacks galore, lads. We're chip leading the 200 special, right? 1 of 8. But we're also 1 of 10 here in the fucking 125 deep stack special. You know. Normally I like to take credit for having all the chips, but it's definitely been just the fact that haven't lost any all-ins. I don't think I'll risk it all here, man. I really don't. Absolutely. We've got to be careful there. Yo, Josh, thank you, brother. It's one of those, I don't know if you watch football, but you know when the goalkeeper kind of has an easy save, but he goes for the big fucking theatrical, they call it a camera save in football. There's a little bit of a camera save, you know, it might look a bit cooler than it is. That's the main bulk of, we're targeting like ace queen, ace jack. He's probably going to start fast playing ace jack pre-flop more. Or sorry, ace queen pre-flop more. But you know, I'm not saying ace jack's all we get money from. We also have this, like, some very baby pairs he might have there. But it did just feel like ace jack. But also, I said it before he checked back. That was me kind of hoping for the ace jack check. But then once he snapped check back, I was nearly certain it was ace jack then. Not sure why I specified ace jack offsuit. That's just because there's more ace jack offsuit. That's, I guess. But it did just feel like maybe because ace jack suited would be strong enough to get it in that spot. Come on, I know you're suspicious, dude, but you don't have it in you, man. I'm sorry. And you just don't check a lot of 7x on the flop. You just don't have it in you, man. I'm sorry. One day you might. One day you may have it in you. Oh, nice hand by that Austrian. Criticize the Austrians, but we played one nice there in the 200s. Get me the little rope-a-dope. Well, not the rope-a-dope. When I say rope-a-dope, I mean like Ali used to have this. I remember it from the Fight Night PlayStation games. Ali had this move where he'd like shuffle his feet, lean, and then punch. And I just kind of compare that to when someone just, in whichever order, but like check calls and then leads and then check calls the river, or they lead and then they check call turn and then they lead the river. It's just that's sexy to me. Kind of, it's like a boxing combo or something, you know. That's the way I'm seeing it. Here's another good find. I think it's just calling the ace-6 suited against 2.5. Can overdo this sometimes, but you know, sometimes they're just being a bit silly and just passing up too printy of a jam. But I'd rather play this in position than just take down what it's a decent amount in the pot though. Like we get to win 4 bigs. Like it's getting close. But you also just have to do things like call it off on the turn here. And sometimes like you're way behind and it looks stupid, but if we called it, you know, on a well, it's not. We're not necessarily getting it in pre. He could have folded, but yeah, like I think we just check now. I think if he had king queen or king jack, I mean, would he jam the turn? It's gonna be a fun one. Fun one for sure. Oh, this will be a fun one. Shit, man, and there is some like, well, look, we need chips, or we don't need chips, but like, no pay jumps for 12. They're tiny little pay jumps, you know. It's not like got a lot of time, which is nice. You know, he's got well, he doesn't have jack 7 suited or jack 8 suited, but he doesn't have queen jack in my mind. Like what's he repping for value here? A rivered king, and then, but what is better than a rivered king? Nah, yeah, this is getting a bit weird, to be honest. 'Cause I'm not giving him credit for queen jack or flush draws. You don't check them on the turn. So we're probably just looking at queen 5 offsuit, queen 7 offsuit. And this is a part of why we call. He could have ace king, by the way. Ace king makes sense. But this is why we just call pre. We want to pot control, but it's more about just capturing EV from queen 7 offs and stuff. We're going to go for it, lads. He could have an offsuit queen or jack. He's not going to have any offsuit 8x. He's not going to have a hand like 8-7 suited. It must be like, but would king 5 off not want to jam? Pretty right, let's go. Where's the king x coming from? Okay, king deuce off. All right, king deuce doesn't want to jam pre. Well, if we jam pre, we take it down on 36. Yeah, I realized then, well, like king 5 off is just goes in pre, right? It's like we had we had 14, didn't we? We had 12 after we called, so. All right. And I know it's like, okay, but like, you think if he's got queen 7 offsuit with the queen of clubs, he's not gonna fucking jam there with his queen of clubs. Lads, it's based on his VPIP, and I'll be honest, I didn't check how big this hand sample is, but it's 82 hands. So yes, I'm absolutely, when I cover for a potentially very big mystery bounty, and he's playing nearly half his hands, 38 big blinds, 10-9 suited, let's go, man. Because we see so much fold equity. And you know, when he calls off the ace king, ace queen. Obviously we're crushed sometimes, but if the guy loves to open his queen 5 suiteds, there's so much more of that than any of the snap calls that have us smoked, like 10s or jacks. Or not, well, 10s or jacks is worse, yeah. But even the kings and aces, like you kind of, a little 10-9 suited action against the kings and aces, you don't mind that as much. Stay focused here on our hands. Just a little bit too... I have a good idea of when I click a button without just thinking of everything first. And I don't mean everything. I just mean like a few key aspects. You know, there's a lot of stuff. The stage of the tournament. You even want to just see who's like, what's the stack distribution and how that would have affected how this current hand's playing out. 1 of 8 here. I think it's a pretty. easy spot for him to just play in position, take the chip lead away from me, to be honest. I got a jam now. It's really gross. I don't have to do anything. I think I kind of do though. We're gonna end up torching the hand. He is fourth place. If he was 2 of 8, this is why I took the lobby out. If he's sitting like 2 of 8 or 3 of 8, it's like really you're raising versus limp as 2 of 8 into 1 of 8 who's limping. But he's 4 of 8. He was 4 of 8 in that hand. And here's the thing, man. He can just think my limp is really weak. And that's very, very sensible assumption to make. Because it is a bit weird that I'm not raising. I should be raising a bunch, but like I said, I just think it's kind of too low-hanging fruit for him to just like play Queen 10 offsuit in position. I 3.5x. He calls Queen 10 offsuit. He's chip lead now. Because Queen 10 offsuit's having a good time against 4s in position. Because it'll come like King 7-5, and then I'm there with 4s. When it comes King 7-5, even as me as the pre-flop raiser, if he's there with Queen 10, he might win that hand more often. He's got position. He's already got his like 25% equity with his overcards and backdoor straight draw. Maybe a little bit more. And then you get all the times I'm going to fold the best hand out of position. It becomes quite a even Stevens. We're about to have two tournaments on break, which would be good for the decision fatigue, if I even do ever get decision fatigue. Sometimes it feels like decisions get better as the sessions go on. Especially like when there's, you know, big runs that are encouraging you. Like Sundays. Yeah, Sundays. Sometimes I'm so many hours into a Sunday. And I'm just peaking. And that's why I'm the, you know, you might see me regging some of the late stuff on a Sunday. It's because I'm just feeling it big time, man. Man, the bounty monster stack. The 215 monster bounties, I should say. We have a nice old stack in that one too. Everything is just sticking to the wall. I think all the King 5 are there in this line. Yeah, honestly, for a split second, and these are the things that can happen, you know, in game with a lack of accuracy. For a moment, I was like, we're 12 bigs effective. He sends in King 5, but we're 14 effective. I kind of realized after the hand, wait a second. And we should go chunky here. These kind of guys don't really like to, they don't have the discipline to kind of fold. They'll call 1 when they have like 10-7 or something ridiculous. Well, if you're saying you've got all the if he's got all the King 5 off, I'd argue he's got all the Queen 5, Jack 5 off, which there would be more of because they're weaker hands that definitely are going to get in less than like a King 5. King 5 can just jam there. You know, he covers me into money. He can just jam King 5 offsuit for 14, but yeah, for 14 he can, you know, he cannot. But Queen 5 offsuit, Queen 4 off, Queen of Clubs 4. These are the hands. Queen of Clubs 7. These are the hands. You know? Anyway, look, that's just where I'm coming from. You know, you can say there's a lot of value, but my absolute parallel argument is that a little bit more bluffs than value. It's more Queen 5, Jack 5 in my mind. I think 5 was the pair. But I think there's more. I mean, we have a 6, definitely a little relevant. But I think there's more offsuit Queen X and Jack X than there is value. That's why I call in the end. Or I think in terms of a... You know I don't like calling down people. But... yeah, because I don't think he's got a flush or Queen Jack. And like, listen, and it sounds like I'm sugarcoating now, but it makes sense, man. He overbet jams. You think he probably can just go for that with all his King X. But when he overbet jams, like trying to say, definitely hands that are in the overbet are Queen Jack, 2 pair combos like he had, and clubs. I completely strictly rule out Queen Jack and clubs. I think they're going to send 11 into 8 on the turn. You know, they don't want to. What do they want to do? Check on a 10 that's going to connect with them more than me? And just check call all in, or just check. You know, so I don't put them on clubs or Queen Jack ever. So they've got King X. But also, like, if they've got a 2 pair hand, that's going to be betting on an earlier street too. So I'm discounting a lot of 2 pairs also. Like King X River 2 pair. I think a hand like King 9 is good enough to bet on the turn, right? King 10 is absolutely the nuts on the turn. So now there's, from all the 2 pair King X, I'm ruling out King 9 and King 10 also. So I had a good long think about it, and by the end was just like, no, there's not enough stuff. Too much stuff ruled out. And when I snap called was when I ruled out King 5 off, which that was the little inaccuracy, like ruling out King 5 off for a moment because thinking that would just go in pre. He might though. Honestly, like King 5's different than King Deuce. He might send King 5. I think in theory it does reverse though. You'd probably rather jam a worse kicker and limp something with better playability. Anyway, good talk. Cheers, Luke. Appreciate that, man. Order the food now if you want it on break. I appreciate that, brother. I would be very wary of Sven's limps. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Probably because I raise so much like other stuff that the limps end up being a bit too certain stuff. You know, you gotta be careful with that. Oh, we gotta be careful not fucking autopiloting. I love, we're getting an extra amount of strategy questions today. I love it. You know, sometimes I go a whole stream, not really one kind of strategy related question. I mean, there's usually 1 or 2, but these are good questions too. Maybe Twitch chat, maybe the boys, maybe everyone's just getting good. Maybe my chat's getting pretty fucking good at the game. Keeping it we had an opportunity to check raise in the 25 mystery, but a little too spewy, and we're going to keep those 82 bigs polished nice and shiny. Oh, sorry, we're on breaks in the fucking FTs. Wait, we're doing the old musical chairs now, are we? Yeah, we'll keep it on a mystery. 3 deuce. Lads, anyone on these FTs with me? I trust ye all to not stream tonight, but I do want to say, if the stream will cut. So like that's all that happens is the stream just cuts. We never really get there. Well, it's a weird one here. Let's go. Just with the ICM, because there's some deep stacks here. Like look at all 5 of us here. 50 effective, 60 effective. This is fun against the limp raise, man, for sure. Nah, I don't. Is he really gonna do much of that? Okay, he's going for this one, which is targeting like my King Deuce off and stuff. Targeting my 9 tree, it makes a lot of sense. The small size. I remember like one of the first times I saw it was one friend of stream, and I did go on a little 20-second rant with how bad I think his size was, but then I was like, you know what? Actually, I take all that back, like within seconds. Maybe might be a lot of hands I wanna jam, like 8-7 suited, some 9x perhaps. And I honestly, like, he can play check jams with, like, some King 7 type hand. But when we jam, he can't check call these hands. So I think I'm all in, lads. All right, I'm all in. Feeling like 8x, vulnerable 8x, even like a king 8 suited. Just trying to fold out all the jack 10, queen 10 stuff in his range. Good luck. I'm glad that Tank was worried about getting sniped there. I know there's not a deliberate snipe, but sometimes people go into the tank. I mean, it's alright. The delay's alright. Just gonna jam because making it 6 bigs, we allowed a little cheeky call and then check full flop. And I also think with these other 30 big stacks, like, let's say a hand like pocket 10s, they could just call off 10s when I jam, right? But then I make it 6 bigs. Now they just cold call the 6 bigs and play defensive. Which I don't think we want, because then we just don't stack them. We're covering these guys. I shouldn't have moved to the left of him, because then he's just moved to the left of me straight away. Or maybe I should have just... whatever. In the money of the 55 or the 54-6 max main as well. Playing a check raise with a hand that isn't ready. Oh, it's the 250 bounty freeze out too. What a tournament. Whoa, kings or some sort of king x2 pair? Because he checked back to turn. He checked back to turn, which I like, by the way. He actually plays that nice, man. Because he blocks my straight, he blocks the nuts. Checks back turn with a hand that, again, when it needs less protection because he's got the interaction there with the wetness of the texture. He's not concerned about the wetness of the texture because he's got the wetness on his side, you know. He's got the gutter, he's got the ace of hearts. Or he's got the, you know, he's less concerned for sure. And then he bets the river for value. Not some flimsy half-pot size, a nice big chunky size to polarize. Which I also like. And then he calls the raise, which I also like a lot. Absolutely, man. It's such an easy... This is why I love check raise in the value, because it's such an easy spot to just say, oh, he's capped, I'm going to check raise now. Like, it's easy for me to overdo it. Speaking of overdoing it, let's hope this open-ender isn't overdoing it, but... Very nice. We actually check raise flop and then check jam the turn in that one. He min bets flop. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense. We're not check raising a 9 on the flop. But you know what it is? We're kind of saying, hey, I've got a 10 and I'm just playing for stacks now. I wanted a bit of protection. As Chicago Joey says, my chat is all winning players. What a low-key funny guy, man, isn't he? That's witty, man. How is the song name? We're on autoplay here. On Spotify with some stuff. Liquor Store? I think Liquor Store. I don't even know the artist, but it's ADI. Okay, I'm taking 6-5 suited. ADIT. ADT. ADT. Liquor Store.
I really do this shit on y'all. Man, yeah, we've been at this shit for a while. It's about time we let them know. A lot about y'all anyway, you know what I'm saying?
Not ideal. These, it's like a high frequency board, but if you do check anything, it is like 8s or 7s. But I don't want to just exclusively check 8s and 7s. Fuck that. Same on like Jack 8-5 Rainbow, a bunch of 3/4 pot. But then 7/6s kind of want to check, but I don't. Well, I think I'm just not getting it. Like I think this is the way the solver's doing it is like it's adding a little 5-10% check from all a bunch of stuff. But that's the solver can do that, man. Sure, our hand is pretty fucking good. Just want to start binning ace-x a little bit, putting ace-x in a gross spot. And I do love the idea of like trapping a worse king-x or queen-x, but they're going to fold versus a bet anyway. If we really want to trap the queen-x, king-x stuff, that means to check back. I don't want to check back 5 deuce deuce rainbow after opening pre. It's just a bit weird. So yeah, we kind of have to kind of kiss the idea of like coolering queen 6 on a queen or coolering king 7 on a king, just because it's just how are we going to kind of go about that. His name is Tank a lot. I didn't even notice that, by the way. Sorry, we'll keep it on FTs. We're autopiloting, or we're being a bit. Well, you can never be too focused on your tables, but we're just keeping it on a random screen when we should be on the FTs for the most part, right? Double FT, man. Get ace jack off. Oh, we're 2 of 6 in this one too. Okay, we're second place in both tournaments. And it's that. Oh, going full 20 bigs with queen 8 offsuit here based on the size of his bounty might. Nah. It's like, yeah, his bounty's huge. I wouldn't take queen deuce off. Queen 8's a bit of something. I don't mind checking as much. I think I'd absolutely check queens, and I think he's aware of that as well. Like this snap check back on the turn too is interesting. That's fucking interesting, brother. He's not gonna. I kind of wanna bet for a little bit of value, but by that other logic, he's just gonna think I have it too much. Let's just check it down, man. What are we thinking? We're gonna chop it worse ace-x often here. Ace-9 or some shit. No, I know. Why would he bluff? But I also can't fold. He must be trying to get me off a chop or something. Why, you can't have a 6 or a 5. Maybe he wants to check raise turn with a 5. Take it, man. Take it. Ridiculous. Take it. Ridiculous. You know, just a ridiculous situation for him to like bluff 6 bigs there, honestly. If he is trying to get me off a chop, bet a bit more. He's just got a 5, man. And it's very specific, but that's what happens when I'm locked in, man. Anyway, what I was going to say, which is 2 of 8, 2 of 8, 3 of 8 kind of vibe. It could be. I think I do very well as medium and short stack on chip leader. I think it's that just below chip leader where I can, you know, the spewiness translates into just some bad moves in ICM. Lads, hopefully I don't want to go for all 35 bigs with the button. If we do have to, so be it. Here's a cool one with the deuces though, where we now are going to seek and get value from ace-x. Holy shit! Ah! Finally, it's happened to me. Holy shit! Holy fuck! Give me some gold chests! Sorry for shouting so much. No gold chest? Anticlimactic, holy finole. Wow, no, it's not. I don't mean it. Sorry, I'm sounding so ungrateful there. But you know, the bounties is a slight. But anyway, that 10-9-8. Because I'm like, my one request is like, okay, I don't want to get it in against 35 bigs, but if I do, so be it. And he's just got aces. He's just happened to be sat there on aces while I'm there like, I hope he doesn't wake up with a hand. And then we just flop him dead for everything in the world. We're top 50 stack now. 2.7 mil in the prize pool. Dude. Right. Just in case. Not the Kings losing all its fucking... oh, no. Because we're 9-handed on that other one. We gotta be careful, man. Playing a single raise pot here. We're not gonna raise the aces. Maybe we just start leading the turn, honestly. That's kind of cool. This is cooler though. Well, not in a good way, but like it's definitely a more interesting hand. We've raised it up pre-flop and we're barreling. We do have a lot of barrels. I am going to lead the aces now, just to not let him check back queens or jacks, which I don't think he'll ever fold. Like, what's he going to fold now? Tell me what he'll fold. Thought he did for a moment at the corner of my eye. The long tank's a bit much, isn't it, by me now on this turn? Because I was genuinely like, but I don't think it's a very good shutdown, but it will be, it's going to be, yeah, you can imagine. Bet now. Lads, hold on to your fucking hats. I imagine you care more about this hand now. We want to send it in nice and quick. It's because of the tanking. Good luck. Not getting snaps, always lovely. The aces get through. He probably had queens or jacks. Maybe he had like king jack offsuit that we got the near maximum out of. Yeah, we gotta watch the stream a little bit here. Yeah, we gotta watch the stream. Look, lads, we unblock hearts. We have a queen, but he'll still show up with king jacks and king queens and queen jacks. We unblock hearts. We block the 8-7 suited. It's just points. I'm not sure if it was gonna. I'm sure I would have sent a lot of rivers. It's gonna be this. The offsuit 6. It's a yes for me. Simon. Oh, we got it true! Let's go! Feels fucking good, man. Putting pressure on. Pressure. Late game tournaments. I was not looking forward to like pulling up my stream and everything lagging the fuck out, by the way. Fuck yeah, there we go. Nice river, man. Nice little offsuit 6. Little howdy there, offsuit 6. Oh. Just running good, man. And there isn't that much fear. When you just feel good about the line, there's not that much fear, man. Hey man, I can see you default sizings B50 on the flop. Good luck. Good luck, boys. Good luck. Wow, he's trapping often, by the way, but there's not much we can do about that. So that's the big size for 20 effective. So you're seeing a lot of 20, 25 effective spots where half pot is our big size, and it's just me utilizing a big size for those. You get what I'm saying? It's just a big size when you're 20, 25 effective, or like even a bit shallower you can size up. Really though? You're really gonna fucking... Weirdest hand I've ever played in my life, man. I just thought like checking it down wouldn't be the weirdest thing ever until the river. I'm not going to check back Jack 9 like. But now he just doesn't. It probably is an ace. I don't think a king would do this. It's an ace or nothing. Don't think a flush would do this. I don't think a king would do this. Maybe a king would just do this. King, queen, or something like that. Let's just fucking get out of here. We shouldn't have even showed the hand. Probably just got king, queen. We do block king, jack though then. God, we've got a lot of chippies in the mystery, boys. You know, we got a lot of chippies in the mystery. We could win a fucking fortune. Damn, really? Well, ace king will come back to you. Queen 10 here. Nice. Again, offsuit 10x. Offsuit 10x gets squeezed three-way out of the big blind. King 10 offsuit is the favorite offsuit 10x squeezer. Then a little bit less of the queen 10. Then a little slow frequency of the jack 10. Deep too. Like, I'm not saying there is the spot, but just generally it's. And I honestly, like, I don't forget many things in poker, but I feel like I saw that early on, maybe in my Bit B days with like a big dog seminar. And then kind of forgot about it as like I got distracted by all the other fucking hands I could use. But then it was actually, I was playing a home game with the lads. We all rented a villa for EPT Cyprus. And anyway, there was just three-handed spot where my mate Endrit squeezed. I 4-bet non-all in. My mate Leo 5-bet jammed. You know, it was a funny fucking weird hand. And then I punted it off. Endrit folded in a big blind. Leo had flatted jacks in the small blind. Like deep, like 60 effective. But anyway, I started looking into like Endrit's squeeze. Because Endrit had like an offsuit 10 that hand. Like one of those offsuit 10s. And I just took out the laptop and I was like, yeah, let's have a little look. And honestly, like a lot of, when it's a real common spot like that, first of all, it's super common where you're in the big blind. It goes raise call, you're in the big blind. And then the other thing, you're getting dealt offer to a bunch of scenarios that you already felt comfortable in, but there's this like extra layer of comfort. Now, this is what happens. You look at some ranges. Sometimes it can be placebo after you look at some ranges that you just feel more comfortable and confident, but I'm really happy Endrit squeezed offsuit 10x, and I just was curious enough to look that up because there's a lot of it going on. It's low-hanging fruit, and it just, and that's a luxurious combo for me. Offsuit 10x, that plays great, you know? Big old, tall, handsome king 10 offsuit. Fuck the king 6 suited. Let me play my king 10 offsuit. And I definitely probably went like 2-3 years in my career where I was just flatting the fucking king 10 offs, because they do seem like a reasonable defend in the big blind, right? Very intuitive, just defending the big blind. We were all doing that since we started playing. But no, we bump it up a lot. Which again, I really like. We're fucking crushing this thing, man. Still that 114 out there. Wow, you know, it does drop off a bit there. It does drop off a bit. Yeah, we're not, with 1,600 players, we're not going to be trying to find that needle in the haystack going too crazy. How many tables am I playing? 10. Yeah, the Queen 8 was fucking nice, man. But just nice poker deserves the credit. I don't deserve the credit. Poker deserves the credit. Just like, you know, a nice hand. But hands like that exist because of poker. I don't really know what I'm trying to say. You know, like. I think we should like not just appreciate my line, but like appreciate how great the game is. Where you're like, cause there's loads of elements. Like we got these payouts staring at us. Oh, sorry, we're not even on the table. I think we just don't go to the streets of Queen Tree. I mean, yeah, we could, but Queen Tree offsuit. Making some good fucking laydowns too, where sometimes I spew it off. Yeah, just the dynamic of the payouts and the blockers and the suits and the removal and the little bit of theory and the bit of ICM and it all just coming together. Yeah, I don't know, man. That's an interesting one. We don't get in queens. We're not gonna get in queens. Well, we might still 3-bet queens. Might still 3-bet queens. Flatting? Maybe we should just allow ourselves to flat and not be too like... I definitely know some players I respect a lot that wouldn't like to flat. That doesn't mean I shouldn't flat. Heads up single raise pot here. You know, I do love a delayed overbet in these heads up single raise pots, but sometimes a little unnecessary on the queen. He's kind of got a queen or he's going to fold. That's how this works now. You know, we'll make sure he doesn't, you know, get sticky with like 8s or something. But like I generally just go like 1.5x pot. You don't really need to. Because he's not going to fold. He's not going to fold king queen or ace queen. And then you know what I've done? Internet.